champion!
And PSG are your Brawl Stars World Champions!
The Brawl Stars Championship is back!
It is the finals day. One of them is going to be crowned the best Brawl Stars team in the world.
Oh, they win it. No, they do it. Oh, they win it our way.
From millions of competitors, 8 teams emerged. From 18 different countries across 7 regions, players have brawled it out, all for a chance at the trophy. And now the only thing standing in their way is each other. Tribe Gaming NA, INTZ, Reply Totem, Queen Nye, Stamina eSports, AC Milan, Navi, ZETA Division. These are your 8 Brawl Stars World Finalists. Now let's see what they're playing for. This is the Brawl Stars World Finals trophy. This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Welcome everybody to the Brawl Stars World Finals. We're going to kick things off with a bang.
Tribe Gaming and A are going to the quarterfinals, and SK Gaming is going home.
Oh my goodness, the studio is so electric.
Walking on stage, waving the flag. INTZ, move on. Queen Knight take the victory.
I think that Navi may just have it, and they've knocked out Tribe Gaming EU. Anyone can come in and cause an upset.
Welcome back, Brawlers. TIG Origin can't hold on. Reply Totem looking clean.
STMN have done it. Team Flash lifted the trophy last year. They will not be lifting it this year.
AQM are moving on ZETA Division, moving up the bracket.
Only one team can reign supreme and have the lion's share of $1 million of prize money.
I genuinely cannot wait.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, and welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals. Guys? Hey!
Oh, bloody hell! Okay, I'm here. I'm like, I've got my suit on. I'm ready. Ark, as OG said it on Twitter, we are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
I could not be more excited. The most handsome man in all of television back on our screens. Finally, nice suit, by the way. Let's take a quick look today at the bracket to revise ourselves on where we are up to, because we have knocked down from 16 teams down to 8. Uber, talk us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we started off with, wow, an El Clasico of El Clasicos. SK Gaming narrowly falling to Tribe as they advanced through. INTZ had a bit of an easier time going up against BK Rock, as did Queen Knight, dispatching China's number 2 team, excuse me. And then in that fourth round of 16 game, a pretty competitive matchup, Navi from the EECA region prevailed.
I just cannot wait to see what we have got in store today. This is what everything has been building up to. 16 teams wipe their feet on the welcome rug of the Brawl House, and now, only one can be victorious. So let's take a quick look at the pricing as well to see how things are going to be spread out against the winning team. There's so much money here at stake. $400,000 for first place, $200,000 for second, third and fourth, 80 grand, but it's a total of $1 million, Uber.
Yeah, you can see just how much of a difference making it out of these quarterfinals makes to these teams in terms of the prize money. But let's be real, Ark. Everybody in this room and outside of it competing today are going for top spot. They want the trophy, they want the pride, and the glory.
Exactly that. Well, we need to find out which teams we have got up first, so let's check out the teams.
1% making the difference once more. It's Tribe Gaming taking this game.
Me and my team have been playing together for a long time now, so I'm pretty confident in our play style, and I think we can just beat anybody.
Oh no! Oh my word! Dude, I had to trape the furthest point of the field!
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
Eu acredito que a gente pode ser sim a equipe campeã. A gente veio bem preparado, a gente treinou muito para chegar até aqui e eu acho que a gente merece.
Firecrow and the step back is good!
Take it back!
Woo!
Tribe Gaming, NA, INTZ, 2 giants in their region, and this again, it just seems that always, every time we see Tribe Gaming NA, we kick off with a bang. The number 1 seeds in both of their respective regions. Uber, I got to ask the question, what are your thoughts regarding this one?
Oh, this is a true battle of the Americas. I think Tribe Gaming really would have hoped to have made it further last year in the finals, right? INTZ managed to get past them and get into that grand final. It's going to be a close one, but Zulan is an animal. The energy he feels and expresses really lifts his teammates as well. You see how much Corey benefited from it. I feel like it's Tribe, but only by a slim margin. This is going to be close.
It really is. It couldn't be closer. So much is at stake. Again, it's a knockout. One of these two teams will be going home. The bans are in. Buzz and Mortis being banned by Tribe NA. And I've got to say, I would tend to agree. Buzz has been so reckless, just tearing it up this entire weekend. Lola and Stu for INTZ. And I think that's wise because Tribe Gaming NA, they've really enjoyed Lola in the last games.
Absolutely. This is the same bands, by the way, for Tribe as we saw yesterday. They didn't want to deal with either of these heavy engage sort of brawlers. We've seen Buzz's snowball potential, right? Obviously, if he's able to chain supers together and stun opponent after opponent. We saw what Bobby did on it yesterday. It's pretty filthy stuff. So I'm sure STMN are looking at the other side of the bracket like, oh, we want to play a bit of Buzz. Don't be batting that away. Look, I'm not surprised to see this look here from Tribe. They are on Bounty, which of course is going to be the first game type in this series. Look pretty good. They wanted to play sharpshooters, but this is beautiful. We get Firecrow going up against, Corey. We have incredible sharpshooters from both the North and South American region. These two teams, I feel like in many ways, can mirror each other in play style. That's what's going to make this that much more special.
These are very two aggressive teams and also very charismatic teams, like you rightly mentioned. Zulan, never afraid to raise his voice, but at the same time, INTZ as well have been known in the past to definitely give us a good show. So I fully expect to hear a lot of stage noise in the Brawl House. And there are all our spectators once again. And I want to hear from them. I want to hear you guys screaming throughout the majority of today. Kana there, the coach.
Shout out to the homie Ready Set, by the way. Looking good, my guy.
Good to see.
Yeah, obviously everyone set on the Brawl House. I mean, there are going to be some pretty incredible games today, as we've already sort of teased here. And look, what a way to start this series. Yeah, these are our predictions. Both of us going for Tribe. I never put you under pressure about it. I'd love to know your thoughts. How close do you think this is really going to be?
You know me. Any excuse to avoid predictions. Thanks to that one, Supercell. As well, you can join in yourselves by predicting over at event.brawlstars.com. And again, earn prizes and rewards along the way. We got pins, we got star points rather, and also that elusive cat burglar Jesse skin to earn. Again, I think this is going to be extremely close, Uber. We can't forget that INTZ came second last year. They were so close to lifting that trophy themselves, but Tribe Gaming NA with that huge upset in that first matchup between themselves and SK Gaming, I think took so many people by surprise.
Absolutely. It's time, though, for Shooting Star and the lobster fisherman himself in the middle there. The tick is a pick that Tribe love to go for here on Bounty. And Zulan is pressuring very heavily from this right side lane. Ark, it's a slightly more tanky, sort of more mobile setup for INTZ, but they can't run away from Zulan.
Yeah, it's really good starting pressure from Tribe Gaming and using the tick as well with that area spread. Keep coming in now. Circling around, Tyrant trying to find himself a target. Is he going to land it? No! He's not going to connect with Marcel there, but the cover will be broken a little bit, but definitely not the connection that he was looking to find.
Yeah, despite that, though, I mean, it does force INTZ back and Tribe, have a bit of space to work with now. Let's Go's popped by Firecrow, and Marcel's trying to get a little bit closer there. Homemade recipe used, but it's a little bit too close for Zulan to actually find a connection. And here come INTZ, they're pushing Ark. Headfirst gets blown up instantly, and Corey and Zulan might be under pressure.
Yeah, the connection there is with Tufa, low on HP, but the follow-up not quite able to be found. Marcel's got Zulan tightly caught into that corner. The return to send on to Firecrow, low on HP to take down there of Marcel from Zulan, and Firecrow is pushed so far back, almost goes down himself.
I mean, that's beautiful stuff. This is why Tribe NA, are so good at Bounty in general. They fold back. They know they're getting pressured, but Tyrant Star looks very comfortable there, of course. Return to sender used for the extra durability. Marcel again wants to create a staging ground to come forward with, and Corey has to use a last hurrah, but it's blown up. Blue Star conceded, but still a lead for Tribe now with 10 seconds left. It's unlikely that INTZ are going to be leaving this territory anytime soon, though. It won't matter. Firecrow is forced away.
Zulan is so well in that corner, just there the whole time at low HP, jumping away at the end, but not enough stars gained by INTZ to get the dub. Tribe Gaming did fantastically well there.
I mean, yeah, beautiful stuff. They are, it is their best game type. It's a 77% win rate in the lead up to this particular tournament. And you see they get an early lead, right? Zulan creates a ton of pressure on the right-hand side of the map. Make sure he secures those stars with the homemade recipe to put his team ahead. And then they know they can give a bit of space, back up a little bit, maybe allow Corey to do some work here with head first. And INTZ walked into a trap, even on the back foot arc. Tribe looked deadly.
They looked very composed, and it was kind of interesting. I was curious to see how they were going to go in to play this one, because ultimately, yesterday we saw, or the day before rather, a very passive style of play against SK Gaming. They really did wait to see how they were going to approach this one. INTZ, very aggressive, so therefore Tribe had to respond, but they did so in kind. And a very reserved celebration. I actually kind of did look back at the scoreline to kind of remind myself, did they actually win? It looked like almost INTZ were more comfortable, but we did see the high fives in the replay. So Corey giving us the thumbs up. Tribe Gaming NA looking pretty strong so far.
Absolutely. We talked about how these teams at times can look similar, but the reality is that Tribe like to try and play safe, right? They have incredible sharpshooters on their team. All three of them can pick up any of those sort of longer range brawlers and have a lot of success. They ban away their heavy engaged brawlers. They know that, you know, the enemy team are going to have limited resources to close that gap and pressure them down, and they play the slow game. INTZ have very capable long-range players as well. They might need to mirror this strategy to have success, but they're going to run it back with the same composition arc.
I gotta say, I do like the fact as well that Tribe are running the kind of more traditional idea here with the Peep, the Tick, and the Piper, which is kind of my preference, but it is a difficult thing. Up against a Max and a Pam, you can find yourselves cool, but not for Tribe Gaming NA, who are straight into the spawn, getting a swift takedown. 2 stars and the blue star there is their lead, and that is a great start for them.
Zulan is turning into a huge problem. Even before that first kill, Firecrow had to body block a homemade recipe intended for Marcel. That would have been a kill for Zulan already. So much danger being caused by this Piper in this right side lane, and Tyron is keeping Tufa's head low. It's going to be hard enough for the G to get close enough to find a connection with that magic hand, let alone be in a position to do any real damage. This is a great start for Tribe.
Yeah, I was quite sure. I need to look back to see what happened there with the Peep from Tyrant. Maybe a bit of a mispiloting going on there, some potential nerves, but still, this is the position where those Peeps really do count, as INT's trying to push back through, but Marcel goes down there, and that's a great amount of pressure. Oh, Firecrow trying to use the phase shifter to tank it. It does not do enough. Tufa then has to tank the front of that damage.
INTZ need to wait. The magic pass from Tupa going to get them healed up here, but they took so much damage from that Peep and went extremely low. Another hit from Firecrow. He needs to be careful of any potential homemade recipe aimed in his direction. And with 32 seconds left, INTZ have to make a big push. They need one kill. Ideally, they need Zulan here. That is the big pickup they're looking for. It has to be him or 2 other eliminations.
Firecrow is playing a risky game here. That one tick mine taking down to 100 HP, and Marcel trapped firmly into the corner, but putting pressure onto Zulan. Zulan goes down. The pressure being applied back. The blue star is with INTZ. Tribe Gaming, and they need to pick up this kill, and it's tanked by Tuva. He's still on his feet. The ticket comes in, he's taken down. That is going to be it. INTZ will take it.
That's it. We said Zulan was the elimination that had to be found, and he had his super available. It wasn't enough to get away. INTZ closed the gap so quickly, and that's the danger of going up against a Max. You don't know when the enemy team's going to run right up on you like that. Great turnaround, and this time it's INTZ showing patience, even though they started behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, in Shooting Star, you've got to be so composed under that pressure, and it's an early pressure being applied by Tribe Gaming NA, but INTZ were able to hold on, and they've located their target. It was Zulan, but again, you know, with those Peeps going in on the Nanny side of things, you know, you've really got to make those count, and a bit more airtime would have been better for Tyrant there to go around the map a little bit to apply some more damage. They had the timer on their screen, so they could have seen how much time they had, but if you got the stats here on the cards, it was 41% damage actually there by Zulan, and that's a fair amount we should expect to see from the Piper. 27% from Corey, but again, that is the area spread. But look at Tufa. That's a stat that's pointing out for me. 63% on the Gene.
Yeah, huge amount of damage. Obviously, you're playing alongside a Pam who's not going to be able to do too much until she gets close. What's ridiculous is Zulan died with his super available. Didn't have a chance to back away, and I don't. Obviously, there's no warp drive being run for Tyrant, so standing back in spawn and using Peep and hoping for something is, well, it's not going to get the job done. We're going to go to a decider here now on our first set. Already sparks are flying.
Okay, well, this is going to be an interesting one. We're going to see the Gene coming out for Zulan instead of the Piper. Tyrant going to stay on that Nanny. Corey with the tick, and some changes as well on the INTZ side. You've got Tufa there on the tick this time round, and the Gene and the Nanny again. So everyone taking the time to kind of think things through. Dropping the Max and the Pam on the side of INTZ is an interesting choice now. So going more for control, and both sides trying to earn their supers as quickly as possible.
This might really come down to Magic Hand at some point here. Both ticks are trying to get close to the blue star, but they're zoning each other out so much. I mean, look at that head first. Okay, they actually end up taking each other out here. So eyes on Marcel now, who has that hand peeve. Oh, Firecrow gets caught. That's a huge pickup. 3-0 now, and the blue star also scooped up by Tribe.
Much better, much better from Tyron there. Again, I saw a few little mispilotings before, but now that was the right timing for it, and Firecrow was low on HP, so it was a good guaranteed kill for Tribe. They connected. Blue Star is with them also. INTZ, though, as we saw in the previous game, do like to wait their moments out, but another peep coming in for Tribe. Nicely and quickly. Oh, the return to center, put back over to Firecrow. So low on HP, but it's got the distance away from the opposition to be able to heal up.
Yeah, a bit of RTS tennis there, and Firecrow comes off second best. Same to be said for Marcel. He gets caught in the minefield here, and this is now going from bad to worse for INTZ. A couple of mistakes are really starting to compound for them here. Zulan with the spooky ghost gadget there with a bit of extra damage, but no kill. It's Marcel with the magic hand. That's going to be the ticket here for INTZ. The peep searching, and Tyrant's down. Still a lead for Tribe, though.
Miss pull from Zulan, disaster, but not necessarily a bad thing. They've still got the lead, but there is the pull from Marcel. There is time here for Ryan to see if they can push this corner hard. Firecrow, though, goes down. Zulan with the final pull to Marcel. 15 stars to 6, and Tribe will take the first set.
Unbelievable stuff. Fantastic showing from both sides here. And it was really close at the end with a bonus kill from Vengeful Spirits as well, by the way. That's ridiculous. You rarely see that. They do so little damage. And again, still some bleary eyes in this studio, but you got to say, some great stuff from Tribe here in that first set. These two teams, they're evenly matched. And bear in mind, that is Tribe's best map type. INTZ are neck and neck with them on their best. That means this is going to be quite the series arc.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe have a 77% win rate in Bounty. They've won 20 games, they've lost 6, and they can chalk that one up as well. Again, a team which are able to stay so composed under that pressure. INTZ did great to come back, and the comp change, I didn't necessarily mind. I think they just didn't quite get the timings on that final push correct. There was a pretty decent amount of time to get just like 2 takedowns, really, to swing the game in their favor, but it wasn't quite enough for them.
Yeah, they lost a player to just a fantastic peep connection from Tyrant Star, and I think Marcel got caught in the middle of Corey's minefields at some point and just didn't have anywhere to go. Stuff like that can happen to anybody, but it's really going to cost you when you're so close in those stars. It's time to move on, though. It's time for some heist. It's safe zone.
Well, again, this will be an interesting one because with the Lola ban as well, as we saw a ton of Lola coming into the meta on that map, it's been very interesting now that it's banned out. The Buzz as well, the Mortals not necessarily going to be showing their faces too much, but I think we're going to see kind of a bit more of what we'd expect to see prior to Lola coming into the match. So I think that's probably some Piper in the mids. That would be a good shout for me. Colt as well, a good choice. You could double down, to be honest, on the long range with the Bell and the Piper. Not my preference, but at the same time, I mean, Tribe Gaming NA do like to run some Pam here sometimes. Some weird, wacky ideas in that respect. Sometimes some Max and also some
We've seen them play. Sorry, we saw them play it yesterday, right? It was a lot of Rico, Piper, Colt. It was this same composition that Tribe played against SK Gaming and 2-0'd them on this particular map type. So this is where Zulan just dominated the side lane, if you remember, and made it impossible for SK. Just like that. Firecrow burnt to cinders. That's disgusting, Ark.
Oh my goodness me. Zulan was patient as well with that super, holding on to it, and then got the perfect lineup. A team wipe for Tribe Gaming NA as Super now forcing himself through the left-hand side. Sometimes, again, a good defense is a strong offense. Zulan, though, with the angle there, Tufa got annihilated. Tyron on the right-hand side as well to Marcel. INTZ are dropping like flies, Uber.
You cannot play Poco double tank against this style from Tribe Gaming. They're too seasoned, too experienced, and they're very ready to counter this kind of setup here. Look at them. Group up together in the middle of the map. Corey can definitely escape if he gets pressured here by any sort of bull super. Marcel, sure, he might have his super available, but it's going to take more than Poco's healing. Look at Firecrow just getting hammered down as soon as the healing came in. And Bouncy Castle for Zulan, so easy to get so much of that health back. Look at him. He just weathers the storm that BB brings, and Corey cleans Marcel up.
Yeah, I've watched Tribe Gaming many a time with this comp, and they do not seem to struggle with it, and today seems to be another one of those days as Tyron gets a nice pick up there on the right-hand side, and Zulan with the taps on the left. All 3 Prime members of Tribe laying down the damage, and what can Marcel do there as a measly Poco?
Yeah, here it comes. The rush in from Toofa's able to at least find the one, but even with the healing of Marcel, it's just that, a trade. Corey's going to find a kill in the middle of the map there with a homemade recipe, and Firecrow with batting stands at the ready is chasing the Piper down, but of course, Corey gets back to safety with the super, and there's 40 seconds left in the round. INTZ, they have to go for broke here. All the way for the safe, they dive as shields are popped on both of these tanks. Firecrow needs to hit hard.
Yeah, they've got to get Firecrow taken care of, and if INTZ can keep this rolling in and time these spawns, then they can turn this around massively. So Tribe need to land their shots and land them now. Firecrow popping there, the healing coming in, and another heal there from Marcel. If they don't handle this, then Firecrow's be able to whittle down 2 on the safe now as well. It's a base race with Corey on defense. INTZ are raining damage down. The gap is tightening, Uber.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Firecrow falling here, but Toofa's there to get the extra damage, and INTZ, unreal. They've done it. The clutch from Firecrow, that was unbelievable BB play. Completely shell-shocking Tribe.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. INTZ coming back with the flare and the fire, celebrating on the stage, and rightly so. Everyone in the Brawl house can see as well as I can what a commendable comeback that was, because honestly, Tribe looked so composed dealing with it, but INTZ just found the cracks and started to really tighten the screws around things.
Yeah, it's Firecrow here coming forward, right? Marcel keeps him topped up. He one-hits Corey here, gets the super healing, spitball for the second elimination. And look at this. I mean, the other player from Tribe is just too far away. Firecrow still weathers this storm. Tyrant can't connect a full salvo. Firecrow knows that he can micro around this. And by the time it finally falls, Toofa has done critical damage to the safe. Unreal performance here from INTZ.
It would have required every shot landing towards the end. I think Tyrant was just going to be struggling there a little bit, as INTZ could smell that they had the turnaround inside. So with some jukes and the Cole on defense is a tough thing to be able to take care of. So INTZ now giving Tribe something to think about for sure.
Yeah, that's a tilter. You know, we saw that's what the composition that Tribe want to play. They might switch like a Colonel Ruffs, you know, if they feel like they're going to have to deal with more sharpshooters, but this is generally what they want to do on a map like this. INTZ, there's no reason for them to change things up now. Now they realize that they can force a mistake late in the round. They can try and do that once more, but they do switch to a bit more of a sharpshootery look, and that's why the Ruffs is here, and the Meg for Corey gets picked up on the side lane.
Yeah, Surge as well on the top left for Firecrow, and I'm not too sure. I've seen it before, I think a couple of times on Safe Zone, but it does have a big risk attached to it. You've got to get those stacks, otherwise you're such a slow and sluggish brawler on your team that's not necessarily going to contribute too much in terms of range until you got those stacks in. But Tribe getting themselves hunkered down. Milan just trying to create himself some space, swapping out there onto the Piper this time, and Tyrant going to be staying on that Colonel Ruffs, like you rightly pointed out he would, to be able to add some additional punch to those shots.
Yeah, Corey in a weird spot here because it's too risky for him to try and take shots at Toofa. He'll lose in the range battle, and Firecrow is not presenting a target for him. So that mech is greatly delayed here. In fairness, Corey will more likely want to use it to defend with, and Firecrow missed the first shot, but he finds the next two, and that's what you're looking for with Surge. Corey, his hands are tied up until that happens. There's not a lot he can do to stop Firecrow blinking up on him.
Great timing, by the way, from Firecrow there, just counting the shots, knowing his timings to be able to then use the power surge through the wall and get the value that he wanted to obtain here. But now Tyrant and Sudan pushing through his right-hand side. They know that Marcel is vulnerable here as Corey trying to hold down Firecrow on the left-hand side. Peep coming in as well. It's going to probably wall portal behind here. Corey's going to be careful. Gets a swipe off, but not enough to, but clears the left-hand side.
Yeah, not quite as much damage as he would have liked to get there on Toofa, who's not able to really clip the safe. Still, with INTZ drawing their battle line so far forward, they've gotten a bunch of incidental damage on Tribe's safe. Firecrow is, oh man, he's got the banana sword out now. You know he means business. He's looking scary, and Tyrant will bring him down, finally.
Yeah, Tribe had to deal with that. Firecrow's playing fantastic, by the way. He's doing so little, but so much all at the same time. But now Corey with the mech, pushing everyone on the right. Zulan getting some taps into the mid here. The damage starting to trickle in, but Tribe are still behind. Peep coming in from Toofa. Probably looking to teleport onto the safe and does so, but Corey is landing these shots. We've got, again, a base race, Uber.
Yeah, Corey's popped the gadget as well, so he's going to be able to stay in mech for a little bit longer. Remember, that super hit does a heck of a lot of damage, and Firecrow crumples under that pressure. 37% left on the safe here, and Toofa's doing his very best to pressure Tribe's down, but he realized he needs to double back. He needs to defend. Corey's there with the mini blaster, and he's done enough for Tribe to take this round away.
Oh, this is going to be a close one. This is going to be a close one. It's been so back and forth. Tribe taking the first of the bounty, but we are back where we started in that first set now with everyone tied up. And again, look at the sign of approval from the Brawl House.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, someone must be holding up a sign that says "Applause now." You're on camera, everybody. They look comfy though. I do, in earnest, I do wish I'll join them. They have to be next year. But look, Corey spends so much time being patient in this round. The mech does nothing early, gets blown out by Firecrow, but once he gets into the mech, it's a completely different story.
I've got to be honest, I was kind of a little bit surprised actually to see the Meg pick because similar to the Surge, you've really got to time those runs and make sure that that you're playing a role. That's the thing. Those two brawlers in particular have a bit of a downside sometimes where they don't necessarily contribute. So when you have those moments, you've absolutely got to seize them. And Corey did just that. But also Firecrow, despite taking the loss, he was doing so much on a very difficult brawler to make work on safe zone.
Absolutely. Unfortunate for him there in that replay. Again, maybe not respecting or maybe not anticipating the mech super from Meg that does like 3.5k damage and will basically annihilate a low health brawler in an instant. Corey tried to do that as well to the Nani that sort of warped in behind him there. Not able to find the connection, but still nicely done. These two teams are the kind that are willing to base race one another. And INTZ, they might have smaller screens, but they got big brains. And they're ready to play on this decider round here on Heist.
Well, they're bringing out the B from Firecrow's side, I guess, just kind of in the eventuality that Tribe might try to bring out the tanks, but don't seem to be wanting to do that idea at the moment. I do like this comp. And again, Zulan on Rico is always a good time for me. Marcel there with the curveball on the spike as well, just to get that additional area spread and aggression on the side. But Tufa taking some damage from Corey. He's going to return fire and does so with a homemade recipe.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. Zulan's position now is much more threatened than otherwise would have been. He has to use a bounty castle here, but Tufa is taking shots, had him in the undergrowth. There's not many places Zulan can be safe until Corey moves up and pressures the super. Firecrow's fallen, and there's a bit of damage on the safe here. Tribe are coming forward with aggression.
Zulan trying to use the wall there with a super bouncy there for the value, but still the damage reigns in. Marcel very weak on that left-hand side following the tap from Corey, and Corey getting a sting from the B of Firecrow. Homemade recipe again from Tufa. He's landed two so far absolutely perfectly, and now INTZ returns some damage of their own.
And Zulan not very effective in this position. He wants to be the one that's pushed up the map, pressuring that safe down. He's dealing with two sharpshooters in the middle and right lanes. The Iron Hive is thrown out there. It's going to be the Honey Molasses thrown down, but Firecrow couldn't protect himself from the shot from Corey. Now Zulan can get a bit more aggressive. Corey also has the invulnerability frames of Poppin to rely on, and Marcel gets pinned to the wall. Corey really starting to do some work here. He's a safe player. He's methodical, but my God, it's paying off.
Yeah, Tribe Gaming NA are starting to work more like a team there. You saw him just come in there to help out Tyrant. The pressure that Tyrant placed before that was on point, but now the battle for the mid continues on, and this could be a crucial moment in the game as well. To do so, only just that 2% in it at the moment is still anyone's to play for. Firecrow has got the amplified shot as well, so they've got to be very careful on that defensive as INTZ start to push themselves just a little bit further forwards here.
Zulan needs to respect Marcel here. Honey Molasses thrown down, but Tyrant burns through that pretty quickly. Firecrow has an empowered shot available, though, and Tyrant needs to respect that. Corey's the one that gets hit with it, but it's the trade of shots. Firecrow now fairly low himself. Sticking around is going to be used by Marcel. Remember, INTZ really just need to tickle the safe. It's a difference of 2%. Tribe need to have a fairly far forward defensive line, but they've taken enough damage now to make it even. The damage from Marcel onto the safe is a problem, and Tyrant's finally forward here. Zulan gets on Marcel, but now it's going to be all Firecrow trying to push towards the safe. It's gonna be a draw. It doesn't get much closer than that, man.
A draw on the world stage in Heist. Are you serious? 79% each. Oh my goodness me. Oh, on set point no less as well. We're going to be replaying that one out, but oh my word. I noticed as well that Tufa was being very reserving in that final homemade recipe, and clearly placing it towards the end as well was a wise choice from him, but oh my days, you do not see that very often in Brawl Stars, not very often at all.
And I'm going to be honest with you, Ark, I think this is really a sigh of relief for Tribe Gaming. They have a Colt in this matchup who really struggles going up against these two sharpshooters here. The fact that they get to sort of run it back and have another crack at this is probably quite a relief to them here. You can see both Corey and Tufa, obviously, like the damage output from Corey was very, very good. A lot of pressure on Firecrow's B as well, helping Tyron out on that left-hand side. Fantastic stuff from the captain.
Absolutely. I do like B as a pick, and it's one that we don't tend to often see on Safe Zone in other regions, but, you know, in LATAM South, it really does work so well. And, you know, again, that eventuality of any tanks that Tribe Gaming NA might try to surprise with, then it's always a good thing to have in your back pocket. I've got to say, though, I do like seeing Tufa on that Piper. It's giving some things for Tribe to have to think about in that mid, and definitely was landing and timing really well those homemade recipes. So I'm very curious now to see what INTZ are thinking going in. Are they going to bring back the Max and the Pam and try to take, you know, a bit more of a surprising approach here, or bring the BB? Because Firecrow does like his tanks, but it does seem like Tribe are being more stubborn on that side and keeping that range.
I wonder how Tribe feel about putting Tyrant Star on a Nani here. We obviously saw it on the first set, and Tyrant Star was just incredible. It would give them obviously that extra range potential. The only thing they'd probably be a little worried about is dealing with tanks here. So he stays on the Colt. It looks like we have similar. Maybe in the event of a draw, teams are required to have the same sort of to setups here. Either way, we're going to run it back one more time, Mark.
Yeah, in a rematch of a game, in a replay, when they have to actually like start over, then they can obviously have to stay the same comp. In a draw eventuality, they have the option to change, but I do think that both teams were thinking to themselves, well, you know, there was not really anything much in that. We just need to play a little bit better, really, and I can see that the position for Zulan really there with the homemade, with the super bouncy and bouncy castle gadget coming into play, giving you a really nice spot in that top right hand side as INTZ back in their spawn.
Yeah, Tifa needs to destroy the wall that Zulan's hiding behind with that super, I think, at any cost. Getting rid of Corey's pretty good now in this. We've seen this before. Zulan was in this position earlier on, and he tries to use the bouncy castle to heal back up. He can't. Tufa chases him down, and yep, he's going to destroy that wall now with that super, I think. And now this is annoying for Zulan. He doesn't have a good spot to play, and the effectiveness of this Rico has been reduced drastically now.
Tufa on the Piper is honestly scary. It's really, really scary. He was able to tap off Zulan from just the middle and didn't seem like he was having many cares in the world of doing so. His gadget use is on point at the moment. Corey there, returning some fire of his own and keeping Firecrow back in that same respect. And Tufa just trying to dodge those shots, but Zulan able to connect with a couple there, keeping him very low. But Marcel needs to be taken care of. Until that time, Tribe cannot start to attack this safe.
Well, Marcel's in trouble here. Life Plant's a bit annoying, but it doesn't give him enough health there. He does get picked up in the end. Pyro now realizes this area is a little bit further open. I think Silver Bullet was used there to secure that kill. Homemade recipes traded. Tyrant tickles the safe here. Honey Molasses used by Firecrow. He's feeling the heat from Zulan on the right side.
Great jump there from Corey, and just knew that it was going to connect and wanted to keep position power here because Tribe Gaming NA's time is trickling down. They still have got 3% to be able to obtain here because they are behind as INTZ take control in the mid. 20 seconds left, not good at all for Tribe.
Zulan getting pressured heavily now by Tufa. It's going to go for the trick shot to try and force the enemy Piper back. But it's damage that Tribe need in a big way. They're 3% behind now with 7 seconds left. It's INTZ that shifts into defensive mode. Tyrant caught by Firecrow. Corey looks better. They're trying to pressure the safe, but they can't get there. They're brought to their knees as INTZ even up the series.
Oh my goodness me! These two teams are so neck and neck. The jump that Corey had from Tufa was returned in equal measure straight away after, and just not enough time for Tribe to pick up the dub. This one just got so much more interesting. Everything that Tribe Gaming NA threw at INTZ gets thrown straight back in their face. We are all tied up.
Listen, I think INTZ figured it out, all right? The first time Tufa builds his super, he blows up the wall, the right-hand side of the map that Zulan was using to pressure Firecrow. All of a sudden, the Rico has to play a little bit more out in the open, can't benefit from the bouncy damage, and is more vulnerable, frankly, to Tufa here, who had a fantastic last round on this Piper, just diffing Corey in the middle part of the map, and Tyrant couldn't get anything done on the left-hand side with the Colt. Really impressive stuff from INTZ. They realized how to unravel Tribe's strategy.
That free play was heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking to see back that slow trickle down, and the positioning was there for Tribe. The HP was such on the low side of things, and they were just not able to get that final potential that they needed. That could have gone a very different way, but we are going into Minecart Madness then for Gem Grab. This one's going to be all about control. Definitely some awareness needed, keeping an eye on that minecart, because we know that sometimes it likes to come in as the third wheel. So, yeah, definitely a very different style of gameplay here to consider. But this is going to go... I feel this could very easily go all the way, Uber.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pretty insane that we get such a a swingy kind of map here coming up for our third one. It wouldn't so shock me to see Tribe opt to play more safe sharpshooters and not have to put themselves in a position, right, where their day could get ruined by the minecart, as it were. We'll see if that's an option. Obviously, we know that Tick's pretty popular on this particular map. It is, like you said, all about that control. In this case now, with Buzz and Mortis banned away, that might well be the best strategy possible. But INTZ have shown us now, they're not just aggressive, they're not just firebrands, they know when to slow it down, they know when to back up and play defensive. This is a multifaceted team here hailing from Brazil. And that it's not just one style that they're capable of showing. This is about as good as it gets, Ark.
It really is. And I think that, for Tribe Gaming at the moment, they've got to consider the prospect that long range might not be the way forwards here. Tufa, I've got to say, was popping off with that Piper in the last game, and Piper sometimes is a brawler that's considered for the mid here on this particular map. I think that when you come to something like Minecart Madness, the choices of which brawlers you have are so important. For me, things like Crow work really well. Things like Sprout, which is often a brawler which is banned out, not in this instance, can really come into their own. Rose's aggression, we've got the Pam there, we've got the Tara for Tyrant, the Sprout definitely coming in for Corey, but Firecrow on the BB is something that concerns me greatly. Combined with that Byron and the Meg, this is a big tanky comp, and definitely the sort of thing that's like leans into INTZ's playstyle considerably.
Help from beyond has to be used there by Tyrant just to block the shots from Tufo. Will delay, of course, that first mech and keep him alive. Healing station going to be thrown down, and Firecrow has to continue to play aggressive.
Oh.
Back now, and it's going to be everybody on Tribe getting put to the trash compactor arc. They're blown up. The mech and Tribe go up in smoke.
Firecrow again on that BB is a scary thing, but here comes the suck from Tyrant, and he is taken down despite the batting stance. The power back, it was a big turnaround from Tribe at a quick moment as well. But this is the thing with INTZ, they're not afraid to spin, they're not afraid to pin. The Tribe have got to stay focused and composed to be able to turn this one around, because the final gem is spawning.
Marcel is a huge problem for them right now. That full treatment thrown over the top there. Everyone was standing close together. They were healing up at the Pam health station, and they got blown up. All it took was for Tufa just to swing on in with the Met. By the way, he has back again, and INTZ are in an unassailable position. This has to be the best Tara pull I've ever seen.
And not enough time to do the minecart there, just coming in with the cock, and then the block, and then Marcel, Tufa, and Firecrow all celebrating the studio right now. Louder than Zulan for sure. And all we've seen so far from Tribe Gaming is Zulan screaming his head off. INTZ are gaining that momentum very quickly.
You have to respect this setup here from INTZ. Yes, Tribe have gone away from trying to play their sharpshooters. They are playing like a relatively standard control-based setup, but there is so much durability and so much healing. It's essentially a double tank healer setup for INTZ. Marcel is untouched, and Tufa is hitting multiple people with that super inside the mech, dealing like over 9,000 points of damage. I'm not even kidding. That is disgusting. INTZ have really got their close range comp figured out.
INTZ have been in this position before many a time. They've been able to get to that place of being within an arm's reach of the Brawl Stars trophy last year. At 2020, they came second, losing out then to the former Team Flash team, known then as PSG eSports. So, what happens now? What do Tribe do to be able to counter this comp? And will INTZ even be running that same idea? There were definitely ideas which were, to them, very comfortable to play with. Tribe are going to have to definitely think this one carefully through. They do not want to be going down a set.
You can definitely try and match this, right? We've seen Tribe try and go for mech-based setups, and it will be Corey on the mech there, but they're going for Max and Jean. So again, sort of tilting in a more traditional direction, whereas INTZ have the B now.
Okay, well, I like the Meg, gotta say it. Tuva able to then push through on this left-hand side. The Sprout coming in for Firecrow, and here's Zulan trying to pinch around the right-hand side.
What's he hoping for here? He's playing awful close. Okay, Honey Molasses, he tries to use the phase shifter to come forward, but Tufa anticipates it on the other side of the map. Zulan is brought down now. He tried to go for a risky solo mission, and Tribe have been locked out of the middle of the map.
Minecart though coming through, the timing not on INTZ's side, Super coming through there, and then losing the mech accordingly. The gems there getting a little bit tighter than last time as Tribe, but getting a bit more positioning power. Nice grab there from Tyrant as well. Magic hand still to hand, but Zulan going on the hunt, coming back now with the phase shifter, goes down to Firecrow, but Tribe looking far, far better than last time.
You've got to get up early in the morning, though, if you're going to get the better of Firecrow like that. He dashes straight at him. Zulan goes full aggressive, and Firecrow catches him as he tries to retreat. Oh, that's a big pull. Firecrow goes down, but he might have been looking for Marcel there. 6 gems for Tyrant Star, though, puts Tribe ahead. Corey must be close to a mech, because he's playing like he is.
Tyrant there with 7 gems, 1 for Zulan's gems are split, but Corey there pushing through the mech. INTZ all in the back spawn, but they've got to come forwards. Time is not on their side at all, and there down goes the gem carrier. Corey though, pinched through on the other side of the minecart, coming back now, has 1 gem, needs to hold on to it as well. There'll be a reset. Corey juking amazingly well, but the gem goes back over to Zulan.
Yeah, countdown though is going to be reset here. INTZ don't have the time to collect the gems in the middle of the map. They have to go aggressive here. Honey Molasses got to cut down the approach, but Tyrant has a magic hand here. Keep an eye on the Gene at the bottom left of your screen. Tufa takes a lot of damage, and that's the hook. Firecrow is taken down, and Tufa eliminated. Lovely stuff from Tribe there. They bring the Meg of their own in, and it looks damn good.
Every single set, we get tied up. This is such a close affair between these two teams, and yeah, I honestly at this point don't know who is going to take this set. I think it's going to be very much coming down to the brawlers and the way that they are played, and both teams know how to play these brawlers. They are definitely, you know, I would say that out of all these comps at the moment, this set and map in particular caters a lot to both sides' strengths. Potentially, I think that INTZ there opting to go for the range, to me, didn't quite work. I think that the first attempt did, but they didn't want to run it again, knowing that Tribe may be expecting something of the same kind of idea.
The gene also means that on attack or defense, Tribe have a ace in the hole, right? They have a huge trump card to pull out and just force a 3v2 scenario. And Tyrant was hitting those consistently. That was the most important part. Firecrow was trying to, you know, get a little bit closer, get some value on the Sprout, try and pressure down, and he got punished for it. Tribe are a quieter team than INTZ, but that energy is internal. I mean, every time they went around, look at Zulan. He looks like the Arthur the Aardvark clenched fist meme. You know, he's a ball of energy right now, and they don't need to let it out vocally, but I tell you what, the atmosphere, I can feel it from here, is bloody electric.
Yeah, electric and very, very tense, I can assure you. So much is on the line, and, you know, I've got to say, you know, Tribe Gaming and have only played #1 seeds so far in the World Finals. They've had such a big amount on their plate, but at the moment, INTZ showing them why they got so far last year and then firmly intend on doing the same again this year. Marcel bringing out the Crow, which again, I do love as a pick, but a badly timed run there. Zulan capitalizing. Let's go speed. Corey gets the mech. Perfect timing as well to push back deep into this spawn area. A good start for Tribe Gaming NA.
Yeah, frustrating for Firecrow because he gets his mech only after his team are forced out of position. Corey's going to have to sacrifice the mech here. Unlucky timing for the minecart. He gets hit with Firecrow Super, and he may himself go down. He forces the ejection for Firecrow at the very least, and amidst the fighting, Tyrant escapes with 4 gems, 1 for Zulan.
Minecart pushing INTZ back into that mid area, and they've got to be careful then if Tribe choose to push now, which they are starting to do so. Corey there with the pop of the gadget to have that, again, more time in the mecha driving seat. Minecart coming through though, to prevent the action from happening. A missed pull there as well. Marcel has got jump though on the side of INTZ, and Tribe needs to be careful of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Marcel might have used another Toxin if he's not careful here, because Tribe were looking like they wanted to go forward. But again, remember, now in gem grab, you get an equal amount of gems on either side of the pit here. So Tribe don't need to push for anything too aggressively here. Tyrant's going to look for the perfect magic hand scenario, and Zulan's going to hit with another slowing Toxin, trying to get away with 4 gems. Split gems for Tribe, it's less than ideal, but Max gives you another safe option to carry at least.
Yeah, definitely a dangerous thing, because ultimately with Marcel there, that might be the time to use that super. He's pushing forwards as well now. trying to use that poison to trickle everyone down, but if he gets to take down of Zulan or Tyrant, then that could be enough gems for INTZ to take this match. They've got that mid control as well. Gems are tied up, 8 each side at the moment. 2 for no magic hand though, and that's the thing that Tyrant does have on the side of Tribe.
Yeah, but again, if he waits too long, Tufa will have one available and be able to trade the Marcel. He has to dive in. It was the minecart, and he's still able to walk away. That's absolutely ridiculous. But INTZ still even on gems now. One more will start the countdown, and it ends up on Tribe's side of the map. The minecart comes through, and Zulan can scoop it up. What luck for Tribe NA.
But INTZ as quickly as that will stop the countdown. Corey too low on the right-hand side to be able to push back. Who's Zulan doing his thing, but he's going to be very, very careful about it as well. Oh, Tufa comes in with the magic hand, getting it and timing it to perfection. Tyrant coming in. He's got the gems, but not enough to be able to do anything about it. Marcel almost pushed into the minecart. Tufa, though, has enough with Firecrow to be able to hold on here. Minecart coming in as well. INTZ are going to take the second set in spectacular fashion.
Oh man, it does not get any closer than that. Just when you thought that NA, Tribe NA had the odds in their particular favor, Tufa had to go aggressive there with that swoop. It's such a volatile look with the crow, and then they managed to even things up. They walk away in a perfect magic hand. You cannot ask for much more. That's what we said, Ark. If Tyrant sits on his super for too long, then Tufa's going to have it back, and Tufa has been the clutch player in this series so far. What a catch on the enemy gem carrier. Zulan got absolutely dumpstered.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. INTZ are scary. I mean, not just in how they play Brawl. I mean, behind me, I'm kind of getting a little scared, Uber. They are celebrating in spectacular fashion, and rightly so. The gameplay is unreal. Tufa has been on absolute fire, and going into this next set, surely now Tribe Gaming have got to come together and take care of that man, because at the moment, he is a problem, and they have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe have to try and even up the series now on Hot Zone of all map types. It's going to be dueling beetles as well. Again, we've seen teams go for some wacky setups on this map. It's one of the few where, the penny actually could be justified. We've seen also attempts at making Lou work. Again, Tribe NA, not the kind of team to go for wacky looks. Hot Zone is, frankly, their worst map type over the course of this season. Now, there are no truly bad map types for this team. They have winning records on all of them. But Hot Zone, it's 19 wins and 10 losses for them.
Julian Beals as well, I've got to say, that's a rough map. In this position, your Tribe Gaming is a rough time. How they approach this one, they're going to have to get that mid control. They're going to have to consider what comp they want to go in with here, and consider the prospect of just having everything be quite open. I feel like a B would be a great choice for INTZ to consider here, and whether you go in with some tankier ideas as well and heals, you've got to be very careful by doing so, because they are the ideas that INTZ love to implement.
This is where that veterancy from Corey, this leadership needs to come into effect, Ark. You're down now against a team that is all emotion. It's all fire and energy, and you can feel it from the other side of the stage. This is where you need to bring things down. You need to calm your teammates and get them focused up, because one more slip up means that Tribe are out of the World Finals again.
Wow. I hope at home your predictions are going well. I mean, we both predicted Tribe Gaming and Ubis, so we're kind of hoping that we might see a little bit of a turnaround. But I think that if any team can do this, it is Tribe Gaming NA. Again, we've got to remind ourselves, they took down SK Gaming, the #1 seed of EMEA, and the team that have dominated that region all year long. They've got so much left still in the tank, and INTZ, though, it's fair to say, have got the momentum, so it has to get shut down if they're going to be taking it to the 5th final, or again, their tournament journey could be coming to a close in this match of Hot Zone.
It's okay to get loud if you're Tribe, but you really need to start to make a serious comeback here. It's just a weird map to have to do it on Hot Zone. I mean, you're going up against a team that wants to kind of get in your face as it is. We've already seen a little bit of Crow play. I was wondering if we'd see that come back here, but it's sharpshooter central here for Tribe. They've got, of course, the B on the right-hand side. They're going to be making use of the barley through the middle.
Okay, well, I like the barley a lot, but I did kind of think that the B would be coming out for INTZ, but also then Tribe thinking the same thing as well, which is a good thing to see. Zulan's going to have to land those shots. The healing tonic going out, just that little bit of 4% from INTZ as they creep forwards with every sprout shot that goes through here. Corey and Tufa on the left-hand side just trying to earn their mech as quickly as, again, that is such a big factor on this map. The first to gain their mecha will be pushing straight for that mid.
Look at what Firecrow's doing. Every time he comes up to take a shot, he just dips his toe onto the point, gets 1%, backs away. No need to hurry right now for INTZ. Tyrant is losing this mid matchup. That is all 3 uses of his gadget now expired. At some point, the crew from Tribe have to go aggressive. They're running out of healing resources. And look at this. It's almost like INTZ, they anticipate the use of that last call. They back away from the super. And when it's gone, Firecrow returns to his ancestral home here in the middle.
Oh, Corey there almost got the pick up of Firecrow, but now pushing through, allowing Tyrant to start to cap the zone here. The mecha battle on the left-hand side kicking off as well. Both Corey and Tufa got the swipe. Corey goes a bit premature though. Tufa got still so much HP left and the mecha swipe to his hand and pops the gadget. A little bit late for me, actually.
Milan is doing it. He's doing a 1v2 on the right-hand side of the map while Tribe are getting pressured by the Meg. He's just dominating. He moves up with the Honey Molasses, and he's the reason Tribe get 20% while they're losing on the other side of the map.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Tribe now with a good amount of aggression as well and control of this mid. Tufa goes down as well whilst Corey pops the gadget at a good time now. It's going to be surely Tribe all day long as the swipe from Corey. INTZ are all over the place in hot zone.
76% and counting now for Tribe, and Zulan's starting to feel himself a little more. Corey's going to be forced back now. Firecrow needs to make something happen here. Iron Hive is used, but it's going to be Marcel blocking with a Honey Molasses, and Firecrow takes Zulan down, but Tyrant's on the point. Tufa's going to be knocked out of the mech here, and 2 more percent is all Tribe need. Oh, they've done it in the first round.
And what a time to do it. What a time to do it. But I've got to point out, you know, every set does come down to set points. So definitely more work needed for Tribe. They're going to be hanging on here. But yeah, INTZ very, very quiet this time. They know that it was a convincing win for Tribe that time round. And again, we did say from the very get-go that this would be a match that we fully expect to go all the way to the 5th and final set. But again, they're starting to work more as a team, as you pointed out there. Zulan doing a ton of work there on that right-hand side just to keep everything afloat, whilst the battle of the Megs realistically is where it came down to for me as well in this match of Hot Zone.
Yeah, you're dead right. I think so much of like the aggression for both of these teams is dictated about on when they have the mech. Corey and Tufa's mechs were out of sync, by the way, so they actually have them at different times, and this is what allows either team to try and fight for control of the middle of the map. And in fact, when Tufa's mech was up, that would have been go time for INTZ and a great chance to equalize if Zulan just didn't 1v2 them on the right-hand side of the map. Just unreal performance from him again. The guy's a monster at LAN, a LAN dragon, if you will. And now this puts Tribe in a position to even up the series with a win in this set. But like you said, Ark, all of these sets have gone to 3 rounds.
There again, the comp, so important. I can't see the Meg shifting away here myself. I think that you kind of have to have something like that to be able to push through, but something like a healer coming in to support that could be a big factor. I did like the Barley for that reason, with the Herbal Tonic coming into play. Definitely by far my preferred choice of gadget, and the Sprout, you know, it's a great thing to have, and you can shut things down, but if you have got that mid control, then, you know, it's a bit of a tricky one. You know, you don't really have the DPS to do much about those situations under pressure, so realistically, I think that INTZ would be the ones to have to make a change here.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried, you know, for how things would go for Tribe NA, because all 3 of those healing tonic gadgets were used before Tribe were really able to get aggressive, but it bought enough time for a mech to come up, you know, for the Tribe Gaming's mech, and that's what allowed them to push up. They didn't really need the healing so much anymore. Leon Poco switch here for INTZ. They're going for something a little different with Lollipop Drop now deployed.
Okay, well, again, the Meg gonna stick around on the side of Tribe, but on different lanes this time. Firecrow actually going to the right-hand side to try to take on to try to take on Zulan here, and I'm not too convinced on that. I think if Zulan lands these shots, then that could be definitely a bad day. Tufa going super aggressive and punished for it, but again, that healing side of the Pogo for Marcel gonna come into play here surely.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, Iron Hive last call combined there. Honey Molasses thrown down deep, and it's a little hard actually for INTZ to remove this sticky totem. Tyrant might even body block some of the shots here from Tufa to keep it alive a little bit longer, and Marcel has to give up his life in order to get rid of it. Zulan has more of those gadgets, and he's going to deploy another now.
Well, if it's Hill coming in, 2 for them, going to be a full HP when he attacks Corey. The swipe though, Corey managed to win the left lane.
Beautiful.
I can't believe that. He came in by surprise with the assassination attempt, but was punished for it. Firecrow straight out of the mech as soon as he's gone in. Tribe have got full control. Only 13% on the side of INTZ Uber.
They've got everything they need. They still have plenty of uses of the healing tonic. Corey got in his mech. Tufa mech'd up in a 1v3 scenario and got Firecrow rather, and got blown up instantly. Not a good look for INTZ, and they're too far behind now. Firecrow's going to stand on the point. Corey says, that's fine. We're getting percentage too, and we're forcing a 5th set.
Oh my word, going into the 5th set as well, that is great momentum for Tribe Gaming, and they are not out of this one yet. We're going to be going all the way. We are tied up yet again, as it just seems that we've been this entire time, Uber. So close between these two teams, and fully what we expected to see today. This is where it all gets so interesting, and so much pressure, so much at stake.
And Ark, you pointed out, you said that, you know, Firecrow rather, taking a lane matchup against Zulan looked really risky. And you were right. Zulan, because he's not being threatened at all, is able to move up and use the Honey Molasses gadget and make it impossible for INTZ to get any map control. Firecrow here, meching up against 3. I understand that he feels like he needs to get onto the point, but he wastes that super and allows Corey to have a mech unopposed just a little later on. Zulan, he's the king, man. This guy is nasty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it was the perfect thing to do was, you know, INTZ wants to play the Meg on the right-hand side. I mean, if you're going to do that against the B, I think that you're going to have some problems, serious problems. And again, that timing was just off for INTZ. You know, when they were trying to push, they weren't pushing as a team at all. Tribe were taking down individuals, not an entire roster. So bot drop, Siege, this is where it gets decided. One team going through and one team will go home.
And we saw this from Tribe NA yesterday. They ended the series here. They 2-0'd SK on this particular map, and they loved the Piper set up in mid here. They mixed Barley in and Spike if they had to, but really impressive stuff here. Corey is going to be the player to watch for Tribe on this map. He's probably going to be in a Piper mirror match, and we've seen that go, well, not fantastically for him at times during this series. If Tribe want to end this now, Corey has to be flawless on that Piper.
Yeah, no time for error here. Everything is going to be on point, and I've got to say, I've got some concerns, some worries myself for Tuva on that Piper, which I imagine is going to come out. Again, it's a bit of a risky pick in bot drop, simply because on the defense side of things, it can be sometimes a struggle, but for big control, very much something we should consider. There's the cheering from the side of the Tribe team. Drage there, Kayla as well as Javi. They feel like it's their time to shine. But this will be decided in just 3 games' time, or maybe even less.
Here we go. It's time for bot drop now, Ark, and it's going to be Zulan v Marcel on the Pipers in the middle. It's going to be Corey rather on the Spike to the left-hand side. These teams with similar setups, but it's Barley alongside the Piper for Tribe.
Okay, surprised to see actually Marcel taking the reins on the pipe, but again, why not? I mean, keep everyone on their toes and switching things up there. Big takedowns. It's actually been Corey with 2 bolts in his pocket, but can he hold on there? Guard Mulcher pop there for more survivability, more HP as he goes onto this left-hand side lane battle with Firecrow. Tuva taking big shots from Zulan and just about staying alive for it.
Yeah, real difficult matchup on the left-hand side. Ark, you mentioned Corey having used the gadget to get some health back. Firecrow does the same thing. Both Sprout players ducking into the bushes every now and then to refresh that shield. But Tufa is causing problems on the right side of the map. Tribe, though, on the left are looking pretty good, and Zulan chips in on the effort to get rid of the enemy Spike. It's a 1-bolt lead for Tribe, and they're going to extend it now as Tufa doesn't have many options. Tyrant's starting to put the heat on him.
Firecrow there on the left-hand side, rather. Pressurizing Corey, pushing him back, but the bolts are with Tribe. They're going to get this push coming in. That's something that INTZ are going to have to defend there. Great takedown as well. Marcel pressurized in the mid here. This is good momentum going through, but at the moment, no damage at all on the side of the ice.
Right, INTZ, they have that hedge, which is going to be huge. It's going to slow this siege bot down in a big way. It'll get a couple of hits, and Tyrant, of course, can throw a couple pies at long range. That is a very good siege bot. And Tribe, of course, now with that mid control, they're going to have a bold lead in a few moments now if Zulan can get away with this. A very good start for the North American squad.
And already, look at the bolts with Tribe. 5, 6 there from Zulan. Oh, he can quite back the 7, but Corey picks it up, puts down the wall, and goes straight back into defensive. Firecrow so low on that right-hand side and slowed at the same time. I think that INTZ can get a push here, especially with that bolt. Stopped by Zulan, though. That's potentially crucial. It could be a tie here if INTZ don't break. And it is a tie, Uber. INTZ now have got to get a dive. There's so much work they would need to do to even get close to a tie here.
Such a disaster. Marcel needed 2 bolts, not the 1 arc, but he was just a little too slow. That was sat in front of him, but he's too risk averse. He was too afraid of getting picked off by Zulan. A disastrous result for INTZ as they don't get another siege and they won't have a chance to pressure this Ike down.
That one snipe from Zulan could well be the thing that keeps Tribe Gaming alive here. What a time to do it. INTZ on the back foot. Match point then for Tribe. INTZ have got to pull something big out the pocket. Oh, this one is going the way of the boys in red.
Scary stuff at the start of the round there. INTZ making use of the Leon to pressure Tyrant down on that Barley, and still he's able to deal with that scrutiny. He's able to play safe, and this is the Tribe way. Stay alive to fight another day and win. I mean, that got about as close as possible here. You can see Tufa's trying to just get bolts, and that snipe is huge. Look, 2 bolts. Marcel needs both of these, and he can't get to them. It's not even his fault. He's just no time.
Yeah, no, exactly. And again, that one shot is such an important factor here. INTZ would have got the push off the back of it. So, what happens now? What comps are we going to see coming out? What is the strategy going to be for both of these two teams? You know, INTZ love their range, but they also like their close range, and that could be an option here to consider for them. At the same time, Tribe Gaming have got that, you know, comforting of knowledge, as you rightly put it earlier on today, as they were in this exact same position against SK Gaming and were able to keep their composure. Now on match point as well, they can just sense it. They can feel going through to the next round is so close now.
The Sprout gameplay gonna be important if we get another mirror match on that left-hand side. Corey versus Firecrow. Both of them trying to hit each other at very close range. It's a very complicated matchup, the Sprout v Sprout right up in front. It requires a heck of a lot of experience and effective use of your gadgets to stay nice and healthy. Eventually, of course, it was Zulan chipping in and helping out in that head-to-head with the Piper play through mid, and here we go. Zulan going to be on the Leon. The Lollipop is dropped, and it's going to be the Pam, Max, and BB look for INTZ.
Yeah, and this is what I was kind of expecting to see, and I think this is a good strategy for INTZ, but it does not seem like it is wavering. Tribe Gaming, who take full control of the T-Wipe, and the first spot not actually going to show its face. It's a tie, which could mean a one-push scenario is a danger for both of these two sides now. Holding the control is so important from here on.
Oh, look at that. Sticky syrup mixer for Tyrant Star. He knows exactly what gadget needs to be brought in here, and he forces the BB away. Firecrow now just needs to sit on the sidelines and wait. Another use of that here, and it's all about mid control for Tribe. Tyrant with the gadgets. Zulan working close together with Corey, and INTZ need to pull out something big in these next few moments if they want to have a crack at this siege.
Marcel goes down. Beautiful angle there from Zulan, and taps onto Tufa from Corey as well. 12 bolts here. This is going to be a huge pot, and also got to mention the fact that INTZ have only got 5 now for the final round of this matchup. This is where Tribe will try to seal it here and now.
Marcel, though, he's already used the healing station. That's a huge tool that they can use to slow down the siege bot. Not available. Firecrow's going to have to knock back the siege bot if possible. Here he's trying to zone away the rest of Tribe. And the siege bot comes in at half health already. Eventually, Firecrow's going to be picked off. And look, there's a Barley super available if needed. But Tribe, they're playing it safe. They want to book their ticket to the semi-finals here with their slow, methodical trademark play.
Great reserving of the gadget there from Tyrant, spinning as well. Giving the protest though, he thinks it's all over. I'm not so sure just yet. The round is still going in, and Firecrow has got the batting stance and the heals coming in. Marcel has the bolts being back Tufa mid control. This is not over yet. 7 seconds, 5 coming in thick and fast. 8 bolts on the side of Tribe. It's going to be a tie at the moment, but there's the 9. INTZ will have one final push in this match.
And it really comes down to what Tribe can do to slow the bot down. Corey has his super. That's about it, though, here. Sticky Syrup Mixer doesn't look like it's available either. It's going to be the Siege bot knocked back down to 50%. It's got to get taken down before it even really gets to the Ike. INTZ have got a full commit. They've got 7 seconds left. Corey takes down Firecrow, but the Ike is down. And INTZ, they're going to equalize this.
Oh my goodness, INTZ are about to destroy the stage. They felt that pressure and they dealt with it accordingly. INTZ now match point against Tribe Gaming. This game ends in this next round of Siege. My word, that protester came a little bit too soon.
Tyrant Star, have you learned your lesson? I tell you what, pride comes before a fall here, and I mean, Tribe, they did well dealing with the Siege bot here, despite not having a lot of tools to really slow it down, but everybody from INTZ piled on in. Look at that spitball. That's the winning play there. Unreal stuff. And that's what puts INTZ in a position now to go for a tiebreaker. Oh man, it does not get any closer than this.
Firecrow, can we just point out, going into that second push, literally held back the entirety of Tribe Gaming for such a long time to allow his teammates to get as much of a defensive head start as possible. I think it was, gadgets that were well used actually by Tyrant on the slowdown side of things to be able to continuously get those rounds, because it's very hard actually to keep back the comp. I mean, Pam is a direct counter to Piper. BB coming in with the heals can really push back your entire squad. Everything about the ideas that INTZ had there was spot on, and just getting those final bolts, they knew, they could smell and see the fact that it wasn't over when it was potentially looking against them, but they made that final push count. That was not an easy thing to do under the pressure they were in, and now they are absolutely loving the situation, but can they continue this kind of thing forwards? Again, this next match is so important, a life-changing match for both teams here.
A tied first Siege, Tribe with the second, and they let it slip just at the last moment. And you can see here, they need to get it together. I'm sure they're frustrated. I'm sure maybe even a little bit embarrassed about how this game went, but this is where champions are forged. Do they have the mental fortitude to get past what just happened to them in that second round and to secure this match with their signature style? Slow and steady wins the race. Here come Tribe now. It's going to be Tyrant on the left-hand lane on that Barley.
Marcel, good pressure as well. Firecrow coming in right into the middle between Corey and Tyrant. And Zulan coming in. Some good pressure on the right. Corey, though, weak. Firecrow as well, though, on the left is as well. And this is going to be a first bot to defend from Tribe. But if they get that bolt as well, edging force to get it as well, we'll have a good amount going into this next round.
There's a lot of threat. The slowing toxic from Zulan means you're basically insta-dead to a shot from Corey. So you create a lot of zone control in the middle of the map just from having a Crow play forward. Great damage here, Siege.
Wow.
Excuse me. Siegebot getting away with absolute bloody murder here, and Tribe now, they're looking at this next Siege, realizing they've got to do some serious work. Great dodge there with the super.
Marcel's dodge there was honestly unreal. The timing of that jump, crazy. But I think Tribe there turned their back on the bot for a little bit too long. That was a ton of damage for such a small amount there. Terrible, realistically, but they got the mid-control back now. 5 bolts, though, 6 now with INTZ.
This is not good. A second Siege bot the Tribe have to face down, and there's a real chance that INTZ just full commit to this one. Get Firecrow in a position just to work it down. Sticky Syrup Mix is going to catch Corey and Arc. This is looking bad.
Oh, the bot now is going to be connected with the Icon. Corey with the pipe. It's going to desperation jump realistically there. Firecrow coming into it. That is it. INTZ erupt in the arena. Tribe Gaming's journey will end here.
Unreal scenes. Tribe Gaming literal seconds from booking their ticket into the semi-final, and at the threshold they trip and fall flat on their faces, and they're punished for it. INTZ see the disrespect, they see the protesto, they turn around in the third round and they completely deconstruct this Tribe roster. What a ridiculous turnaround.
Oh my word. Unbelievable scenes in the studio. INTZ is the only voice I am hearing, as again, Uber, I'm pretty scared right now. Their energy is insane, but the comeback was real.
Come to Lamb. It's fine. Don't worry. They'll look after you. Just like INTZ looked after Tribe here. What an insane series, right? They played they played this super aggressive, cheesy sort of setup here, and you thought Tribe knew what to do about it, right? They looked kind of comfortable in the early round, but all INTZ, they are the kings of Qlash.
Unreal, and it was just within the Tribe Gaming's grasp. It really was. It was just simply a little bit of a drop of the ball at just the wrong moment in time. All their hard work this year, and it has been incredibly hard work this year. The #1 seed in their region have had such a great run in this tournament, but it does come to an end for them. INTZ again, just so persevering in their approach, and they just had the energy to back it up. They did not miss a beat, and under that match point, it did not faze them.
Yeah, genuinely beautiful stuff there from INTZ. I mean, you dare to disrespect this team, you are going to be punished there. Don't spin, don't protesto. These guys invented the protesto, all right? These guys, they were bored into it, molded by it. They didn't even see a thumbs up until they were already adults, Ark. You can't do that to this team.
Yeah. No, exactly that. I mean, they literally invented, the pins in Brawl, realistically. We're going to be having our MVP as well, coming very, very shortly, as I'm sure everyone would like to see who that is going to be. It is going to be Marcel on that Piper in the final game of Siege. And again, what an important role it played going in to securing that win. And INTZ now will go through then to our semi-finals as our first team confirmed today.
Yeah, pretty insane stuff. I mean, look, devastating to see, Tribe NA go home at this point because they're an incredible roster. But again, this is the kind of matchup where, throwing caution to the wind is the kind of strat that can give you opportunities to make these clutch plays. Like, I feel like every time INTZ won a set, it was this moment of individual brilliance, right? A magic hand out of nowhere, a clutch snipe from here, or just fantastic timing as we saw on Heist. It's beautiful play from INTZ, and they definitely deserve to advance. And they put every other team in this building and outside of it on notice.
Oh, absolutely so. Well, checking out the bracket again. Up next, it is going to be then Queen Nai and Navi. Later on, Reply Totem will be taking on STMN. The final hope, #NA hope, still remains there. *STMN Qlash versus ZETA Division as well. It's just, I mean, if that's anything to go by, Uber, what's coming next surely is just going to be equally, if not more, as exciting. I cannot believe what we just witnessed.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking forward at this next match, I think it's a great idea because Queen Nai are a team that came out of their region looking pretty average, right? They slumped, since August through this year in terms of their monthly finals performances, and they actually started getting rolled by, third and fourth place teams in their home regions. But Navi, they came out and they just backhanded their opponents yesterday. A lot of fantastic mortars play. So we've got two very exciting prospects about to take the stage.
Yeah, in fact, I think we need to take a closer look at Queen Nai and Navi right now.
What a dominant first set here from Queen Nai. More damage coming through. This should be it, and here you have it. Queen Nai take the victory. Queen Nai looking absolutely phenomenal.
僕も世界大会楽しむんで、見る人も一緒に楽しみましょう。
Cannot surely get away with this. He's gonna.
Я думаю, что самая сильная сторона нашей команды – это трудолюбие и мотивация.
What a turnaround!
Болейте за нас, друзья. Сделаем на максимум все, что мы можем в этих матчах.
Queen Nai versus Navi then, and I've got to say, this one, I've been saying for a while that Navi have had some really, really commendable changes and switching up and growth within this tournament as well have Queen Nai have had themselves. So, it is a great thing when you bring together different regions, different metas along the way. Which regional meta do you think that you prefer, Uber, in this instance?
Look, I really enjoy what we saw from Navi. I think that, in their matchup yesterday, well, it was against Tribe EU, I think, but I think both teams wanted to play more style, right? They wanted to play sort of this assassin-y kind of look, and Navi just did it way better, right? Their Mortis play was absolutely filthy. Some real individual brilliance. Cube especially, I think, was one of our, real standout players from yesterday. And on the side of Queen Nai, we were definitely blown away by what, players like Kenji were able to bring here. This is it's a fun matchup. I think these teams definitely have these different styles. I do favor Navi in this head-to-head. I think the trick of China really underestimated Queen Nai. I don't think anyone is going to do that after yesterday. And Navi are used to being the underdog, right? They're used to being disrespected a little bit from this EECA region, not competing with the rest of EMEA, but they've shown they can hang with the very best the world has to offer. What do you think about these bans here now as we have the Stu and Meg actually taken out of the picture by Queen Nai?
Yeah, I think it's wise. Honestly, we've seen so much of Meg going on in this tournament, and I think underbanned for me at the moment. Bell, I think, is an interesting one as well. One that we don't tend to see too much now, and one that we didn't see at all, actually, realistically, in our last matchup. So for me, the Lola, the Stu, I think is kind of more where I'm with that. But
sure.
I'm kind of worried a little bit for Queen Nai because we've seen Navi wrecking it up with Buzz, and straight away, it's that same man, Cube, who teared it up against Tribe Gaming EU. He's back on the Buzz, and he is dangerous, Uber.
Yeah, and this forces Menmi back. I mean, he can't play in the bushes as Sandy because he knows he's just giving supercharge to Cube right now. So Menmi is not in a position where he's able to be remotely effective. You can say the same right now for MMA, who's having to play a long way away from Kenji, as it's the worst possible matchup that Frank could really have here, but he uses the bushes to come up. Oh my god, Kenji just disintegrates.
MMA comes in with the smash, but it goes down, and that is an easy start for Navi. Again, wasting here, no time to get in the spawn of Queen Nai, and again, their comp is a bit of a tickle. If Cube goes in here again, I feel like it could be over very swiftly. The Frank super on the side of MMA as well, going to be clearing out that left-hand side here, like I thought it would. Kenji now, where's he going to go?
Well, not much you can do. MMA one-shot him, I believe, with irresistible attraction just before. There's nothing Kenji could really do. I mean, Frank kicks incredibly hard with that particular gadget. And we can see Kenji forced back here by Jason now. Navi in no hurry. It's going to be up to Queen Nai to figure this out, and they look a little confused.
Navi can just sit back at this point in time. I mean, MMA is completely out of reach. I do love this really casual approach because they're just basically saying, yeah, like, we've done our bit, but you're the guys that are behind. There goes down the healing tonic as well, and going to be pushing through then. As well, MMA, Cube going in on Memi. Memi, the sweet dream starters, the last that she takes the pass through from Jason. Pass back to Cube. Great footwork, and Navi are going to score the second goal in such a spectacular fashion.
Oh, they're so good. They are so good. Again, we don't normally see this, right? Normally Frank brings active noise cancelling just because he often gets slowed down by these stuns. But MMA is playing this filthy sort of irresistible attraction strat. We just walks up and one-shots the Bali more than once, by the way. Cube obviously gets aggressive here. So eventually when Navi see that MMA is in position to make a run, they just go for it. And he didn't have to use his super arc. That's the worst part. He just walks up here. This is some classy, fancy footwork here as Cube just slots it in there. Navi looked very, very scary.
Yeah, and just look very calm. I mean, you don't tend to see teams doing that. Just kind of sitting back and waiting and taking their time. I think it does say a lot already about how they're intending of going into this matchup. But again, the synergy was all there. Everything was on point. I don't see Cube going away from that buzz. That's all I'll say. The scenes in the Brawl House definitely have taken a bit of a turn. I think people definitely just reflecting on that last matchup. But no doubt over time we'll see some smiles return and some energy as well. But yeah, it was a tough beat. Yeah, no doubt about it for Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, again, look, I think that this is the situation you face when you're in a single elimination tournament, right? No second chances. It's absolutely brutal. And one small mistake is the end of your tournament, right? As opposed to like there being like a double, like a lower bracket or whatever to fight your way through. So you really have to be at your best on the day. It is about how the teams look on that particular day. Now, both of these rosters, right, are playing, Queen Nai's playing from home here, even though ZETA Division managed to get here, and Navi is playing in their facilities. So both of these teams at least are able to control a lot of the, the environmental elements around them. Bear in mind that these two teams are playing on a server that's sort of roughly equidistant. So it is an online matchup, of course. But again, we've seen, Navi prevail despite that yesterday. Queen Nai have to step it up. They looked extremely confused by what Navi were trying to play, and this is what we were talking about in the last couple of days, Ark, about these differences of regional approach, right? Again, single elimination. You get caught off guard by something and don't come up with an answer quickly enough, the tournament could be over like that.
Yeah, there's no right or wrong. It's just what works better against the other. And again, wow, Cube is actually going to step away from the buzz, keeping it unpredictable. Memi, though, going to be going on to the buzz. So what an interesting turn of events. And Surge is actually not a bad shout to have with a buzz on the other side. So Navi really going deep into the analytics of this game and just thinking through the mind games of the whole thing. I think they've actually come in with a really interesting approach and consider things. Jason, no! The trench on the gap was found! Oh, my word, that is disgusting! Queen Nai, you need to take a look at your defense. That was way too open.
And this is it. Pinball Dreams, right? There are a couple trick shots that, you can get from like long range with a super shot, right? But everybody knows about these. At this level, especially. Queen Nai just got caught, with their heads turned the wrong direction there by a flashy but somewhat common strat. Memi misses his super there and can't catch Cube. He's now going to blink forward. And oh, man, that is some filthy Surge play. Dempsey's running for the hills and he's not going to be let to escape.
They couldn't quite pick up the ball, and that could be time that costly. But at the same time, they have got the leads. They're going to be knuckling down here. Great value is going to be said from MMA coming in as well. The clear up is there. Navi looking so confident here. Can they score and seal this first set? They can get the pass off. A little cheeky spin and a little cheeky pin from Cube there. And that is our first set done already. Set win, Uber. And I feel like we've only just started.
I don't think these teams are on the same level. Navi is bringing something just a little special today. Cube with a smirk on his face because he realizes what they've just done to Queen Nai. How do you bounce back from this? I mean, Dempsey's got allergies. He's got hives. It was so filthy.
Yeah, that was definitely, I would say, at the very least, a learning there for Queen Nai. But again, their time is trickling down very, very quickly. Navi's approach today has been so far spot on perfect, coming in with what they really know best, the close up range aggressions and Jason, the flair of the style of everything that's happening around them. Surely it's speeding their confidence with every moving moment.
Contrast this match with the one that we just saw, like a titanic struggle every step of the way. And you'd be forgiven for wondering if this was like a round of 16 match as opposed to the one we saw before. Navi are they are locked in. They are not taking any prisoners. They are not afraid to style on you. And they are just absolutely unrelenting. From the cheesy Frank one-hit strategy where you run up on them and hit them with the gadget to what we just saw there with the Barley and the B play. Navi have everything you could ask for. And again, you see they ban the safe brawlers, right? They get rid of Laurel, they get rid of Bell. Obviously, there are a couple still available, but they want you to know that they want you to be able to sit back and be comfortable. They want to force you into an awkward position, an uncomfortable one. And so far, Queen Nai do not look like they're luxuriating, Ark.
No, not at all. And with dry season, they are realistically going to have to slow the pace of this one down. Navi, at the moment, are playing at the pace that they want. They are the ones that are dictating everything thus far. It is going to have to be Queen Nai now to return the favor, or this one could be very much done and dusted in the third set. Navi now will be thinking carefully through their strategy going in. I think that the long range could be a potential weakness for Queen Nai to explore, but definitely at the moment, coming off the back of that first set, their feathers have been ruffled. They're going to have to really start to communicate better as a team, as there are definitely a couple of signs of mistakes and errors starting to show. Again, leaving the defensive line of Brawl open as much as they did would go again to kind of reiterate that same idea. So they're going to have to get an early lead here and then start to communicate a bit more effectively.
I mean, you see this from Navi, right? Straight away. Sandbags thrown down. They take mid control. Jason forces himself right up here, and they're ready to throw down. Dempsey, early on had like a lollipop drop there. They thought they'd be able to play safe and try and poke. No, that's not going to be allowed to happen. Navi bustle up the middle of the map, snatch up the blue star and go, okay, come at us.
Very much just like what we saw previously in Brawl, really, and just kind of having the high ground there. Everyone getting hunkered down underneath there. MMA, I believe it is on the roughs there. The field promotion is going to be giving that HP buff to everyone, and as long as everyone stays on their feet here, over time, they're going to be getting stronger. Queen Knive got to shut this down. Otherwise, come the final moments, they're going to be having to take down effectively the same HP as 6 people rather than 3.
Yeah, we might be looking at a Magic Hand stalemate here if Queen Knight can't make the moves. Navi are giving up a lot of map control, though. They're a little bit worried about Dempsey playing around that left-hand side. Another head first, taken down. Field promotion is doing its fair share of healing, but Navi are getting poked down so much that they're not actually getting any tankier. Okay, there's a supply drop thrown down there, and Jason's going to be hitting a little bit harder, but MMA's lost the blue star.
Well, Queen Knight still behind, though, but in position, and definitely getting some good aggression here. Like, as Navi collectively get together, they are going to be gaining strength, but there's a lot of area splash there from the Barra to Kenji. Ticket coming in, taken care of by Dempsey as well. Looking like a better matchup for Queen Nai. They get one final kill in the final moments, then they'll be in a much better place, but Navi holding on thus far.
Kenji really wanted to hit that full treatment. The burst damage is going to go a long way here into weakening Navi. The Magic Hand's going to collect many. Dempsey trying to go forward now, but he's taken down by Cube, and it is a team wipe. Navi cut above once more.
Disastrous ending there for Queen Nai. I thought they were going to have it in them to be able to create that same outcome, but on their side. But Navi stayed so focused on the goal at hand there. Placing down the sandbags, I think it was a wise choice. The tick heads kept cycling in there as well from Jason, but that magic hand pull there from Cube just deflated everything. By that time, Kenji couldn't really do anything about it coming from the left. They were too weak and could have all attention and eyes firing onto them. Cube there with some great stats as well, Luba.
Again, we want to remind everybody that when you have this this Gene mirror match, unless your Gene, and you're playing defensively, unless your defensive Gene gets magic handed or gets taken down, you're probably going to trade at the very worst. And if you already have the blue star, you have yourself a lead. Kenji pretty big on the buyer in there, right? I think landing that super is huge because it just removes all of that field promotion extra HP and drops everybody very low. But he misses his last one. He doesn't catch all 3 players despite how grouped up Navi were. And it meant that Queen Nai went into the fight with a health pool disadvantage against Magic Hand, which they just got thumped by.
One thing you've got to hand, though, to Queen Nai is that they did approach this one differently. They almost feel like they are starting to gain a bit of an idea as to how Navi want to play things, but again, it's a little bit too late at this point. They needed to come in a bit more prepared in that respect as well. Now is the time to turn things around. It really is. They do not want to see Navi gain a second set to add to their one that they have already. Otherwise, getting back from that situation, you're going to have to see so much realistically in this next match. This is a bit of a turning point for me. Comp has got to be on point. I didn't mind the comp that they ran previously, but I think Navi have just got so much up their sleeves, bringing in the Colonel Ruffs, but mixing things up at the same time. And I kind of expect that they might continue that same idea and drop some of the previous brawlers that they were running just purely in the event of being unpredictable here.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you have a free round in your back pocket, essentially. A great opportunity to pull out something just kind of wacky and take your opponents by surprise. And that's probably why we're having like a couple moments being taken here. Is Queen Nai probably trying to formulate something? Because, I mean, in a blink of an eye, they could be down 2-0 in a best of 5. These guys were all smiles yesterday. Kenji, Dempsey hamming it up for the cameras, thumbs up, big smiles. Now it is all business. They need to dig themselves out of this hole, and Navi just want to dump more soil on their heads, as well as plenty of supers and magic hands. So looking for this Japanese squad to fire back now. Let's see what they've got. It is a tanky look. It's Poco double tank. Oh, Navi, they don't want to mess with this at all.
No, I was expecting actually this on the side of Navi, so definitely a comp which they know how to retaliate towards, but I do like that Queen Nai is starting to be a bit more daring. But Kenji going in here knows that Jason is a weak target, but look at that, everyone behind Navi just getting together here. The support coming in, there's the stun. Dempsey, no way! Stuns all 3 members. I'm surprised he didn't come up with more value, in all honesty, because I thought that was going to be a team wipe in a single super.
Yeah, listen, he probably should have there, but for a couple of things. Last hurrah popped by Jason to keep himself alive, and the magic puffs from Cube kept him standing. You're right, that should have been a team wipe there from Dempsey, but he's going to try it again. Sandbags deployed this time just in time, but look at him back up. Jason's going to be chased into a corner, and Kenji is nice and healthy. Another last hurrah used, and MMA gets a supply drop kill on the B. It's stunning stuff for Queen Nai. They're trying to back away with the lead. Magic hand, Dempsey will not be allowed to escape.
Jason just stuck in the corner there, surviving on. He has got the buff as well, so I want to see definitely a lot of connecting shots from him as they will go a longer way. Kenji is weak, and nice taps from Cube there just to keep him low, but batting stance soon to come back into effect. Maybe he's got that super as well, that's a hand, which obviously if Dempsey chooses to go in, he'll want to be connecting some good hills for Cube. Is looking for the pull, he gets the pull, but the hill comes in, just not quite enough though. MMA should be able to clear up Memi here as well, potentially.
Memi's in trouble, big time there. Cube, nice. Magic hand, let blowout. He makes sure he actually gets the heal proc. It requires someone to be in close proximity to Gene now. You can't just pop it for a heal out in the open, and they'll chase Kenji down. Navi, this is incredible poise. Look at this finesse that they navigated this matchup with Arc. They have a vastly less durable setup. They don't have nearly as much mobility, but what they do have is their defensive gadgets. They have Last Hurrah. They have Cube with another magic hand. They have everything they need to make it 2-0. These guys are absolute juggernauts.
Going from that start at the beginning of that match for Queen Nai, if that wasn't enough of a boost to get them back in this game, I don't know what is. Navi utilized so much in that match and came out on top. I like the buzz, I like the Poco. I've got to be honest, BB as well is a great brawler to herd you back into your spawn. I don't know how, if Queen Nai could not do it with that comp there, how they're going to do it under the pressure of a match point situation. Look at that from Dempsey, absolutely stunning. But even then, with plays like that, Queen Nai are not persevering until the end to get the wins. Navi have not missed a beat. Every single game has gone their way.
Look at that. Jason responds. He knows he's not under threat there. He pops his last hurrah because he knows the knockback component of it is going to make it impossible for Dempsey to take down any of his teammates. This guy is so smart. He knows he doesn't just have to use his gadgets to keep himself alive. He uses it to keep his teammates alive. Incredible player. And I have good news for fans of Navi out there, because the next set, the map type, is their very best.
Oh, my word. I mean, even if it was their very worst, I don't think at this point it's going to be much of a bother to them. The Brawl House getting a little bit quieter. Danny, just get off your Twitter, Danny. We see ya. We see ya. Power with a nudge.
He's doing his job. He's working.
No, they're not allowed to work today, Uber. They've got to watch the match. That's from me to everyone at Supercell. Take a day off, guys. You've earned it.
All right, well, we, though, definitely have a job to do, and so do Queen Nai. In fact, it's an unenviable task that they must complete here, Arc. They are now going to have to reverse sweep the juggernauts of the EECA region. Navi look imperious. They look indomitable. And Queen Nai have to find a way to undermine that on Heist, which, again, Navi have more than an 80% win rate on. They are 27-6 on this map type in their home region. Queen Nai, I mean, oh man, I don't know how they're feeling about this one here. It's not a particularly great map type for them. You can see Dempsey throwing his head back. They are racking their brains, trying to figure out what it's going to take to get a foothold in this damn series.
Yeah, it feels very much as though they just don't know how to handle Navi, and you know, it's taken them by surprise going in, just maybe a little bit lacking in terms of their preparation. But at the moment, we haven't seen, you know, anything really from Navi which worries us at all. They've had all smiles, and their comps have been spot on, just keeping it varied and mixing things up, but also just keeping things just very calm and collected until the very end. These are comps as well which they like to run themselves, so they know best how to counter them and how to deal with them. It's honestly at a point for me where I find it very difficult to predict them, whereas at the beginning of this season, you know, I could kind of see some patterns occurring. They've really been working so hard in the background to come into this World Finals as prepared as they are seemingly being. I gotta be honest, Uber, I see this ending in the third and final set.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't blame you for sort of feeling that way. It feels like a game type where Navi, you know, get to do all the things that they want to do, which is step up on you and crack your head open with, you know, a BB battle or something similar. They get to play, you know, these buzz looks. They get to play that little bit more aggressive. They can make use of Gene if they want to here. I mean, look, what I loved about seeing that previous set here is that Navi showed us that they can play like, the more safe, slow, control-based style, right? Very different to what we saw from them in the first set, where they just took Frank and just rammed it up the nose of Queen Nai. They can play that sort of more subtle game type that requires them to sort of work down far more durable foes. But now they get to play something completely different. Oh, what is this? Bull, Ebs, and Edgar. Okay, Navi.
I like this comp from Navi. I do like the Edgar for sure going in, but Kenji at the same time doing very much the same. It's a bit of a base race already. Memi going in, getting some good damage. It's pretty neck and neck for the most part, but the open area there on the side of Queen Nai is a bit of a hazardous thing. If Jason can come in now with MMA, that middle area is going to cater so much towards the Nems and the Bull.
No one did anything about Cube there. No one could. All of Queen Nai were overcommitted towards the other side of the map. There could be an opportunity here, though. Dempsey's going to be able to rush his way through, start pressuring the safe down, and Jason needs to control the middle part of the map. He trusts Cube to get rid of Dempsey, but it doesn't work out. Kenji's also going to be there now as well, and Queen Nai get themselves into the lead. Kenji has to be dealt with when he's allowed to escape. Menmi comes back in now, tries to go for the torpedo throw, but there's no connection. Queen Nai lead by 10%.
Cube realistically has got to get on this save. The defense has got to be strong from Navi. This could be the chance for Queen Nai to get a win here if they're not careful. The save though is being rinsed down by Cube. The hits are still going. They've done it. Navi then, oh my goodness me, are on fire, Uber.
Oh, they are so much better. It's unreal. That was a very tense situation, right? Both teams are really just trying to dive the enemy safe. Both teams are playing that bull sort of setup there. They just want to drive their way forward. MMA has an awkward situation where he has to keep a Buzz and a bull at arm's reach. He has to use a friend zoner there on one occasion and just try and stay alive. He really prioritized his own life while getting damage and waiting for his teammates to respawn. Jason eventually turned up, helped him defend, and that whole time, Cube was banging down Queen Nai's safe on the Edgar to give them that early lead. I mean, it's pretty insane to win a match like this, by the way, where you're just going hell for leather. The Queen Nai now are nothing to lose. This is it. Their final opportunity to make an impact here at the World Finals before they are eliminated.
It's such a difficult one, really, because Queen Nai have just not really shown much. They've shown a bit there, realistically, probably the most, I would say, in pit stop there. The most back and forth, the closest, really, in terms of the scoreline. But that was the match that led Navi to match point. I mean, you're looking now at the entire reverse sweep to have to happen to keep their dreams alive. I think that Queen Nai have got an enormous challenge on their shoulders, and I don't know whether, looking at how Navi are playing today, they're able to keep up.
And this is it. This is as tanky as you can possibly get. Menmi gets sent packing there by a bat swing, and Jason and MMA about to party with the safe 2-on-1. Menmi goes in and stuns him. Double stun, pretty big. He actually goes for another jump in, and oh my! He gets a 2v1. He gets out with a kill. That's huge. That could give Queen Nai what they need here, but the respawns come in, and Navi still have the lead on safe damage.
MMA still there on Menmi. Menmi just about winning that transaction on about 150 HP. Jason has got the roll as well. Cube, though, coming forwards. And I do like the strategy that Navi are trying to employ here. Just keeping it calm and collected. As now MMA coming in, though. But at the same time, gotta say, the way that MMA is rolling in here, I like the look of Dempsey, though, with the stun. Menmi gets a lovely little stun there as Dempsey goes on the aggressive hit. 6% Cube is there. That is surely it. One more swipe. A little tease from Cube. Navi are going through.
And Ark, they do it in style. It's not particularly close. Maybe you'd be forgiven for thinking that, seeing the way that Heist was played, both teams going for all-ins, base races immediately. There's nothing subtle about it. But Navi already displayed plenty of subtlety throughout the course of the series. They fantastic job on Bounty there, where they looked a little shaky at times and were still able to triumph. And Queen Nai at the end, like, they go out with a bang. They try to go for this aggressive look, and you can see the look on Menmi's face. He was a stalwart defender of the safe in those last few moments, right? A double stun, able to get a kill in the 1v2, get out alive. It's all ridiculous stuff, but this look here from the Frank tank play straight up the middle, Queen Nai are on the back foot from the get-go.
Yeah, for me, Navi placed down their insurance policy very, very early on. Queen Nai were kind of always chasing their tails after that, and I did like some of the plays Queen Nai started to show towards the end. Pitstop was incredibly exciting to watch them start to come more out of their shell, but at the end of the day, Navi had done so much work early on, that confidence that was gained along the way just came full circle, and you just saw how easy it was for them in those final moments in Pitstop. I am very much looking forward to seeing how they continue on today, because they are looking so good.
Yeah, it was beautiful, and I think we have just one of the most exciting semi-final matchups possible, Ark. Navi versus INTZ. I mean, two regions incredibly far-flung from one another, but they have similarities in terms of this real passion, this fire, this aggressiveness that they like to play with. I think both of them are really innovative, and they're very mechanically skilled. I think that's, I'll be honest with you, one of the perfect matchups we could ask for in the semi-final. We've still got more quarters to play, but I'm already getting excited for that one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, INTZ was so dominant earlier today, but as were Navi. So honestly, I don't know which way I would call that one. It's going to be so close, but we do, of course, have an MVP to crown, and that is going to be Jason of Navi. Congrats to him. I mean, he played fantastic.
Yeah, look, incredible stuff. From really this entire team, I thought that, you know, like Jason is definitely one of the players that gets put in the carry position on this roster from time to time. Look, stunning stuff, especially on Bounty. This team did so well, you know, using Tick's gadget just to force people away, to knock them back, and then to allow their gene to thrive with those magic hands. These guys are just a well-oiled machine right now. They've worked so hard, Ark. They deserve to be here, and you can really now start to see the fruits of that labor you come out. So they're a favorite, I'll be honest with you. Heading through the rest of the tournament, they are absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, I think you put it into perfect words. Absolutely terrifying. Again, many people saying at home that today was going to be taken up a notch. I think it's fair to say that it absolutely has, as the teams for the next matchup join the stage. I see you guys. I see what you're doing. You think I can't see what you're doing? Great to see, though, so many of the players in great spirits, and you know, there's going to be tears. There's going to be sweat. There has to be a winner. There has to be a loser. But everyone, nonetheless, is having a fantastic time here in the Brawl House.
Yeah, I mean, and this next game, and we could start to tease it, right? Reply Totem, one of the hopes of the EMEA region, up against, you know, STMN eSports, who've now realized that, you know, the top dog in their region has been knocked out. They have a chance to actually maybe steal the crown for themselves and do what they couldn't do throughout the regular season. The storylines, they write themselves for this point, Ark. We've got just insane matches coming up later.
Speaking of Reply Totem, though, let's check out more from them.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Reply Totem after their victory over TIG. I've got Coach INTZ to my right. I've got Soy, I've got Mori and Maru with me. Guys, congratulations on the win. Soy, I'm going to come to you right now. What were your thoughts and feelings going into that game against TIG?
I was nervous because I haven't faced this team before, and we haven't any data about them, so it was like a new things, and it was great.
Mm-hmm. Mauri, what about for you? Any nerves going into the game?
Yes, a little bit, yes, but after the first win, I was more chill, so I played so good in my opinion, and all good. GG's.
Now, INTZ, you know, you have to lead the players, right? So if they have a little bit of nerves going in, but yet they pulled out the 3-0 win, what was it like for you watching them behind the scenes?
I mean, it was hard for me because, of course, I prepared them, but it's a new experience for everybody. So I'm happy they played well, and we're happy for the win.
Yeah, you guys pulled out the win. You're going to the quarterfinals, but I just want to take a second to look around us, because right now we are in the lounge of the Brawl House. We've got a bathroom over there if you guys need the potty break. We got a bed if anyone wants to take a nap, and of course a kitchen in case anyone's feeling a little hungry. So Maru, for you, what's your favorite part about this event?
Probably the kitchen. Yeah, probably the kitchen, or maybe the bathroom. I don't know.
Have you used either?
Yeah, both of them.
Tell me, Maru, I'm going to ask you again. What's it like meeting all of the other brawlers from across the world? Because right now, everyone is here, all the best of the best.
Yeah, staying all together is like crazy. Is feelings that you can't have while you're at home, and yeah, a cool experience.
Very cool experience. So we're going to do a little bit of movie magic right now, because right now we're seeing STMN take on Flash, and you guys play one of them tomorrow. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to say, okay, you're playing Flash tomorrow just in case they win. And then I'm going to ask you again, you're playing STMN tomorrow just in case they win too. Yeah? So Soy, I'll come to you. All right. You guys are playing STMN eSports in the quarterfinals tomorrow. What do you think of that matchup?
It will be hard because where players have a lot of experience and that's
What would the strategy be going up against them? Anything to focus on?
I don't know, maybe I can surprise them with some new bands, and hopefully we will surprise them and play well and win the game.
Yeah, sounds like a solid plan. All right, now we're going to do this. All right, so you guys are playing against Team Flash tomorrow in the quarterfinals. Going to be a pretty interesting matchup going against some of the former world champs. So what do you think about that matchup, Soy?
it will be harder too.
What'll make that matchup hard? Mori, I'll ask you.
From between Flash and they are so good players, so if we face them, will be a really hard match because they are so good, but I think we can win them.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to the entire team in the quarterfinals. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to talk to me, and that's it for us here.
Welcome back, folks. Thank you, obviously, to Avali and Reply Totem for giving us the information. And now it's time for the action. F. joined here by Teddy. You ready?
Absolutely, man. So pumped at some insane quarterfinals already. Absolutely insane. And I think the two next ones to come up are going to be just as good, if not better.
Upset after upset. We'll see if this is the direction for us as well. Reply Totem and STMN on the top side, and that's what we're going to be getting into. AC Milan Qlash and ZETA Division will be following up after that. INTZ and Navi moved on already. And so we're eager to see who winds up on this lower side of the bracket. And like I said, I mean, we've already seen some exciting upsets so far. Looking at Reply Totem and STMN should be a lot of fun. Let's set the table. Boom goes the dynamite. Reply Totem. Bang, bang.
I'm very confident about the whole tournament because we're a very aggressive team, and hopefully that's going to catch some other opponents off guard.
He could make it happen here. Maro pushing forward. That's going to be the goal.
That's it! Oh my word, the Wipers and STMN have done it!
I feel pretty confident about everything because I think North America is a really good region. I think we get good practice against a lot of other teams, and with us doing so well as of late, I think that's going to transition over to Worlds very nicely. For the rest of the world, be ready because we're here to take the throne.
Well, Stamina coming through. It sounds like they are the ones that are very, very confident here. But, you know, Bobby brings up a big point where they have been very successful recently, even in this tournament. What's your thoughts?
I mean, I think both teams have a huge story behind them. You know, for STMN, you have the fact that they've been struggling to make it to Worlds for 3 years. They're finally here, especially Bobby and OG. Those guys are absolute grinders. So much history between them and behind that duo. On the other hand, you have Totem that has been grinding this year like no one else. They have been the underdogs coming in early on in the monthly finals all the way until today. And so far, their story has been just as successful.
So taking a look at the bans here, we see no buzz allowed, and that is what I expected. STMN did a fantastic job in the earlier rounds, but a lot of their success leaned on that aggressive play, the ability for Buzz to just get in there, tackle folks, and take it down. And the Meg ban as well, sure. But the Buzz ban is where my brain is at. Starting off Factory Rush Siege. Let's jump into it here. And right away, we see standard comps, Maori on the Lola. Love to see what's going on there. But I'm looking at Czar here as Bobby finds the first kill of the match. Maori goes down. And an answer back. So it's a tie for the Siege. Tie for the Siege.
And we all know those ties make things even more volatile. And things can get pretty crazy from here. Both leads slightly in favor of Totem so far. A little bit more control as well. But that super from Bobby is huge. He picks up the kill on Soy de Breza as well. Will create a lot of space for STMN to work with. And now they have control of every single lane. And the bolts are going to be pouring in.
Big plays here for the mid lane lockdown. And the first one was a tie, remember. And so with Maori getting a kill here, though, this is going to shorten up the distance between our two squads. 4 bolts, make that 3, separate them. But STMN pushed out, but not completely relegated outside of the mid. Plus, you got to look at those traps in the mid lane. Great placement from STMN, and that gives them a level 9 siege bot. Let's watch the push.
Yeah, what can be a little bit worrying for STMN is if they can't find enough damage off this one. There's 10 bolts in the bank for Reply Totem. So they are preparing for a huge bot, and look at that, it's getting melted down, barely any damage coming through. And now Totem, all they need to do is get more and more bolts, and they'll have a massive siege bot.
Really nice placement there coming out from Reply Totem to do what they could, but still a ton of damage onto the Ike there from STMN. Can they defend? Because that's the question. There's no way STMN are going to get 12 bolts here. So there's going to be a big bot for Reply Totem. And I mean, straight up, I'll ask you the question, Teddy. Can STMN stop the blue team siege?
It's possible for sure, but it is going to be super hard because the bot of this level is going to be fast, it's going to be tanky, and it's going to deal a ton of damage on that Ike. And it's pushing for, look at that speed. They are trying to push behind it. Look at it on the left-hand side. They're sneaking around there. They want to get as much burst damage as they can from the flank side. It's not enough just yet, but it's coming through, and that's going to be game 1 going to the Italians.
There was a moment there that I thought the NA squad might have been able to grab it. Reply Totem take game 1. Calm. Wiping the hands. Let's do it again. I think that this was a fun one. Sure, there was a tie in the first siege, but Reply Totem didn't completely step on the green and yellow. This was a game where I think it was a little bit of back and forth, a lot of maybe, a lot of coulda, maybe a lot of shoulda, but ultimately Reply Totem win this one. I'm not convinced they'll 2-0.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I mean, it was a game that could absolutely have gone either way, but the bolt economy was just managed much better by Reply Totem. Much more comfortable around it all around. And what I think is very interesting about this matchup is the experience is going to be supporting STMN, right? They've been here since pretty much forever.
The jump.
Exactly, and for Reply Totem, they're a lot fresher to the scene, especially for Tier 1 competitive. And gaining some confidence early on with games like this is super important.
That's true. And you know, looking at how these guys are going to react and change, we already saw a little bit of conversation coming out from OG about standing and doing this sort of stuff. I haven't heard anything from Reply Totem. Maybe they're a little bit more acclimated to the stage setting and what's going on here. You know, that absolutely is a thing that you have to take into account because the variables aren't all in the game like we are right now. Reply Totem on a set point rather, with 1 in the pocket. And so STMN, Bobby's pick, 2 games in a row. You like it?
I like it for sure. I mean, it did some good work in the previous game. Unfortunately, not quite enough as a team, I think, in the previous one. Look at that. The snipe from Mari takes down Czar, and that's a huge start from Reply Totem. Getting that first bot, and most importantly, not giving away too many bolts for STMN to build up their economy. And with a level 2 bot, you don't really plan on getting too much damage, but you want to find value elsewhere in keeping control, in just getting some chip damage here and there. And in the end, they're going to get almost 50% damage, more than 50% damage, and that's a lot of value and just a bit of a poor defense from STMN.
This is where the Barley needs to step up. I need to see more aggressive plays out of Bobby on the Barley here. You saw as soon as he realized how much damage was dealt, he needed to walk forward and take a more aggressive approach here. Right now, 3-2 with 5 seconds left. That right side is going to go to Maru as well. Or will it? A good placement by Bobby. And it is Reply Totem again. I mean, they got over halfway done with the first push. Mathematics tell me this could be it.
This could absolutely be it. Now there is no wall in the middle anymore, so the bot can just push forward. It is going to get slowed down quite a bit by the bell traps, and that should be a pretty clean defense. but they have to take back control. They have a 2-volt lead on the side of STMN. They can definitely get this bot, but they need to win at least one lane. They need to find a way to enter back to the center area, but OG goes down, and that's a disaster here for STMN. Reply Totem still full on center control, 6 volts in the bank, and surely should be getting this final bot.
6 seconds left, way too much of a distance there. STMN are not going to get the chance. And Reply Totem look real smart here. You know, I want to say, Soy DeBreza. Maori is the one who everybody's going to notice here. Long-range shots out of the Lola. Big damage coming out from that player for sure. But Soy on the stew was a big deal for me. Securing those last-second bolts inside and outside. Unsung hero. So, you know what? Oh, I'm singing the praises of Soy DeBreza.
Man, I think there were so many interesting dynamics in this first set. I think that Totem came in super confident. They were just pushing for the bolts very early on, trying to contest that first bot as soon as they can. And on the other hand, I feel like STMN was a bit too respectful. They were playing a little bit scared, giving too much respect to their opponents, giving them some space. And when your opponents are going to be this confident like Totem are, they're going to punish you for that, and they certainly did in this first siege set.
Absolutely. All I can say here, the only thing I can say with confidence is that something needs to change for the North Americans here. Can't tell you what, can't tell you how. As we go into Bounty is actually something that STMN do pretty well in just anecdotally. At the end of the day, Bounty is 55% win rate for them, so maybe the stats don't agree with me. But when I see STMN, I think of the Pipers, I think of the Bells, I think of the long-range sharpshooters, and that for a long time has been the go-to options. This weekend, we've seen a little bit more of the ticks and such, and so that might change a little bit here. But if I'm rooting for Stamina, I'm rooting for them to turn things around, just completely change. Because game 1, game 2, not a good look.
Yeah, I honestly could not agree more. You know, I think ban-wise, what is really interesting here as well is that Stamina, they want to remove the Max and the Mortis, and those are kind of like you know, X-Factor brawlers, yes. Right? They come in and they can 1v3. It's kind of insane how strong they can be for their team individually, also provide a lot of team value with Max. So just trying to nerf those individuals, but so far it's not been working in their favor too much. I think Stu fits a very similar role, and we've seen Soy DeBreza not shy to show off his mechanics on that brawler. We're ready to go. Very traditional comp, as I really like to see her. Thrower on both sides. It's a tick, it's a sprout. But we have the Piper mirror matchup mid, and on the left side it's a Bell versus a Jean matchup. Fairly even matchup all around, but Soy DeBreza overextends, and that is going to give the 1-star lead to Stamina.
A big fan of this Stamina composition. It's pretty much what I was talking about, the amalgamation of the old school sharpshooter comp and then the tick that we've seen a lot in recent memory here for Stamina. I think I like it better than the Jean. I'll have to approach that later on after the game. But at the moment, I think I like it better than the Jean. Although on Layer Cake, that's why I'm waiting, because the Jean can be real nice with these blocks and bridges.
Yeah, Jean is not going to feel super strong until he has his super. But look at that, Bobby, with some sweet snipes, homemade recipe to assist him for that second tap. And nice Murray tried to match it, but the super was available. Bobby flies out of the way. Zar, very low HP, will survive. And that means that Stamina keep that 2-star lead. Reply Totem on the hunt are able to close down the gap a little bit space-wise. They're pushing forward. OG is very low HP, but he's starting to heal up, starting to defuse the situation. Problem is control-wise. Reply Totem, they're all the way up in their spawn.
Yeah, a big part of this was that escape from Bobby earlier on. Now, lead change. Soy and Maori combine, counting down from 16. And Stamina trail by 2. Bobby and Zar left-hand side, hunting down Maru, but they've got to watch out for Maori. Excellent wall placement by Soy to deny that mid-lane shift. OG from the right side. Maori is successful again! The countdown is over, and a baker's dozen for the blue team. That'll do it. Reply Totem again find the win.
Unbelievable performance so far from Reply Totem. What on earth is that performance from them? Man, I'm so impressed so far. I mean, we all had doubts on how they would perform in a LAN setting, but so far the energy is there and they're able to absolutely translate that in game.
I mean, listen, I am not going to overall focus on this, but it's something that I think has to be brought up. Reply Totem is great. They're doing well. But I'm more noticing a lack of acumen from Stamina. That's the story for me right now. Listen, I'm not going to be, Mr. Negative Nancy the whole time. We will. Shout out the guys that are doing great. Go Italy right now. But that is the story for me. STMN yesterday were a different squad that I'm seeing here, and I just don't know what's up, Teddy.
Yeah, I think the pressure is what's up,
sure.
Right? There's so much on the line. They are the final North American team still competing, the last representatives of their region. Everything is on their shoulders, and so far it seems like it's a bit too heavy, but you never know. We've seen them play great under pressure before. They just gotta, find some more composure, calm down, and come back stronger. And this is gonna be their chance to do so. Similar comps all around. We do have the Rico coming in for Stamina and the Leon on the side of Reply Totem. Some very interesting changes and fairly balanced comp once more on both sides.
I like the Rico here for STMN. I think one of Stamina's problems last game was the inability to actually just get there, and Rico can extend his range a little bit. So I'm on board. I understand the thought process here from the green and yellow for sure. Reply Totem on the other side, the Leon. That's a confidence pick, and you should be feeling confident. So I'm here all the way for both changes to the comps, but this is a problem. This was a big deal for STMN last game. They were forced into the Piper Super and blew up the middle, and that pushed them into the corner and ultimately led to their demise. What do we see again? No bushes in the middle. Stamina on a back foot.
Man, I just want to insist on how much Maori has been tapping so far on the Piper. Not a single kill still in this game, but he's been doing damage, and every time someone gets tapped by the Piper, they have to fall back. A great kill there from STMN that is going to give them some space. And finally, the lead here in Bounty, 30 seconds left, and it's going to be Reply Totem to go on there. And Bobby follows up with yet another kill, and look at that, Maru falls next. STMN, finally something going their way.
Now that's the way the comp was supposed to be played. 5 stars separate, and with 15 left, there is enough time to jump in. Czar's under duress. 4 stars for him alone, but Maori takes him down. Answer by Czar, 8-4. And I think that's going to be it. We're going to a game 3, and I hear the Stamina boys for the first time today. That's what they needed.
It took some time for STMN to wake up, but I can tell you they are wide awake right now. What a game from them, and what a way to start regaining some momentum, some confidence, and coming into this third game of Bounty strong.
When I see STMN play well, what I see them do is the target acquisition and the combination of their shots. When I see Rico and Bell able to snap two, snap two, snap two, and take down those players like we saw right here, this kill on the Maori. It's Czar and Bobby. When I see them doing that, and then here, left side, Maru, it's Czar and Bobby. When I see them do that style of play, that's when they're working on all cylinders, and that's when they are successful. I didn't see that in game 1, game 2, or game 3, game 1 of set 2. I saw that here. And so that's what you're looking for. If you're rooting for this team, you got to see that teamwork here to look for the North American win.
Yeah, what a way to come back here for STMN. Now, they need more than just a game. They need this to be a set. Otherwise, we're looking at a 2-0. Moving on to Backyard Bowl next. That is Reply Totem's best mode and one of their best maps as well.
Even if it wasn't, I think the 2-0 would be enough to take down STMN.
Yeah, certainly. So, I mean, it just even extra to that, right? It's a scary prospect for sure. And STMN, they need to do everything in their power to defuse that situation. Moving on here to game 3 for Bounty. And we see a pretty interesting comp from STMN. Triple tank coming in, it can work well, especially against something like a Sprout that just doesn't have any DPS,
And that's
will
the
be
thought.
falling down. Bobby is low HP though, Maori goes for the kill, is able to get it as well. And so far, Zar is going to be punishing them.
Oh, and he gets out. That's a big deal. OG on the Frank. This is probably the wildest comp that we've seen, perhaps all weekend. At least with respect to how different it is from what we've seen in the set so far.
Yeah,
What
it
a
certainly
change.
is. It certainly is. And I think for Reply Totem right now, they need to bet everything on Meru, on that Rico. He has the highest DPS, Shane can, you know, pierce through opponents with his super. He needs to find the values are his low HP, picks up the kill anyways. Bobby is going to be absolutely destroying them in spawn. The bubble back and forth, and once more, STMN leading by 7 stars.
Incredible play, getting the double bubble bounce back there. Love to see it as Bobby, OG, and Zar drastically changed the playbook, and it's working out so far. Still, half a minute to go, and because there is a large gap between our teams, that's the beauty of Bounty. A couple of players, and all of a sudden, you've got a lead change. 5 stars separate. Count us down from 18.
Yeah, not a lot of time left here for Reply Totem to catch up. Otherwise, STMN will time things up. A great kill. Oh, Bobby goes down as well. The lead for Totem. The super doesn't connect.
That's
and
it.
they are stealing away this game. Totem taking set number 2.
And that, listen, I'm not in Reply Totem's comms, but I'm looking at Soy the Breza right now, and that's one of those where you're sitting there and you go, all right, let him have the early game. You know what? If you can get a kill, get a kill. But if they chase you down, ain't no thing. It's all good. We're down 7 stars, guys. Don't worry about it. It's all good. And then they see 20 seconds. All right, now's our time. And they strike, great precision, and just like that, Reply Totem. What I'm trying to illustrate is, I don't think they were as concerned as we might have been.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think Reply had it.
This is a great comeback if you were at home playing the monthly finals. Right now, they are on the stage of the World Finals in the quarterfinals against STMN, a team they have barely ever played against before. They were 7 stars behind. They end up dominating through the end of that game. And now it's 2-0 in sets and stamina. This has got to be devastating.
It's devastating for my pick'ems on event.brawlstars.com. I had absolutely picked STMN here. No NA bias. I legitimately thought that they were the stronger team here. But listen, I gotta shout out the man that's not on the stage. Coach Inso has been instrumental for Reply Totem. The compositions are here. Yes, you have to execute on the field, but the approach to the game that Reply Totem has taken, they're consistently the underdog here throughout the entire course of the weekend. Coach Inso, like straight up and down, I like what they're doing. I think Reply Totem here, a lot of what they're able to do has to do with their coach.
I completely agree, and I would even go further more into that. The entire, organization and everyone in the staff behind it, I've never met as passionate people, and just in general, they're a group of friends. They're hanging out, they're laughing, they're having a great time on stage, off stage, and you can feel the love and the passion. And I think that has been driving them so far in the BSC. It's so important to have a supportive staff behind you that can put you in the best conditions to compete. And right now, Totem, it feels like they're at their best.
Yeah, I mean, I can't take that away from STMN. I think their organization, Mexican-based, still, just as passionate. That's the one thing. A lot of our teams here, different levels of talent, different levels of this, that, or third. Commitment and passion, straight up across the board. You love to see it. Set 3 here. Reply Totem looking to end it. And Maori, yeah, he's eating. Manja as he takes down.
Oh, the pass gets intercepted.
Nice
Zar
job.
saves the day, at least for now. And the defense holds up for STMN.
Ooh, this is problematic. Bobby's here, but he's by himself. No super. There he is. So, not quite by himself. Soy DeBreza here on the right side, able to lock down this right lane. Look at the damage Lola's able to, even just the threat of that damage, the suppressive fire, if you will. Really, really impressive from the Lola Brawler. So we're here on STMN's defensive side, but they're doing a good job of not really letting Reply Totem get their footing and climb to the goal.
The problem right now for STMN is if they give away a single super, such as Gene's Pool, that could open up the map and cause a lot of problems, as well as give the man advantage. Not going for the pool just yet. And right now, Totem, they are giving some respect to STMN. They know they are a bit behind in HP. They will fall back and play it safe. And Bobby tries to capitalize off that, gets punished, is low HP, but luckily he has a Baron to heal him up.
Going back to your point about the Gene, I love the way STMN, they were hiding behind that wall the entire time, and as soon as Gene got his super available, they bailed. Because Gene will pull you and break that wall, and then you've got a wide open goal. Nobody wants an open net. And so the attention to detail there, very, very important. 40 seconds left on the clock, the right lane being assaulted by Bobby, but Maori spots him out, and for the mid lane, cuts him down, not once, but 2 times for the big man. And the pass to the right side. Soydebrez is not going to be able to go. Bobby respawned. Wall broken by Maori. He has been doing the heavy lifting this game. Stepping up, no, pulling back. Stepping up, another kill. They can't find the opportunity to score.
My words, the pull is so close from that goal overtime, about to kick in. Zar falls to Maru. Super from OG. Try to dissuade anyone from getting anywhere close to that ball. 5 more seconds and all the cover is going to be out of the way. And Reply Totem are on the more aggressive side of things. A lot of supers available. Maru with the shot. It's going to go in.
Fantastic, fantastic coordination by Reply Totem. Shoot towards the left side. I'll take care of the left side defender. That's communication, guys. Again, you can't always see these things on the scoreboard, but you can see it in the win column. That communication comes down. They're able to score. And now Bobby, OG, and Zar have to defend against match point.
You know, some teams will be struggling when the pressure rises up, but I believe STMN have what it takes to shine when they have their backs against their wall, and there's only one chance to do so now. They need to win this next game, the next 2 games, just to push things to set 4. Otherwise, it's the end of their journey. It's been years of grinding, of trying to make it to the World Finals. Now that they're here, they might go out in the quarters.
You know, I think it is worth celebrating getting here to Championship Sunday. I always say that it is a long tournament. I mean, heck, getting here to begin with is a big deal. I'm glad to see Bobby can keep a little bit of good graces, because I don't think OG can. But so seeing Bobby keep himself a little happy, the team probably needs that, because like I said, OG tends to bring a little bit of a different vibe. And so here, yeah, they've got to pull out all the stops. And I think a lot of it, honestly, is lying on Bobby's shoulders. Zar is a dynamic player. OG can have these swings. Bobby has to be the backbone for the team. Here he is playing the sharpshooter. I like this composition. How do you feel about Zar's Ashe pick?
I think the Ember is a very interesting decision. I was looking for the Ashe. But Ember is a very interesting decision. I think that when you feel like mechanically you're having a bit of a tough match so far, it can be a pick that can boost your confidence back. The problem is, so far it is not working out. Totem keep pushing up and up in the map, have a lot of control, and Stamina need to find an opening, need to find a way to push them back. Maru is going to be burning down to his death. The shot! Oh!
Woo! That was dirty. Oh, man. Yeah, you got the pure fan reaction out of me and Teddy right there. Well, just woof. And I think that if one replay tells the story of this set, that's it. Everything combining at the same time to find the W. Oh, man. Can I, like, straight up and down, Maori has been so incredibly impressive.
Man, Totem looks so good on the stage. Only a minute left until they make it to the semifinals, unless STMN is able to find a goal or do something about this situation. But they look lifeless right now, but slowly are pushing forward. Maori is burning down OG in a good position. This should be a goal, and it will be indeed. Never mind, STMN still in this game, but they need more. This has to be a game won on their side, otherwise the result might just still end up being the same.
Big plays coming out from the guys, and the biggest change to me, there was no pop-off. There was no celebration, and I don't think that's a bad thing. They are locked in, they being Stamina. Countdown from 20 seconds, 2 kills are good, push to the goal, and we've got a game.
Wow, what a way to do it as well. Stamina starting to regain a little bit of confidence. They need more to keep building it up, but it's a start.
Ready, set in there, wearing the STMN jersey. Fingers crossed for NA. As you said earlier, Teddy, NA's last hope. This is the only North American team here, which, if you're just joining us, might strike you as a surprise. Tribe is gone. Corey and Zulan are watching from the sidelines. And so here we are, STMN, North America's last hope. Oh man, what a classic esports story. But that's what you want to see if you're rooting for this team, is OG getting Excite Bike. That is what you want to see. The squad, this is a team that needs that energy. And so coming off of this win, going into game 3 here for Brawl Ball, I don't know. Reply Totem, the word that I would use to describe them is ready. They have been ready for everything that they've been given here. We'll see if they're ready for game 3.
Man, I think they certainly are. I mean, STMN are showing some signs of life so far. Have not been able to take a set just yet, but taking Brawl would be absolutely huge. This is the best game mode for Reply Totem. And later on, if we can get to Hot Zone or to Heist, Stamina should be in a bit more of a comfortable situation. Let's see how this goes down as we get to game 3 of Backyard Bowl.
My eyes on Maori. Zara switching it up, going for the Sprout. All right, I like it. I always like Sprout. I think Sprout changes the way you need to play the game. I'm an old school card game player, and anytime you can break the rules, so to speak, is a very important point in that game theory, and that's what Sprout does. Changes the rules. You break the rules of Brawl Stars by literally changing the map. And so I like the approach here. Lock down the left side, but Soy DeBrez is going to be able to win this right side lane. Zara gets a kill out of Maori, and that will stop the push. If Maori was alive, Reply Totem would push up mid and right and would have executed there. So very important kill by Stamina.
Yeah, getting the destruction through as well on that left lane is huge for Stamina. Just gonna provide a lot less cover, because Backyard Bowl, there's almost no cover mid in the first place. Anything you can find is gonna be so valuable. Homemade Recipe connects onto Maori. It's gonna be very low HP, able to dodge the next follow-up shot, will stay alive and start healing up, looking to get close to his teammate for those magic buffs. And now Totem start getting a bit more aggressive, have been very defensive so far this game, and for a reason, Bobby with the double snipe does fall with the ball, is gonna be stopping that push for now, but damage is done and Stamina have some solid positioning.
Again though, just like before, that very important kill is gonna stop STMN in their tracks despite the big work being done. Look at Bobby spacing perfectly, knowing when he can barrel backstep away from that bullet. Really smooth play. I wonder what the hours are for Bobby on Piper, because he is nailing the positioning here. Push here, help from OG on the right side, taking down Maori. There's going to be a shift forward from STMN. They're waiting for overtime. That's what they're waiting for.
They have a lot of utility. They have this super available on Bobby as well. Could try to go for a charge shot or a play as soon as the walls break open. A shadow plays quite aggressively by Maori and actually creates enough space for Totem to retrieve the ball, push it away. For now, Bobby gets tagged up. It's going to have to play it a bit more safe. Zar on the left-hand side was a great wall to dodge that shot. And the ball is back on the center line.
Honestly, the Lola Shadow Toss was perfect. If that didn't happen, STMN might even win the set. So right now, we've got about half a minute to go, give or take. Zar trying to hide on the left side. OG from the right is able to take down Maori, which is a big deal. Bobby walking down mid lane. There it is. We're going to a set 4.
All right, Stamina, it looked like they had nothing in them anymore at some point, but slowly are recovering from this tough start of a match. 2-1 in sets. Pressure still up, but slowly rising down.
So now we're headed to Heist. It's going to be about hot potato this time around. Okay, interesting. I said before, the STMN guys needed to keep their spirits up. Bobby is the guy front and center for that. He's as long as he keeps a smile on OG's face, they have a chance, I think.
I think so too. And as I said earlier, Brawl was Reply Totem's best mode.
It's a big deal.
And now Stamina, they just take that set away from them when they were just a goal away, a couple of seconds away from taking this match with a trio sweep. And that is definitely going to be both helping the confidence from Stamina, but also lowering Reply Totem's confidence. And we're going into Heist, which is one of Totem's least comfortable game modes. And this is a chance for Stamina to punish them.
So, I mean, you're not even... yeah, Heist is absolutely one of Reply Totem's least favorite game modes. So, Reply Totem have played this game mode 6 times over the course of competition. And they have won 0.
Yeah, they won yesterday on it, I believe. But still, it's miles away from being a game mode where they're really comfortable on. They will have to show their best level here against STMN. Otherwise, a set 5 is absolutely on the table so far. Totem playing a lot safer than earlier, but look at Stamina's positioning. Still very respectful, very far back and closer. They're safe.
I like Reply Totem's composition. I think the Rico is perfect for this map. Barley's always the man. And I mean, listen, it's Lola season. So Maori, who has been nailing those sharpshooter, the long-range shots on the Lola, love to see it, but Bobby, boom, kick it down the door and gets punished for it. OG's not going to get out either.
Wow, what a start there from Totem, able to get quite a couple of kills. They do take a little bit of damage, but will be able to match that just about now. Maori is very low HP, at least his clone is. Still looking to pour some more damage down on those players, try to find some access to the safe. Will lose the clone eventually, and that super from Maru is going to start winding up that lead a bit further in favor of Totem.
All right, Czar getting some good shots with OG on the soy, and the answer back won't be there. Great use from OG as Bobby takes down Maru, and Maori narrowly escapes, but the doors open for damage onto the box. Maru takes down Bobby, which is a big deal. Right now, Reply Totem have the lead, but only by 2%. It's up to STMN to milk this opportunity and walk forward.
Yeah, a huge supply drop there from Czar as well to open up the map. Try to counter that Barley as much as possible, but Sword of Breza is proactively changing lanes, but Czar connects the bounce anyways, and that is going to create some space for Stamina to push forward. With only 15 seconds left on the clock, that is a big kill, but they're not able to capitalize too much just yet. 10 more seconds. Stamina needs some more damage, otherwise it's back at match point. Bobby looking for an opening. He gets some damage done at the lead, but look at Totem, they go for it. That is gonna be Reply Totem with yet another match point.
Wow, the opening just wasn't there. STMN couldn't find it. They tried. There were 2 separate concerted efforts that I saw to look for the push forward. The first time was when Bobby and left lane were just denied. OG could not get out. Easy peasy for Reply Totem. But see, this is important. That's important. Their heads are still in the game. They still feel like they can do it. That win on Brawl Ball, who knows what is left here. But if STMN walk out with the reverse sweep, it absolutely has to do with how impactful. Yes, you need the win to keep on moving, I understand that. But like the mental shift there, so important. Reply Totem match point here. I'll be honest, I think they can do it.
I'm not sure, man. I mean, I absolutely believe in both teams. That's the problem. I feel like Totem have impressed us so much this year, and it just feels like we have no idea where they are going to stop. But I can tell you, man, they are not going to be happy with anything but the grand finals, and that is possible. 1 game away from the semis now. They are going to be taking this very seriously. Same comp coming in from Applied Totem, and STMN are actually going to go for the mirror matchup, removing the roughs from earlier and matching up with that Barley.
Do you like that?
I think it's a confident move, because usually the comp that your opponents pick first is, you know, a comp they're comfortable with. And if you have to match it up, you might have scrimmed a little bit less with it. So it shows some signs of confidence that Bobby is there like, yeah, sure, I'll just kick Soy de Brezza's, you know what, in that situation. So far, though, it is very much even. The clone almost down there for OGs are very low HP as well. Still find some nice value onto Maru. And Maru and Mari, what a duo they have been this year on the left-hand side, trying to work on each other to find some sweet pinches so far. Not too many opportunities just yet, and with just about a minute left on the clock, there's not a single bit of damage on save just yet, but Maru is looking to put a change to that, and Stamina Save is taking some serious damage.
Maru with 2 HP total. 1 more than he needed as he wins the left side duel. And so a clean 20% chopped away by Totem here. STMN looking to reply, no pun intended, as Czar on the Rico needs to find success. He is the one that needs to open the door. Bobby and OG totally can. The Lola is always Lola, but Czar needs to open this left lane. He's done it a little bit. Maru goes down, and that could be the opening. Mari is still alive. OG and Bobby didn't get the memo. They needed to surge forward, but they found the answer 20%. And then some. OG still sticking to the box, and the answer from Totem is to go back and try to find the base race. Maori wins, and Czar can't answer. 65 and counting. The barley is good. And again, we find ourselves on set point.
Oh my, STMN are not done just yet. Every time it's a match point, but they keep pushing it further and further deep into these quarterfinals. They want to keep going.
Zulon there with his parents. Always love to see the family hanging out at the big show. Unfortunately, Zulon and his team knocked out, but you can tell they're rooting for the NA squad here. Everybody region friendly. You do love to see it. And so again, STMN, you said they refuse to go out. I think that's what it is. They're clinging on, you know, for dear life. And whew, it is getting hot in here.
It absolutely is. Pressure is up on both sides, because now SCMN, they're just a game away from pushing things to a 5th and final set, and that could be incredible. Now, we've seen everything happen already this weekend. We've seen the reverse sweep choke from SK Gaming on Friday, so you can't count them out, but they're starting to build up a bit more momentum, and if they can push things to a 5th set, I think Reply Totem are seriously going to be worried.
All right, OG feeling it one more time, getting pumped up, and again, that to me, that OG is the canary in the mine shaft for me. When I see him excited, I get a little afraid. When I see him down in the dumps, I know the other team's going to win. Like, it really is that squad. A lot of Italian pride out there in the Brawl house. And so when I see Bobby clapping the hands together, I mean, like I said, got to play the game. But just like I was feeling, I'm feeling a 5th set.
All right, getting back to some brawling. We have a surge coming in for Bobby. An interesting decision.
Curveball.
For sure. But that can provide a lot of value if you can find some good connection. TP in, that's some decent value. Picks up the kill as well. Doesn't quite survive, but he has a super available, and that extra movement speed is so important for Surge.
Big play so far. But perhaps we've already... Okay, he did the thing. We've seen it happen. I wonder if that's going to, you know, Totem has seen it. They know how to respond. We'll see if that's in the cards here as Bobby gets Pincer down, taken out.
All right, some damage starting to come on that red save. We saw earlier that the poke damage is nice, but it wasn't quite enough. And STMN were able to come back. Totem, though, have some strong positioning, and they need to try to keep Bobby getting those kills. TPN pays off, and that is going to relieve so much pressure. Now he has the range as well to work with. So much value coming true, but the gadget from Soydebreza keeps him alive for now. Is still so low HP, and STMN are starting to get close to the save. Bobby is forced to use his last gadget to TP out and stay alive, which means he will have a little bit less utility to work with.
OG made a big play there. They weren't really able to capitalize off of that mid lane push. Less than a minute remaining. Our team separated by 1%. The lead at the moment, Totems. Nothing doing here in the mid.
And this is a dangerous game that both teams are playing, because with this little time left and such a small difference in percentages, whoever is gonna be taking the next kill or two is gonna be taking this game in there for set, potentially match. 20 seconds is all that is left in this game, and Stamina, they need to deal that 1% damage, otherwise it's the end of the journey. It's the end of NA's hope in this season's BSC. 5 more seconds, they're still far away from the safe. I don't know if they can do it, that the defense is on board for Totem. They are going to the semifinals.
Fantastic play out of the Italians. They hang on. Stamina would not go down easily, and there's Coach Inso to congratulate the squad. There it is. Love to see this team. Like I said before, manja, boys, eat it up. Totem going to the semifinals. You do love to see it.
Man, what a story it's been for them this year. They have played incredible, and they've been truly the underdogs of the entire year. I mean, if you ask a couple months ago, no one would have expected them to go to Worlds. No one really knew them as a tier 1 team until they started pumping off in monthly finals. And sure, they didn't have the most impressive results, but they were consistent enough to qualify here. And now they are in the semifinals of the World Finals.
And I mean, that's where it comes from. You got to start somewhere. You don't show up to the scene and walk out like well, I guess Tribe's out. You know, you don't walk into the scene and become a top team. You've got to grind your way through, and that's exactly what Totem have done here. Very, very well done. And again, like we were talking about before, it's not just the 3 guys on the field. It's the entire Totem family. And I think that approach to the game is so important. Let's walk it back.
Man, what a match this was. It truly felt like STMN were not willing to leave, always fighting back. But Reply Totem, that's such a great start, starting off with 2 sets in a row with some great games. They could steal like this one as well, and that demolishes your morale, right? When you're leading and your opponents take a game away that you had in the bag, there's no worse feeling than that.
That really, I felt deflated after that one. But to be fair, the reverse happened kind of here, where it looked like Reply Totem were going to finish the set as a clean 3-0, and then just like that, STMN fight their way back into it. And this 4th set, this one might have been the most even out of all of them.
Absolutely so, man. I've been calling Totem inconsistent for this entire year, but every time I have to clarify and explain. Inconsistent is not a bad thing. It just means that there's day where you play well and there's play where you play excellent. And this is one of those days, and they absolutely show that to STMN.
Zoom out for the whole weekend here as we have a 3-day tournament, and it started like this. We had 16 teams from all around the world, and slowly but surely we've been saying goodbye to them. And now there's no more North America left. Reply Totem from Europe move on. Next up, AC Milan Qlash versus ZETA Division. And they'll be repping 2 different regions as well. ZETA Division, if you tuned in earlier in the season, once upon a time known as Jupiter, one of the most dominant teams for my money in the entire game of Brawl Stars. So impressive to watch them. Can't wait to see what they do here in the quarterfinals.
I think they can do a lot of damage, man. For this entire week, everyone has been terrified of facing them. Every time I talk to a pro, they say, we scrimmed them, they destroyed us. And that's a very scary prospect. Thing is, AQM, that's what everyone's been talking about for a year. And an extra detail, they are known as one of the best team in LAN that have the most experience in such a setting, and they shine on the stage.
So we've got the best team on LAN versus the best team online. You don't have to hear it from us. Let's take a look at the teams.
A very one-sided first set there as Qlash starts strong.
We play together every day.
Exactly what the doctor ordered from Qlash.
I think we are the best team to play this comp.
Oh no! The bot disintegrates, so much damage available for Qlash.
Be ready to lose.
Be it the game decider right here, and it looks like it will be ZETA Division with a huge win.
いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。必ず優勝するので本番もよろしくお願いします。
ZETA Division once again reign supreme.
I mean, right there, you heard it from Ready Set. ZETA Division once again reigns supreme. Welcome back to the Brawl House. It's F. and Teddy here, breaking down our final quarterfinal of the weekend. As we said before the jump, ZETA Division has been so incredibly impressive online, but AC Milan Qlash had the experience here at the big show. And so this is where you put the pedal to the metal and you take the test and see if ZETA Division can do it live.
Yeah, man, this is one of those situations where you have two teams that could not be more different from each other. You have Qlash that is known for so much, controlled aggression. On the other hand, ZETA is a much more calm team that is gonna play it very, very safe until they push forward. We got our bans coming through. Lola and Max are going to be the bans here for AQM. We'll see Byron and Stu removed by ZETA Division. I think the bans make a lot of sense. Max is pretty much a must ban against ZETA, and a great sign of respect because AQM, they love Max. It's one of their best brawlers, but they know that ZETA, they are just the best on this brawler, and I think that is such a huge sign of respect.
I like the Byron ban as well. Byron's a character that usually kind of escapes bans right underneath that line, but Byron is basically a fallback strategy for a lot of these non-Eastern teams, right? Everybody goes to Byron. I don't really know what's going to happen here, but when you can fall back to Byron, you can go word, he's going to play mid, he's going to shoot some guys, going to heal some guys, and kind of do the right things. And so looking towards this next one, this is how a lot of people are feeling. AC Milan Qlash has been the go-to for a lot of these people at home as far as their predictions are concerned. Me personally, I've got my money on ZETA Division.
All right, we'll see who gets it right. We have our first game starting. I believe Overlay should be getting up to date soon enough. And we have some interesting comps, to be honest. The surge on both sides. Sandy and Gene, more traditional, coming up. Side Tempo pushing forward, but he doesn't quite manage to score. Guille goes for some nice damage, but is forced to open up their goal area, and that can be a bit problematic later on.
Tensai tried to dance around it, but wasn't able to get it done. And so, yeah, like you said, the composition's a little bit interesting. That's a good word for it here. At the end of the day, iChaos on the bell, very, very classic.
Oh, what a pass! What a beautiful play that was!
Smooth.
Man, that was quite something. Going for the TP pass again, and finally score that one up. Qlash take the early lead, and there's nothing more terrifying than facing Qlash in lane on Brawl. This is quite a tough matchup early on for ZETA. A great stun from Gear. Surely that should be a goal, and we can hear Qlash heating up as they take game one.
And that is why you keep driving home the point that AC Milan Qlash are this team that's great on LAN. Well, why? Yes, one, acclimation to the setting. It's different to stand up. Shouts to YDE. It's different to stand up. It's different to be under stage lights. It's different to be here all around. Absolutely. But they're also making a ton of noise. There's also the intimidation factor. I don't think ZETA Division gonna get scared or anything like that. But maybe. Lenae's pretty big.
Man, this is literally what I was thinking about this matchup. I think that ZETA might even be the better team, but in a LAN environment like this, I think that AC Milan Qlash is just too intimidating, and they get loud, they get taunting, they celebrate after every single, almost every single kill they get. It's scary. It is scary, but game 2 is starting now. TPN from Totem is able to pick up the kill onto Lena, and that's a huge opening, but gets slowed down rather quickly as Guy is able to control the situation for both the left and the mid side of the map.
Already a different style of play from ZETA Division, though. Watching the right laner just jump forward and go for that, and that's a level of aggression we just didn't see in game number 1. And so that might be the change that ZETA needs to stick to in order to make this one a contest, because I'll be honest, game 1 was a landslide, and it did not look great for what I consider to be one of, if not the best team here. That's where my predictions lied, folks. ZETA Division is the squad that I have going all the way, and AC Milan is making me go, are you sure?
Well, we got a nice push there for ZETA. The pull comes through, kill follows up, and ZETA are starting to regain some control. Bull is under the control of Qlash on the right side, and they're not planning on giving any space to ZETA to push forward. Interesting, once again, a TP backwards to stay alive, but that means, once again, a little bit less utility to work with in the future. We've seen those surge TPs can be so clutch in getting kills or getting in good positions. This is last TP pop. The kill follows up. This should be a potential goal, but a Chappie falls, and IKEA successfully defends this push off for now.
You know, I can't even call that a giant drop, because I think the kills were staggered so much that we were going to see a defender spawn anyway, which is why we didn't see ZD go all the way in. Tensai falling down, giving the ball back to Chaos. We'll see ourselves re-centralized, scoreless after a minute and a half. And Chaos, Guille, Lena have the ball in their hands. 20 seconds now remaining. And honestly, the door is not open for either side.
All right, we have a push starting slowly for ZETA Division, building up, trying to go for control as soon as overtime kicks in, but they get punished for it. A miss pull from a Chappie as well, and they know they need to corner up that ball, calm things down, because everyone is slowly falling down here for ZETA Division, and they need to hold on to this overtime.
Tensai staying alive there was a big deal. It allowed his teammates to respawn and respond. If he goes down fast, AC Milan Qlash walk up the field and just walk it in. Now, Chitempo on the right-hand side, but a big kill opens the window. Another kill from Lena. And just like that, set number 1 done and dusted.
Man, Qlash looking good so far, but keep in mind, this is their best mode. They are known to be the maybe best team in the world for Brawl. Sure. And ZETA, this is one of their less comfortable modes, and that makes sense. You know, they're a bit more of a reserve team. They like to play it safe, play it in the long run, right? Very strategically, and Brawl can be so dynamic, so quick. But we are moving to Gem Grab next, Minecart Madness, and that is exactly what ZETA Division love.
Yeah, that is well into the 80 territory of percentage for them in the win column there. So, Brawl Ball, a distant memory already. ZETA Division are a team that, you know, because we keep showing the prowess of being an excitable team, like AC Milan Qlash, right? It's a big deal. You can get in the face of the opponent. And look, I'm the loud American. That's absolutely my style. But to give credit where credit is due, the Japanese team here from ZETA Division, that reservation, I mean, it's easier to bounce back from a loss like that. Okay, word, it is an L. Let's go get a W. No problem. Players like me, I get loud when I win. I get real quiet when I lose. And that is a different story here for ZETA Division. So heading off to Minecart Madness, my favorite map. Love to see players get hit by a minecart. We'll see if they can turn this one around and get it done.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect map for them, right? It is one of the toughest maps to play, very strategic game mode, and exactly in the playstyle that we expect to see from ZETA Division. So they have to try on this. I feel like where it gets real scary is if they drop this set to Qlash.
Yes.
Then suddenly I'm gonna be there that like this was their chance. This absolutely was their chance. So they need to capitalize on this set starting right now. And honestly, I wouldn't leave a single game to Qlash. They need to start off with a win because Qlash, they love their momentum. They roll on it and they just don't stop. You can't feed into it.
Completely agree. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Teddy. It's absolutely about hitting the ground running and getting it done. And so that's what we'll do. Mid lane here. The matchup is going to be Lana versus Tensai.
Man, 6 different brawlers is always something I love to see. Very, very different strategies on both sides so far. Gem lead is absolutely even as ZETA Division. We have a bit of cover due to that minecart popping.
So the Crow here for a Choppy. This is something that ZETA Division really like to do. They like to play the Crow specifically on these gem grab modes, and he will go all the way in. He won't ever touch a gem, but he will go all the way in and find those executions. Important answer from Lana there on AC Milan Clash's side. But ZETA Division now own the mid, and look at Chatampo here in the mech, just not even getting the kills, just providing a wall for ZETA Division to go to the shop and just get all the gems.
Yeah, so much control still for ZETA, and their gem count is building up. 7 in the bag. Now Qlash retrieves some control, and that wall is going to be huge there from IKEOS. Blocks a lot of access and rotations, but it doesn't last for long as the minecart is there to destroy.
A lot of time left. Jumping forward, and Chatampo is here, hunting down Lana, able to get one, and the red team has the countdown. Beautiful wall by IKEOS to separate themselves. 10 seconds left. 2 players to play defense. There's the respawn, and that should be good.
Yeah,
and we're
ZETA with a healing station. There is no chance, absolutely no chance. And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? We talked about what can make the difference, and that is picking up this game convincingly. It's their best, one of their best modes, and Qlash, they're not nearly as comfortable on it, and this map is just particularly exactly what ZETA want. They got exactly the result they wanted as well.
Great play. The Pam play, I think, really made the difference there, which is funny because the Pam wasn't the one getting all the kills. It wasn't, but it was just the lockdown in the mid, able to really make sure things happened. Meg was really the suppressive force, and that was a big deal. But ZETA Division, I heard them in the set.
Yeah,
they made some noise, and that is a big deal. We keep driving home the fact this is more a reserve team. They were yelling, so they are very excited about that one.
They gotta be, right? They gotta be. The odds are so big. They are also the last hope of their region. The Chappy does eat up quite a bit of damage early on. Lana takes a bit of damage himself. He heals up due to the cactus being broken down. And he is already forced to pump a second gadget. It's a lot of utility gone early on to be low HP in that position. And they're going for the pinch. Yeah, they take Lana out as well. It's a lot of control for ZETA Division. And dude, we mentioned yesterday as well, one of the big factors for ZETA Division success was Totem being on the other side of the map on the enemy spawn. He was there right now against Qlash.
Yep. Big plays happening out here, and again, a Choppy doing his job. Jumping in, getting a kill, dying. But this isn't bounty, it's gem grab, so it's all good. 8-1 as Tensai takes down Guille. And that should be 9-1. Ooh, not quite. This Crow goes down, and this is a big moment for AC Milan Qlash as they're able to take mid-control here.
Oh,
and
the minecart hits.
The entire game around.
The minecart hits, and it hits hard. A quick kill in favor of Qlash, and now finally Qlash have some sort of control. They are still behind in gems, but the gap is slowly closing down as Tensai is low HP, unable to really commit to a push just yet. But ZETA, they are hungry for this retake. They don't want to give a chance for Qlash to take back the lead.
A Choppy gets that kill, and I heard him on stage. They really like that play. Not going to be able to repeat it as he jumps to his doom, but here comes Shatampo. Pow, pow. The kill is good. The countdown starts, and that is a lot of separation. Shatampo can even go down here because it's 11 on Tensai all the way up top. Do they have the response?
All right, there's no way to get anywhere close to taking Tensai down. That's ZETA back with another game, and that makes set here as they take Gem Grab. What a performance from them, keeping their cool as well after that initial set loss.
I love looking at Shatampo here. The man in the shadows, got the long hair, fitted hat low, as we say in New York. You know, just like, listen, man, I'm going to do my thing. Stay out of my purview right now. I got to go to work, as they would say. And so I like the attitude, man. I'm being wooed by this A Division team, but you drove it home from the beginning. This Gem Grab, this is their house.
Yeah, this is the mode they needed to win, and they did so. That is definitely going to be huge. A bit of a face-to-face here between Lena and Tensai. The Bell matchup slightly in favor of Lena, and yet it was on the lanes where everything happened, especially Tempo able to absolutely outperform on that Meg, constantly causing trouble in enemy lines.
Yeah, you know, it was just the ability to push forward, basically be a wall that moved forward, and just, you had the minecart and the mech. You had to worry about both on either side, but we'll push forward, and we're headed to nuts and bolts here. Siege time. How you feel about this one?
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one because Qlash, this was from far their worst mode when they started the year. This and Hot Zone, but bit by bit they started working on it so much because they couldn't win against SK because of it. And now this is actually one of their better modes. Their third favorite, they've performed formidably well so far on it, and this is a good chance for them to maybe take back that lead.
I love to see it. 2-0 one way, 2-0 the next way. The pendulum of competition swings, and it swings hard. Siege Mortis alert! Lena here on the right side. Gotta watch out for that, and Shatampo has to watch out for that. He's the first casualty of war. Left side, Frank takes down a Choppy. We have the Frank v. Frank matchup.
Yeah, this is a bit of an intense game already, and honestly a great shout from Lena to go for that Mortis. Perfect situation, right? You're facing a Barley, which is pretty much just free low. You're facing the Frank that is never going to be able to hit you, even less be able to hit you with a stun. So that's so much value just off the bat, and he claimed already a couple of kills to show us that.
Love to see the creativity. Again, I think one of the fun, the more fun conversations that I've had this weekend was me coming in and going, all right, guys, you know, the meta has been kind of fun. What are you expecting this weekend? And they were going, I don't know. Everything is different. We're playing against people. They're doing different things in scrims. It's all going to be a mess. And right here, this is a mess.
It certainly is. Not sure exactly what is going on besides Qlash picking up the second bot and keeping that bolt economy pumping in. Look at that, 2 bolts to 2. The advantage here for Qlash is they will get to keep control after this push, so that gives them a bit of an advantage. Already have a slight damage lead, nothing that ZETA need to worry about just yet. What they do need to worry about is this retake. This is going to be the final siege spot of this game, and ZETA need a successful mid retake.
Everything relies on this next sequence. Mortis goes in, gets a kill. And that's going to be a problem. iChaos here, locking the doors. A Choppy can't get any movement. Shatampo falls down to Guille, and that's going to be it. ZETA needs 2 bolts, and Tensai might have been able to make it happen, but there's just not enough time. AC Milan Qlash grabbed the last bot, and with that, they'll grab game 1.
Man, I just want to point out the magnificent play from Guille we saw earlier, where basically the Surge TP'd on him, and actually Guille, instead of committing for the bolt, went back, so the TP was just useless because there was a wall between them, and he pre-fired the spot of the TP, so he died when he landed back from his super. That was a beautiful play for what was normally just an unwinnable situation for that fight. The game didn't rely on it, but just superb mechanics and just brains from Guille VGX.
You love to see it. You love to see the small stuff. It's is absolutely what you have to sweat here on the big stage. Chowing down, always eating, as we see more fun from the Brawl house. But let's reflect on that game one as we see Shatampo just head in the game as always. This was all ACMQ.
Yeah, this was so strong and dominant from them. They've gone such a long way this year on this mode, and definitely their work paying off here against ZETA Division. And this is important because getting that second set in the bag, that gets you really dangerously close from winning the match. And I mean, look at the Frank diff.
Yeah, 0 kills here for a Choppy. You know what I'm taking from this is Chaos says he's number 2. And I see number 1 on the other side. That's all I'm saying. But at the moment, AC Milan Qlash do have the lead. We're tied at 1%, but they are up 1 game in our Siege set. We'll jump in here. Number 2, Chaos blowing some kisses. And this time around, we'll see a much different composition from ZETA. And I think I like it. Mortis on the other side. So a little bit of aggression, fire, fight, fire.
Yeah, and there is a Sprout on Qlash that's going to be hard. I love the Gil. I think it's such a creative pick here as well to just keep Lena at bay, knock him back, whether it's with the gadget or the super. He does pick up the kill and gets the double bats as well. Beautiful play from Lena, but still Qlash have to focus up on this defense. Gonna take a long time, and that leaves some time for ZETA's players to just come back and hold on to that center control.
Favorite usage of Sprout here. Just make the bot walk back and forth forever. Still a fair amount of damage, 7% done by ZETA Division there. So the fact that they got anything, I think, was impressive because AC Milan Qlash were just doing such a good job of playing Gatekeeper. So to even sneak in a little bit was pretty cool.
So far, they're dancing around iKaos's shots. He's known as possibly the best Sprout in the world, and they have dodged every single shot in the last couple of seconds. It's absolutely surreal how strong the dodging skills from ZETA are. Yet another bot coming through. I think iKaos may have run out of gadgets now, so they most certainly need this next bot and need to try to take down the bot as fast as possible. Now only 50 seconds left on the clock, and ZETA are looking good in this game.
Completely different story from game number 1. Barley's able to sneak on in there and toss the super overboard, almost halfway done with the Ike. And the last siege on the way. ZETA Division trailing now in bolts. AC Milan Qlash can win this one, and the kill on a Mortis is a good start. 2 bolts picked up by a Choppy, though. Not going to be enough. 6th level siege bot. ZETA Division at 100%. And they're able to get some extra damage. That's going to be a huge deal here as AC Milan Qlash have to get over 50% in one push.
Yeah, and look at the Gale. The Gale is just going to gadget their way out. No one is there to deal damage. Gia gets swept out of existence by Shatampo, and this is going to be ZETA with a game in the bag. Finally, both teams are contesting the same set, and look at that, we got some Lena fans in the Brawl Lounge.
Love to see the love here, but listen, this guy right here, a Choppy, he's the one, they give him the weird picks, he's able to dig deep and bop hard, and, you know, sorry folks, we have the best seat in the house. I can just turn around and see the guys. A Choppy is beaming. This guy has all the confidence in the world. Doesn't matter that he lost set 1. Doesn't matter that he lost the game 1 here in Siege. Watching him out here, like I said, playing the weird stuff, man, and he is happy to do so. That is a scary look if I'm AC Milan Qlash.
Yeah, and that's the thing with ZETA Division, right? They have a bit more of a split roles than more traditional Brawl Stars teams. I mean, the Mortis diff here is kind of insane. Shatampo, this is the point I was coming to. He's been the hard carry so far, whether it was yesterday or today. He's been playing out of his mind. And here, Mortis diffing Lena, that is quite something. What a performance from him.
Long hair, don't care, man. This is, like I said, that's he's just fun to watch. I love the vibe. Just like I said, lights out, man. Blinders on. All he's looking at is the game. Very, very cool approach to what's going on here. Listen, you guys across the way can make all the noise you want. I don't hear you. I don't see you. I just have my 2 teammates and the win column in mind. rubber match here for our Siege set. And the Buzz shows up. One of my favorite brawlers these days. But I like the idea to just go right back and run it back with the comp, Gale and everything.
Mortis is huge in this matchup, I think. He only needs to dodge Lina. The rest is just free shots, free supers, free kills. And the value can be enormous. Lina goes down, does get his super, so can just come in strong as soon as they defend this one off, but the damage is coming through, and ZETA are finding a lot of value, and that Gil gadget is absolutely huge once more, keeping Lina at bay, and that's exactly what ZETA have been doing since the beginning of this match.
Poor Chaos. Shatampo just dancing around him. Sure. Lina shows up and gets not just one, but 2 kills. And that might open the midfield for the blue team here. ZETA Division 3 to Blue's 5. And that's going to be a Siege bot. Level 5 here for AC Milan Qlash. 56% remaining on their Ike. They got to do one better.
Yeah, despite the start being so good for ZETA in this game, AC Milan Qlash are not in too bad a spot. Obviously, it's going to be hard to deal a lot of damage with those Gil gadgets. Should still be about 1 available, I think, for Chappie. Should be keeping it in case they need to defend the final bot. But this is decent economy-wise for Qlash to go for it. Lina is low HP, though. This is going to be a huge problem because he can't fully commit. Is gonna be very scary for the least. ZETA Division getting some great kills, and this should be game as they get the double kill, get full on control, and I don't see how they can be stopped.
Me neither. Achapi is out here just barking. I think I even saw him yell at the other team a little bit there. Like, they are feeling themselves right now, and this is just for fun. We know that ZETA Division is taking this game and this set. They're already celebrating as they honestly make mincemeat out of AC Milan Qlash. This was all about the composition. Once they figured out how to win, all they needed to do was enter the lobby, and it was game, set, not match yet, but game and set. And see, we got ZETA Division fans out there as well. Shouts to the Aphelion boys there, repping the East Asia region.
Man, they just reverse swept that Siege set out of AC Milan Qlash's hands. It looked so good for Qlash in the first game, but game 2, game 3 certainly were dominant from ZETA. And I think the Gil pick was so huge, such an underrated brawler, and ZETA reminding us how underrated he is.
Exactly, chef's kiss. Not more than just a hot zone pick for sure. Gale, the old man, can get it done. And very impressive stuff again, because that's the thing, the creativity here, not just from the team to be able to go ahead and select it, you have to have it in your brawler pool, don't forget. With a weird selection like that, you're not exactly always practicing it. You know, this is the situation where you go, does anyone play Gale? Like, can you actually do it? And Achapi, like I said, all smiles, ready to jump in, very happily able to go for it. Bounty, next on the docket, Dry Season, here it is. This is a real classic Bounty map. Open, spread out, real quintessential Brawl Stars.
Yeah, the thing is, we do see a bit more of the newer meta here as well, going for those tanks, maybe a Poco in the mix as well, even triple tank. Those are all options, you know, the Buzzers, the Mortis, those guys can just move into the mix and find so much value. A lot of ZETA fans actually in the lounge. We do have Bounty starting now, as so far it seems like ZETA are in a better spot to contest for that blue star, but not overcommitting, playing it safe. They know that with those lollipop drops, it can be very, very scary, as you never know the exact location of your opponents.
Right here, you know, the two big brawlers that I'm looking at, Guillet's selection in the tick, and then the Gene across the way. Similar to what I was saying before about Sprout, who changes the rules of the game, Gene does the same thing. When you see that super circle around him, you have to play differently, and I think that's just so impactful. The threat of activation is just so completely different when Gene has a super and is within range. So right now, composition-wise, I like what ZETA's leading with.
Yeah, I completely agree with your point. You know, Gene is one of those brawlers where just having the super available creates value because it creates space for your team. Your opponents are going to be scared. The lollipop drops are slowly running out. Eventually, we shouldn't have any left, and it's not going to be available anymore for either side. But both teams are playing it so safe. ZETA still have the blue star lead, and Qlash, they are hungry for a kill, but they have no opportunities to get anything just yet.
And this is where the reservation of ZETA Division can pay off. They are totally fine to play a passive game. We've seen a lot of rambunctious bounty matches this weekend, but this is that old school bounty that I'm used to. Just 2 kills, maybe, if you're lucky. And this is where teams feel that fire. 10 seconds remaining. It's up to AC Milan Qlash to step forward. They try, and they get beaten down. They try again, and they get beaten down for the 3rd time. 3 kills in total, all of them on ZD's side.
My goodness, match point coming up for ZETA Division. So many pros were terrified of facing this. For Qlash, they just accept it. They're falling back, giving away that blue star.
And that's not what we saw from this team earlier on.
Inside. Can't even call
it from the semifinals.
This is huge. I can't even call it an upset because we knew that those teams were so closely matched, but so far ZETA has been better and absolutely deserved to be in this position. Qlash, pressure is up. They want to take this one, but a lot of space created by Totem on the left-hand side. And so far, Qlash, they just accept it. They're falling back, giving away that blue star.
And that's not what we saw from this team earlier on in the set. And so we can talk all we want about how the players look like in real life and what they're saying, what they're doing. But when you see it on the battlefield, that's where it's an issue. Nice step forward from Lana. I'll be honest, Lana seems like the only one with juice left inside of him. That's the guy that needs to lead this team to victory should they find it.
Absolutely so. So far, it's not looking too great though for Qlash. ZETA Division 3 stars lead. And Qlash, they were quiet. They looked scared. That's not something we've seen of them this year. But they still stand a chance here with the last 40 seconds of this game. It's not over until the clock is down to 0 seconds. And there's still 30 seconds to go.
Shatampo here on the right side, biding his time. Again, passive play coming out from the ZETA Division. They have 3 stars. There is no reason for them to leave their side of the map. The onus is on AC Milan Qlash to make a move. 9 seconds left. Players being cornered, but Shatampo cuts down Chaos, and that's going to be it. Lana falls as well. 8-2. ZETA Division headed to semifinals.
GG for that, as ZETA Division are moving forward and up the bracket. What a performance from them. They looked incredible, ice cold against Qlash.
Man, I love this too. We see Tensai and Choppy both like looking at the camera. Even after a win, Shatampo, no man. I got to worry about semifinals.
Not having any of that.
No. On to the next one. On to the next one. Clock in, clock out. Much love to AC Milan Qlash as they will head home. But again, making it to quarterfinals. 1, we'll talk money. That is a big jump. And 2, you made it to Championship Sunday. I think that allows you to walk with your head up high. And don't forget, the performance on Brawl Ball was insane. Gem Grab was fun to watch. I think that's where we saw ZETA Division kind of step forward and find themselves just a little bit.
Yeah, this was quite a journey for them this year. Of course, sad to see them leave, but ZETA, man, they are impressive. I've been hearing more and more pros coming into, this week saying they look so good in the scrims. We've never seen anyone play like them mechanically. No one is even close to them, and they are showing that off. But not just that, also just strategically great comms, great decisions, and taking risks. Who plays Gil in Siege?
Right?
No one does. That is exactly why we love ZETA.
Listen, man, I hate to say I told y'all, but I told y'all, man. I have been sitting here since ZETA was called Jupiter going, that team numero uno. I love the way this team plays. The creativity is off the charts. They look good, and at the end of the day, the W's are in their column. They are the ones performing. They are the ones going on to the semifinals in an impressive way there.
Man, it wasn't just a win, right? It was a top-class win. They played out of their minds, shocked the world once more, and man, I can't believe it, but they're just so good and are looking amazing. And yeah, my man, Totem with the MVP, and I don't think we can agree more than that, right? He got the MVP yesterday as well, I believe.
Yep.
They look so strong, man.
Don't forget, you get points just for putting in your vote on event.brawlstars.com. And just a side note, we got the pronunciation from the guys themselves. So
yeah.
In case you're making fun of us in chat, we asked them proper to make sure we nail it here for ZETA Division, because they've been nailing it in-game. It's the least we can do to show respect to the hard carry himself, as you correctly called.
Yeah, man, they played incredible. They really did, and they're just such a complete team. So many teams, you know, there's that one-dimensional aspect that makes them predictable. They are excelling at everything so far.
Coming up next, we are jumping into the semifinals. INTZ will take on Navi. But before that, we have Avali standing by with a chat with one of Brawl Stars' finest.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Frank, the game lead for Brawl Stars over at Supercell, and right now we're having our tea time at the Brawl House, huh?
Yeah, Arkan Spiders, I guess.
Now, I've been watching you pop up from time to time on the broadcast, sitting on the couch with everyone screaming and cheering, because we have like almost all the players here. So tell me, what's it like feeling in all that energy and the atmosphere around you?
Yeah, I think it's really the best moment in the life of a game developer to see people going like just bonkers when it comes to the game they are playing. And yeah, I love it.
Now, as a game developer, being very close to players, especially ones that are in the competitive scene, sometimes I know that they can offer suggestions for the game. So has anyone come up to you being like, I need you to buff this person or nerf this person yet?
Yeah, of course, that happens all the time. You're sitting down somewhere and someone will start a conversation about exactly that topic. The cool thing is that we're so close to the community here that, you know, the other community managers, myself, we're all on social media. So it's very easy to get in touch and give suggestions. And the players here, well, they take opportunity of that, of course.
How do you balance out being able to cheer for one team, but then, you know, want to support the other one and making sure that the Supercell love is equal and spread out amongst all the teams and players?
Well, I guess we're balancing that by having different people voting for different teams. But at the end of the day, you know, I want that skin.
Oh, yeah. I want that skin too, and right now my predictions are not looking too good. Are yours looking good?
Yesterday was great. The day before was pretty bad for me, I have to say. Yeah.
Lots and lots of upsets. But Frank, is there anything right now that you'd like to say to all the people who are maybe tuning into the World Finals for the first time, or maybe this is their first introduction to Brawl Stars and we want to invite them into the family?
Guys, welcome to Brawl eSports. This is really what we are living for, and this is just the beginning. Next year is going to be amazing. We have a ton of great content coming up for you, and yeah, keep tuning in. It's going to be amazing.
Stay tuned in, everyone. But for us, I think we're going to continue our tea time. Yes, so that's it for us here.
Welcome back, folks. Tea time sounded good, Avali. F. joined here by the man, the myth, the television, Uber Shouts himself.
Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, great to be back here. Also great to hear from Frank. You know, Frank actually jumped in my DMs at the start of this year and was like, yo, we're a cast of Brawl Stars, bitch. That's where it all began. So big shout out to him. Thanks for getting me involved. And yeah, good to be back here with you, F. My God, I'm telling you, we might look. It happens in so many esports tournaments, right? Where you know, the grand final not always super close, but like the semis are just insane.
Yeah.
This is an absolutely bonkers matchup. Two teams from completely different corners of the world, just as hungry as each other and just as ridiculously talented, taking on challenges from all regions. INTZ and Navi, man, I have goosebumps already.
So much fun. Listen, INTZ has been lights out to watch. The team hailing from Brazil. Navi on the other side, of the world coming out of Russia and looking at what they're able to do. On the bottom side, we'll see the Italians go head-to-head against Japanese ZETA Division. But first, INTZ, Navi. The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
Eu acredito que a gente pode ser sim a equipe campeã. A gente veio bem preparado, a gente treinou muito para chegar até aqui e eu acho que a gente merece.
Fire Crow and the step back is good!
Take it back!
Woo!
Cannot surely get away with this. He's gonna.
Я думаю, что самая сильная сторона нашей команды – это трудолюбие и мотивация.
What a turnaround! The GD's take it back!
Болейте за нас, друзья. Сделаем на максимум все, что мы можем в этих матчах.
And I'll be real here, Uber. I think Navi, one of the scarier teams out here, but Tufa, one of the scarier individuals straight up. Like, we've gotten good shots of him on camera, but I'm able to just turn around and that boy is on fire.
Yeah, he really wants to tell us something about the ground, F-Dog, because he's constantly doing this. I'm not sure, like, is the floor lava? Do you want more space? Is this your house? Probably the latter, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, I mean, this team, a lot of energy, and, you know, they come in here, they know, look, every Brazilian team I've ever really seen at top-level esports has had a chip on their shoulder, right? They felt like an underdog going into... And even if you told INTZ that they're not underdogs, they'd be like, no, we prefer that, you know? It kind of fuels them in a big way. But a bit of a different look on stage here. We actually have Adinho starting in for INTZ now as we have our bans.
Ooh, yeah, you're not wrong. Tufa on the bench at the moment. And, you know, I like to see that. When you've got the extended roster, you know, you want to play mix and match. You want to be able to have the best possible. It's not that Adinho over to, but for this specific matchup, it might be the reason to go towards Adinho. The only thing I worry about here when you bring in the ringer is, are they cold? This is the first time Adinho is going to be on the stage. How will he fare versus the player that's already been there? Because Cube, MMA, Jason, they've been playing all weekend.
Right, I think objectively it's quite a bizarre decision for that exact reason, right? This is Adinho's first time on stage, but wasting no time on jumping straight into Brawl Ball left. Let's get it on. INTZ take on Navi in our first semi.
Always a fan of Gene, but I worry about the Crow on the other side. MMA is going to be able to just jump on in there and take care of business if the team allows him to. But at the moment, INTZ seem to have the first bout of momentum here midfield. Fire Crow, healthy as a horse, hasn't gotten a single, all right, before that, hadn't taken a single shot. And just like that, Navi's able to wrestle back a little bit. But Adinho on the spike, good use of the big cactus, able to hide from the death.
Yeah, look, Navi are waiting on Cube to get that mech online here. You'll start to see them take a bit more space. MMA might well have slowing toxin available as well. So once Navi decide they want to start fighting and MMA finds a decent connection, they'll be able to run INTZ down and potentially convert that into a goal. Self-injected use there by Jason. He takes a bit of damage and Cube now suits up. It's time to go for Navi.
Yeah, drastic change here. Meg goes from like 0.5 of a character to 1.5, but immediately take it down. Excellent choice of the B and the execution. But there's that Crow move. MMA all the way to the back line. And just like that, neutralized. Marcel will stay alive and bring the ball home.
Yeah, so crucially, Magic Hand used there on Cube in mech form. The stun makes it impossible for Cube to get his health back by using the gadget, so he doesn't get to spend nearly as much time inside mech, and he's burst down with a quick double tap from Firecrow. MMA getting picked off by Marcel is a bit of a dangerous one here, but Jason's healthy enough and wing against the Dino in a comfortable enough fashion that Navi aren't giving up too much ground. INTZ might be playing for an overtime scenario here.
I think you're right. As Marcel finds another kill onto MMA, Jason answers back, but it's a double kill for Marcel right into the clutches of the defense. Cube gets there first. I think it was also a little bit off target, but we'll give credit to the defense there as Cube shows up.
Definitely the latter.
Yeah,
definitely the latter. Marcel scores that, even with Cube in the way, if he's just slightly to the left, but that happens. Honey Manassas used there to slow Cube up, but he's actually able to survive. He's out of mech, but he's still going to be able to shoot a goal just fine. And Navi in dying seconds, F-Dot, they get the one goal that they need.
Perfect timing. Navi knew exactly how, what, when, where. Specifically the when was the important part. Game one of the pocket of the white, blue, and red here. Nice moves from Cube. You know, the problem here, the problem for me was, Uber, was that when we saw Navi, all right, they did exactly what you need to do. Bide your time, get Meg in the mech, okay. INTZ answered it perfectly. Pull, stun, double tap with a B. The B was selected to take care of the tanks. Everything seemed to be okay on paper, but that's why we play the game. Navi didn't care that you found how to counter the comp. They got it done.
Right, and importantly, what we maybe was harder to see there is, as we see, you know, Cube push up there in the mech, from the side, it's MMA hits 2 players with a slowing toxin. So, well, you know, INTZ are able to slow down the mech, right? They throw Honey Molasses down, but they group up 2 players. They both get hit, they both get slowed down. So Cube just walks up and hits them with the super and mech and just destroys them. Yeah, he gives up his mech as a result and has to walk on his own 2 feet again, but that's fine. He can still score from that position. Essentially, MMA sets up a huge 2 for 1 point, as you put it, 2 for half. Yeah. As only the mech is traded for 2 players, and so you still have a 3v1 situation. Absolutely stunning stuff there. Not quite enough to keep Winter interested, apparently, but I definitely enjoyed that.
Maybe he's on event.brawlstars.com putting in his hitting the spam button, which is always my favorite part of watching esports, spamming along at home. But real talk, I think this is one of those interesting games where I look at what INTZ did, and I don't have too many complaints. I wouldn't mind them going right back to the same composition. It was really just about that last-minute execution, which, you know, like you said, it happens.
I think they forgot about the Crow, honestly. You know, we know that they can dive in, but, you know, Crow's potential to catch multiple targets and just pin them down is pretty scary. MMA playing a little bit aggressively here, and I think he was trying to create some space for Cube to get free damage by taking attention from Crow, but didn't really play it the way he would have liked it to. He just kind of feeds.
That's fair. We'll see if they can turn it around here. Cube gets in the mech a lot earlier than game number 1. INTZ did stick to their original composition, which again, I like that call. Cube knocked out real quick. Jason pushes forward though. Right side lane, MMA gets the kill on Adinho, waiting for the pass. Marcel kicks it out. Does not matter. Score 1 for Navi.
And a huge part of that F dot is that mech, right? It generates so much attention that, again, MMA just wins a comfortable 1v1 against the Dino and then wraps. And yeah, Lamp Blowout was available for Marcel, but it really just prolongs the inevitable. Navi's mech play is causing a lot of problems, and that's what you need to do. Firecrow needs to remove Cube before he suits up. This is looking good for the Brazilians.
Open window, Marcel passes to Firecrow. No, he holds it. And just like that, able to tie up a minute 15 and counting.
Great stuff there. I think Cube might even have gone down with super available, but it's just a perfect snipe from the superstar Firecrow to pave the way. INTZ need to do it again, though.
Might be tough this time around. Cube here, locking down the left lane as we've gotten used to seeing. MMA slowed up, jumping forward, misses the super, doesn't matter, gets him from behind, and Cube gets the kill on the left-hand side. Pop, Marcel, doesn't matter. Game, set. Navi move on to set 2.
And look at that, the energy there. Navi realized that they have done what many teams have really struggled to do, like a comfortable performance there against INTZ on Brawl Ball, and the healing of Jason really has to be pointed out there. You know, Cube gets D-Mech, but he's still in a position to fight the B. B is pretty scary at any range, but constantly being topped up by Jason, and he's able to push up there. INTZ should be frustrated. I think going up against the Meg, they knew that they were going to have a tough time anyway, compositionally. They felt like they could win, and that's true, but you have to do it before Cube gets in the mech and is able to take all this space. Look at this. As soon as Navi realize, F-Dot, that they can collapse this left-hand side, all 3 of them push up. It's elegant, but it is very simple.
Oh, yeah. This is, you know, it is the most beautifully hand-engraved hammer I've ever seen, right? Just like, you did what you needed to do, as simplistic as it was, but that was the biggest deal for me in game number 2, was how quickly Cube was able to get that mech online and push forward, and then, like you said, it all just comes together. On to the next one. Bot drop is where we are headed. When it comes down to Siege, INTZ looked really good last time around, but we'll see what they could do here against the Navi choices as we as we head there, the 2-0 in the mines. And, you know, we didn't touch on the bans earlier on. No Bell is a big deal that really impacts the game. No Buzz recently, but Stu is one of those X-Factor characters that changes the way you play and approach with that band.
Right, I mean, he can snowball situations and obviously break down walls quite comfortably there. Look, Navi continue their tendency, of banning safe, long-range brawlers, right? Lola's really nasty right now. I think OG was really able to demonstrate just how filthy she is. And obviously Belle, you know, her ability not only to control the middle part of the map, but also use those nest eggs to slow down a siege bot. Pretty tough to deal with. Navi do not want their opponents to be able to sit back and play these safe picks. They want to force them into situations where they have to brawl. MMA's got a bit of experience in that regard. He actually is as he calls himself, a professional sort of mixed martial artist. So the guy lives up to his name out of game, and in game he's more than happy to knock a few heads together as well. And yes, I hope everybody at home is getting over to event.brawlstars.com and have had their predictions in now. There's a bunch of opportunities to learn more coins, by the way, just by staying on the page and looking out for opportunities to just interact and work your way towards that cat burglar Jesse's skin, which I am not going to get to because my predictions are in utter shambles. It is a disgrace.
I put a lot in the basket here for STMN, but I had ZETA Division going all the way, and so seeing the boys get it done there. There's Tufa. That's the guy that got INTZ to this point alongside the other two guys. Happy to swap in and out with Adinho. Again, when this is something that I see more here than in other esports, Uber, is the idea that you have an extended roster and you actually use it. I kind of like that.
Yeah, again, if we have a chance to interview them, I'd love to maybe sort of know why. Adinho's spike is, a real go-to pick for him. We've seen it many times. We'll have to see, though, if, that is definitely an option here on bot drop. Like, no doubt about it. You can definitely play the spike. Really serviceable, very safe, strong, mid-range side laner here. Again, against what Navi like to play, which is eventually that all-in. It could be a little bit scary. Let's see what Navi have on board here. Okay, so a little bit less in your face. They do have the spike here, but they got the Farley, and Jason just got a free haircut.
Oh, yeah, long-range stuff here. I'm never going to say no to the Piper. I think that long-range classic sharpshooter, yes, please, hit your stuff. This is the professional level. Right off the bat, INTZ are getting the first siege bot. But this, of course, is where Cube comes into play on that spike. Going to drop down the slow field at some point to make sure nobody can really get on in. The bot will make it to the Ike, though, and so we will see some damage from the gloves themselves. Ultimately, first round. And it's 76% remaining here for Navi.
Yeah, here's the issue for Navi. If they can't really take control of this composition, they don't have a ton to slow down the mech. I think MMA must have Healing Tonic and not Sticky Syrup Mixer because he doesn't use it to try and slow down the bot there. Yeah, Jason can use Poppin and Cube, obviously his super to slow it down, but so much of both of these compositions relies on them just controlling mid. Yeah. Adinho's a problem right now because Firecrow can fire from invisibility here, and this is a signature pick. His Piper is known around the world, and this is 2 siege bots back-to-back for the Brazilians.
That's going to be a tall task for Navi to deal with. You can see right away pulling out all the stops, trying to get this bot down early. Pushing in. Decent damage coming out from Navi, but again, the bot will find the honey. And we got just over a third here on the Ike. 3 bolts in the pocket for Navi, and so that if they are playing the last siege game, this is where they have to step forward. Cube relegating Adinho to the right side, but as soon as Adinho gets out, he puts Cube in the ground.
And it's huge. I mean, Navi really had to lean into the left side collapse to get a bolt lead here, and they have one, but it's modest at best. This siege bot's going to have to do a heck of a lot of work, but INTZ will suffer the same problems as Navi do when it comes to sort of staving that siege bot off. They don't have a ton to deal with it. Again, unless Marcel has some tech in hand here. This is the last siege. Navi have to pile in their signature fashion, but last call is going to be connecting with so many of these players. They're taking a ton of damage. They've got to back away. It's a disaster for Navi.
It's troublesome all the way to it, but INTZ's Ike is going down. They have to be 35%. Navi can't get it done. And just like that, INTZ loudly and proudly win game 1.
Now, obviously, the Affiliate eSports crew also very pleased to see this result. Their countrymen, or at least for the most part, putting up quite a fight here against Navi. And again, look, you saw both the comps, right? Couldn't do a lot about the siege bot.
Yeah.
You know, we saw ZETA Division, right? They played the Gale. They used the Twister gadget to sort of actually prevent the siege bot from even touching the Ike. This setup is designed to do a very different thing, make use of these sort of wide angles. But if Jason isn't connecting shots, if he's not starting to run over the top of people on this Piper, then the composition looks really bad. It's very conditional. And I mean, this is pretty telling, I think, Efton.
I mean, absolutely. One guy got 5 kills and the other guy didn't. And one guy died twice and the other guy didn't. You know, that is as basic as you can kind of lay it down. You know, I understand the Piper selection. Again, I love the long-range sharpshooters. Really, really fun to go to, especially when you have an open midfield like they had here. But, and I mean, I'm not the one on stage, so take this with as many grains of salt if you want. I think it was the wrong choice, and I would like to see them move away from it. Whether it's something more tangible like the Gene or the Gale to work against the bot specifically, or just something more control-oriented for that midfield, you know, something wild. Just, I don't think the thesis was there, and I think it failed.
Navi tried to ban long-range safe brawlers, Efton. They can't ban them all. They've only got 2 bans to work with here, and we know they prefer to play a bit more of an in-your-face style, but it's just not an option on bot drop. The map is, frankly, horrendous, you know, in terms of their play style. So here, a bunch of healing, right? Poco Pam, but they're going to take a ton of poke damage, and they don't really have much architecture to hide behind. They just have to hope that they can steamroll here, and that's what they need to do, right? Cube burning Adino down. Scrap Sucker the gadget, I think, for the Pam is going to be crucial, unless it's Pulse Modulator on board.
This is exactly what I was talking about, Uber. Much more love to see the Gene here. You have something to do if things don't go your way. So I like the idea of wearing the seatbelt. First siege is a tie, so we have about 30 seconds left.
I mean, I'm sorry, Efton, but you can see what Navi like to do, right? They're playing an open map. They're playing 3 bloody healers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They have the Gene for Magic Puffs, mate. That's really what they're just trying to do. And you can see how much of a problem this is. This is not really where Navi are most comfortable, and they are collapsing now, having to play such a wide open map.
That said, still have the Bolt lead, albeit just barely. As soon as I said it, Caster's Curse. 9-8 in favor of INTZ. Cube walking to his own doom, but Jason answers back. And so INTZ get the first bot. Reminder, bot number 1 was a tie. And so level 10 here for bot number 2.
Right, I mean, again, you can tank this bot quite a lot. Your Pam can take it with large health pool and get healed up by the Byron as you sort of back up here. And you're not expecting to get caught by Jason there, so nice defense from Navi. That was a beefy siege bot, and Navi have 11 bolts going into the last siege and a lot of mid control because they got the kill on that Leon. This is looking very good for the Russian squad.
I'm not going to say it was by design, but a happy little accident. As Mr. Ross would say here, because now you've got it. Now you're going to have a gigantic bot decked out in legendary gear, and I'm not sure INTZ have the defense in order to make it happen. Fire Crow drops a pin, and now it's down to this level 16 here for Navi, and he's sprinting all the way down Broadway, but the siege bot already 1/3 down. 12 seconds left, and they're
using everything they got. Yeah, I mean, that Sticky Syrup Mixer and Poppin gets used, and it's still not enough. It's a level 16 siege bot for crying out loud. Maybe if the Barley stays alive and is able to deploy yet another gadget to slow it down, that would have been a different story. But nice job by Navi. Generally very good. Their composition was very risky, right? They have to play close together. They have to play forward. This is not a map with a lot of cover. But it is the healing, right? They are overpowering the damage output potential of INTZ. And I think we have a very clear picture of Navi's preferred way to play. This is to say that they're by no means out of the woods yet. They play a very one-dimensional composition previously. And I think INTZ have a read on it now.
You know, I really want to credit the micro of Navi as well. You mentioned how they have to play like clumped up as this ball of death. Well, they made sure, you know, Pam's up in front until she starts falling down, and then they rotate out and they spread that healing around, always knowing who's going to be the true tank of their tank composition. But look at this, man. Cube on the Gene. with 52% of the team's damage. That's how you know something's a little weird with the composition. When Gene winds up with 52% of the damage. But hey man, it worked. I like to see teams get out of their comfort zone. Semifinals of Worlds might be an odd place to do so, but they're the ones with the W, and so they're the ones that have it working for them.
Yeah, I mean, again, you probably don't have a lot of damage as a team there, especially because Byron has to spend most of his time probably healing the Pam.
Yeah.
But Pam really ruins Piper. If you can get close enough and actually scrap suck her, she just sits there like a lemon. It's like, I have no ammunition. I really don't have much that I can do here except sort of try and run away. And that's when she becomes a bit more susceptible to like the longer range pressure that Byron can provide. Yeah, we were talking about like the micro. Remember, like Pam has like what, like 5.5, 6k health. She takes a few hits from the siege bot, and the whole time she's getting just pocket healed by the Byron. So even though you don't have like a lot of tools specifically to deal with the siege bot, you can almost solo take it with plenty of healing. It's not cheesy.
Just stand
Navi
there,
don't
right?
like these. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, okay. So what do you make about this? Is Navi going to switch back here to this more long range comp? I mean, this is a risky play.
It is, and you know, you ask me what I think. I don't like it. Yeah. I think you just won with the last one. It was a little creative, a little bit out of your comfort zone, but you got the W. And I mean, sure, you have the level 1 siege bot. Good for you, Navi. Almost undoubtedly not going to be really much doing here, but the squad here now sending up on the left-hand side. Marcel will be able to live, and a little bit of damage from the Barley. So that's where I'll check myself a little bit, Uber. I will never complain about a switch to a Barley in Siege. You know, it is what it is. Oh, great pick. But Jason gets another pick there.
Yeah, Firecrow trying to go deep there on a bit of a flank, but Jason had the homemade recipe at absolute max range. In fairness, I think if Navi played the same composition, the Crow becomes pretty scary for them to deal with, right? That poison ticking makes healing much harder to pull off here. So I understand that Navi probably realized that they played such a one-dimensional comp that they'd be sort of backed into a corner if they had to play it with notice for their opponents. Here comes the siege bot, though. It's healthy enough. Level 7, of course, and yeah, we'll see now the sticky syrup mixer thrown down to slow it up here, and beautiful stuff from Firecrow to be able to split his attention like that.
Still a fair amount of damage being dealt here by Navi. Adinho goes all the way in and all the way down. So he gets a kill, but he trades out. Such is life for the Crow players out there. Cube trying to find his way all the way up. Lollipop gets dropped. And so no refuge in that center space. Last siege, 5 in the pocket for INTZ. Crucial. I think they might be able to bite back.
I mean, that's perfect. Firecrow needs that exact kill there on the Piper to give their team a chance of making something happen here. Adinho builds his super. He can dive in on towards the Ike. Marcel, of course, would like to do the same here. This is definitely up for grabs for INTZ. Level 9 siege bot trolling down mid. MMA slows it up, of course, with the sticky syrup mix, but has to give up his life as a result, and Jason's seen better days himself. Last call thrown at the Ike, but no one from INTZ can get quite close enough. They're diving in, though. They're going for it here. Marcel gets there, and they've done it! Oh, they've done it! The final siege, patience pays dividends, and INTZ come up with the dub.
What'd you say? I can't hear you. The Brazilians are popping off right now. But jokes aside, I mean, no jokes about that level of gameplay. These guys absolutely bring it home. Adinho feeling it through the veins as well. They're going to be able to take this set looking clean and clear. And so Hot Zone is next. Navi reflecting on that one. As I said, you know, you brought up a really good point about how that composition was so 1D that the Crow by itself can get rid of it. And so maybe you have to change. I would have liked to see a happy medium, something in between, because they got stepped on in game number 1. Game number 3 was a little bit better, but this was still, I want to say, almost inevitable. The fact that they did not have a tool to deal with the bot at this point, and so INTZ were able to win when they got there.
Yeah, it's also Navi hyper-focused on the fact that Marcel's still alive. So you see that Cube is still at full health, and both he and the Piper ignore the siege bot, he and Jason. And they just try and make sure, like, you know, the rest of INTZ can't really follow up on it. They take most of the damage to their right from a siege bot that gets ignored there. That is a very difficult situation to navigate. You're in like a 2v2, the enemy team is a siege bot. They have a Barley. they can indirectly hit your right constantly. So what do? Do you get rid of the barley? Do you try and, focus down the siege bot? They'd already used the sticky syrup mixes, so they weren't going to be able to slow it down any further. I've got to be honest, though, that is probably one of INTZ's best chances in this series to get a map that they definitely should win. When I see that come up, I think, okay, you saw Navi put themselves in uncomfortable situations to try and, and they kept it competitive, which is credit to them. Playing what you could consider a suboptimal look with the sort of the triple healer set up and trying to get in the enemy face. Split's a different story, though. Again, we know there's like a bunch of different looks available on this kind of map. We know that Navi get a lot of value out of Frank, especially. MMA likes to play that. I was sitting on Brawl Ball so far. Fascinating map split is because the way that these teams dictate sort of the investment of resources between left and right can really shape how the game goes. This is as much mental as it is mechanical.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think that was, that was a concern of mine. Not a concern, but it was a point of note coming into this one. INTZ are loud here. And Navi being remote, kind of don't have to deal with it. I think INTZ have intimidated a couple of teams like that. Right side, Cube owning the side for his team. Left side, it's MMA and Jason owning the side for his team. And so Navi already off to the races. Finally, Marcel getting something going here for INTZ.
Wild that Cube stayed alive for as long as he did. Marcel really respects the triple tap damage of the surge there, enough that he backs around that corner and sort of opts to obviously play more indirectly. MMA getting poked out a little bit. That's huge from Cube. Beautiful stuff. Gets the invulnerability frame. Firecrow, though, reciprocates. But now MMA chooses to push through. Like I said, Navi get to play a bit more in your face here, and it suits them awful well.
MMA losing the fight there, eventually falling down, but Firecrow jumping the stun, always going to be a good look. Marcel and Cube here, jumping to his doom. Navi off to the races, though. 86%, stunted at the moment, thanks to Firecrow's prowess on the point, dodging Frank, but pushed off nonetheless. 97, 98, and that's going to be that. Navi take game one unceremoniously.
Absolutely stunning stuff. That's beautiful there. I mean, and I've got to point out, Frank, at one point you saw him ult backwards, right?
Yeah.
He knew that he wasn't going to be able to kill Firecrow. Firecrow had the invulnerability frame from the level up, so he turned around and instead just took out some of the architecture of the map to make it easier for his team to come back in and have an easier line of fire. And they do, right? This allows Cube to move up like this. MMA he's not even trying to hit them. He's not trying. He just knows he needs to just stand on the point. Like I said, simple yet elegant play. Just be on the damn point. You don't have to do anything fancy.
10,000 HP. I mean, that's where I begin and end. Frank choice, 10k HP. Like you said, he knows he's not gonna
hit that 10k HP badonk on the damn point and get some percentage, son.
Yeah, that's it. There's no agility. You're not gonna out agile the character who can literally teleport. He's gonna blink away from you. So me stand on point and caveman your way to victory is the Navi way here on the Brawl Stars stage and our World Championships semifinals here, as we find ourselves tied at 1 as far as the sets are concerned. And right now, Navi looking for their second set, 1 away. And there's Tufa. He was playing for this INTZ team earlier on, swapped out for Adinho as they make use of their full roster. And INTZ, I think that's the biggest surprise. Getting a chance to chat with a lot of the players. A lot of them, INTZ were not high up on their list. But again, getting a chance to talk after they played, and INTZ have impressed a lot of people here. Check out Marcel. Page out of the opponent book. Me, Frank, this time.
Yep. Adinho gets dipped on the left-hand side. There's actually nothing the Pam can do at all. So that's going to be a big problem. INTZ need to change their setup here. Maybe pressure Cube down. That's all well and good. I think Cube doesn't really fancy tangling here, and these teams might actually just have to trade sides of the map because they have awful matchups in their weaker sides. Cube going to go over the top here, and getting this extra percent, this is actually extremely relevant. Cube can also pop that super and suck a Firecrow straight back in when he chooses to do so. This is really important that he's getting this free percentage right now.
Big boy versus big boy on the left side. Jason actually dodges Marcel. That Frank matchup, it's all about footsies. It really is about the millimeters of devastation. Locked out here on the left side, locked out on the right side. So like you said, trade time 4% separated. Navi technically in the lead, but for my money, Uber, it's tied up.
Yeah, Firecrow favored here, though, because so much of this wall is missing, and the Iron Hive follow-up there secures the kill. Yeah, Firecrow wants to be in this kind of situation. Now we can really bully Jason, and Jason has nowhere to really hide. He can't go around the other way, because that's going to be very telegraphed. And Marcel does the same thing on the other side. So now INTZ get to shift gears. They have a sharpshooter on their team, and they're removing a lot of the architecture, but that wombo combo is going to leave a mark.
I mean, he even missed the first shot and still devastated INTZ. And again, counting up from 90. That looks like it could be it. Marcel, not going to be enough. Navi take their second set of the contest.
That is beautiful stuff from Navi. Yeah, they don't have the B in the mix. They don't have the sharpshooter, but they realize, B, she doesn't want to play on the point, right?
Yeah.
Navi, again, they understand the most simple and obvious fact about this. I mean, tough for two from him, sat there wanting to be a part of this right now. But again, get those bodies on the point. Really, you just need one. And, Firecrow's being fairly, clever, trying to play from long distance, getting a ridiculous amount of damage, but he's not stood where he needs to be. And again, I like the idea of the setup from INTZ, but you have two huge tanks. They don't even really wombo perfectly there, but it is entirely good enough to wipe INTZ with those two tanks.
Yeah, exactly. That was the only reason I brought up the fact that he struck out on the first time, was that he didn't even need that amount. Jason here, 5-0. 5-0, and that O is the important part, because Frank was omnipresent all around. And this is, again, this spread, usually we always like to see the 33. This is a nice spread. Gale a little bit lower, because there were a couple of plays where Gale, it wasn't even using star powers or supers or gadgets. It was just, I'm going to be the meat shield. He jumps in first, absorbs all the ammo from the opposition, and then Frank lumbers in, and you've already wasted all your shots on the other guy. And so Frank could get it done. Moving on to safe zone, what are your thoughts?
Again, I think we're going to see a bit of a different look here. It's heist. Do not expect Navi to opt into playing sort of long-range, mid-range stuff against you. There's every chance that they will just try and suit up with tanks and walk straight at you, or at least play some sort of dive-centric looks here. We know just how good INTZ, we know how good Firecrow is on any sort of sniper, whether it's Piper or whether it's B. Navi probably don't want to, mirror that style, at least not for too long. Maybe throw it in here for a round here and there. Like, Jason is a very serviceable Piper player, but, going up against Firecrow, it's pretty clear to see who is looking a little bit more comfortable in this situation. The fact is, safe zone is the kind of map where you can opt into just getting in the enemy face. You just play something that's giga tanky, and INTZ have to be ready for that, right? They know the way Navi tried to navigate bot drop. They know that Navi just want to stick together, play a death ball, and go for it. And they have to have a contingency to deal with those tanks.
The Brazilians here, like you said, they've got to figure it out. I mean, but we tell you, get a contingency for the tanks, but not B, not there, or at least not on our last map. So that is something I want to see, something drastically different. Man,
right?
We're not even in game, and INTZ are yelling. You guys know that
they best keep that energy high. Remember, with Bell banned, right? There's no way to get damage amp on enemy tank. She's not going to play Qlash. She's not enough,
right?
Unfortunately, even though she has that % health damage, it's great, but it's not enough. Bell, obviously, with Spotter, yeah, you can just destroy your tank. She's banned. You ain't playing that. Navi knew exactly, how to sort of try and shift the game in a direction that may favor them. Buzz is also not available there. Navi would like to play that if they can, but it's clear to see that there's plenty of other options.
Oh, yeah.
We saw Jackie in the previous map, and the reason why is because she can now move while using that super, right? So she's much more flexible, and she can actually really cover ground, especially with pneumatic boost that gives her the speed boost, right? Ton of options here for Navi. Again, I'd be surprised if we see Navi try and play, slow, steady, standard, a lot of the teams we've seen at this tournament. They have no reason to respect that game style.
Well said. As we jump on into it, right off the bat, Cube on the Rico here for left side. Firecrow will be dealing with him on the Sprout for sure. I'm always a big fan of the Sprout, but I'm looking at MMA here. The Nani might be the difference maker in this composition. because Navi are looking for the long-range bout. But that Nani, I think, might be the big difference.
Yeah, I'd love to see what gadget MMA has, I think, crucially. Quite often you actually see sort of warp drive used here, so, you know, you can just use your peep to get behind enemy lines here. MMA playing pretty safely there, but Jason's able to pick Adinho off. A couple of hits, though, coming in from Marcel. And here comes the peep. This would finish Marcel if it connects, and, okay. It's headed the long way around here. Ooh. MMA, okay, yeah, see... Again, Navi do play this sharpshooter style. It just doesn't look as good for him.
Yeah, not great, Bob. Jason's able to find a kill just like that. Navi, though, here, Cube on the backside. A lot of damage there on the save, sneaking past the opposition.
It's as if MMA's the decoy there, using his peep and sort of implying and eventually, you know, actually warping in there. Yeah. While Cube just gets multiple salvos of damage on the save. It's actually unbelievable that has worked.
I mean, he got me. you heard me. All eyes were on Nani. Absolutely. So you know what?
I just wanted to see what he was doing with that.
All right, bud.
I mean, all right, Navi, nice little bit of misdirection there, showing us there's a little bit more subtlety from this Russian squad. Ironhype connecting with Jason there. He's going to get caught. There's basically a death sentence now, and Adinho can start to go to work on this safe a little bit. Cube has fallen as well. Okay, again, Peep is being piloted. We have a warp forward there from MMA. He's going to try and get some damage done to the safe here, try and keep his team in it. And, I mean, Marcel's still pummeling this safe, but a lead for Navi still.
Good job there from INTZ, kind of a fool me once situation, right? Nani goes to kind of drag everybody away from the heist, and it's not going to be the case. Navi, though, still have the lead, and a decent one at that. Marcel trying to open up the door, getting some shots on board. Marcel's teammate falls, and Marcel falls. And so Navi, one game away from the finals.
I love that. I mean, they really just play by their own rules, this team. Again, the Nani, you know, being able to walk forward and do damage to the safe is all well and good, but Cube leans very heavily into whatever lane matchup he has. He's favored in almost all of them there. Looks like the Sprout couldn't slow him down. He wasn't bothered about the B. He's able just to head straight down the map. And again, you have to understand that, you know, Rico hits harder when he's about... Look at what Cube does here, right? So Bouncy Castle, one salvo, two salvos, dodging another shot there from B, two shots from Adinho.
Wow.
He gets like 5 free salvos there, boosted, of course, from bouncing off the wall. You cannot let that happen.
I mean, I'll be straight up. I was looking at Nani and like, dude, what a poor choice. I guess he ran out of time or something. And then I looked up at the score and went, oh, well, I guess somebody got a bunch of shots. And then I saw the Rico. And I was like, the same thing happened to INTZ. Got it.
Yeah, it's basically the equivalent of, let's say you're trying to escape from an awkward conversation. You basically screech, you point at the sky and go, is that Superman? And then all of a sudden you're gone. That's what Navi pulled off there. And INTZ, look, you know, really pure souls, very passionate. It also can make them a little bit gullible. They look up at the sky and think, oh, is that really? Are we doing Toothless coming to save us with his red cape and glowing red eyes? No. Unfortunately, you guys just got debated. So now, whether that works, again, is a different story. But you can see F-Dot, the map is just so open that, you know, Navi might be forced to play one of these setups. And INTZ even, they're not going to be respected. I mean, they want to be underdogs, INTZ. They want that. Then they should not be surprised that Navi does not respect them in the slightest. They're going to walk that Rico right up. They're going to be busting that Rico into enemy territory and working down the safe. They have to have a way of dealing with that. You could match Rico, or, yeah, Surge is fine. Get in Rico's face and just destroy him. That's okay, too.
I like the Surge choice. I'm with you, though, again, in the idea that, you know, this Nani, I don't think it's a bad choice, but what you did in game 1 will not happen in game 2. Fool me once and all that.
One of my favorite tricks is the second round you play Navi. You play Nani. You actually take return to sender if you're playing like against a sharpshooter in mid, like a Piper. You hit her with one shot and then you RTS her second shot and just blow her up. It only works once, but it's a great way to get in someone's head. Don't think that's going to be the case here for MMA though, as he's, you know, not trying to, you know, purposely tank any of these shots. I think, well, maybe that one bit. Either way, Cube going to take another hit as well, and INTZ now with resolve move up the middle of the map and get a few shots on the safe.
And again, trying to deliver the feeling in the arena to you guys. INTZ are clapping after every single shot hits. Like they really, really are feeling it here. The door's open one more time, and Dino's gonna walk up and find some, well, enemy damage.
Still level 1. Still level 1 if not. Oh, okay. So they used the peep there to get extra damage on the mech. That saves Jason's life. No doubt about it. Vicro's in a very compromising position now, but he's able to trade at the very least.
Wow.
And here comes Cube again. I wonder what he's up to.
Yeah, I mean, what he's up to is forcing Marcel into the super and the forced jump away. Great play again on the Rico, but getting rid of this wall here is going to be trouble for Rico on that left-hand side. Jason steps up and is able to get it done, but then falls down. Meanwhile, Marcel clocking in and just finding the damage onto the enemy safe.
Yep, shouldering the pickaxe. Hi-ho, off to work we go. Obviously, Piper not the best kitted out to deal safe damage. That's a beautiful fade away from MMA, though. This peep could be nasty. This is going to put him in striking distance of the safe again. And here we go. Marcel gets blown up. This Nani's starting to take the game over.
Cubes here as well, firing shots. 41% remain on INTZ's heist box. Firecrow, though, taking out Cube is big. Firecrow right-hand side. The mech is inside the base. Navi, 4 seconds away. I think that's going to be it. Just like that. All the way to the finals. Not as Vincere are your first finalists of the Brawl Stars World Finals.
And they do it in style, you know. They really, like I said, they don't want to play by the rules. They don't follow the formula that so many teams have sort of opted for. Yeah, what we just saw from them there is not an unheard of strategy, right? Playing the Nani in that fashion. But again, sometimes, you know, you keep the peep, you go for an elimination with it, you use it to work down a meched up Meg, or you just go there yourself. Instead of using the peep to get damage, you just teleport there, you two-shot a Piper, you get the damage. And once again, the Rico being able to sort of really control, the lanes, even with the Piper trying to blow up some of that architecture. Really impressive stuff from Navi. Again, like it's not particularly fancy. They're not trying to be hot shots about it. It's a very simplistic approach to the game. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I think what was really the most fun for me about this one was, you know, Navi kind of put their cards on the table and they were like, look, man, this is the way we play and you can either counter it or not. And there were times where INTZ did have the answer, where INTZ did counter it. And Navi were like, all right, we'll just get you next time. And then there were times where INTZ countered it and it still didn't matter. And so, yeah, like you said, nothing fancy intentionally, just little tweaks, little changes here and there, and Navi really earned their way to the finals. Absolutely, the black and yellow, I think, looked really, really good here and pulled out all the stops to find themselves on the top side of what could be a world championship.
Absolutely. They're off to a great start here. They're in their facility. They're looking very happy right now. They are going to be going up against an insane opponent. You know, either ZETA Division sort of, you know, as we expect, make their way through getting rid of Europe's last hope, or Totem just finds a whole different gear and looks to sort of take Navi by surprise. Totem have some insanely mechanically skilled individuals, but yeah, you better believe spirits are high right now. Again, this team comes from an underrated region, but European teams knew that Navi had been on the rise recently because they competed against each other and they've been trading, they've been scrimming with top teams. They've been, trading sets with, teams like Qlash and such. They've been scrimming with SK Gaming a whole bunch. So, it wasn't exactly a secret that this team would look so good, but they have beaten some really tough opponents to get here. Tribe EU, Queen Nai, and now the Brazilian juggernauts INTZ have fallen to their hand.
Tough stuff. Showing up the stats there at Nani, and I think that was fun because, those stats weren't that great, but so much of what he did was off the scoreboard. It was about taking up space, taking up time, and Jason taking up the MVP. Again, voted on you guys at event.brawlstars.com. Shout-outs to Jason for taking home the MVP in this one. I mean, what can you say about the guy getting it done?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Jason, of course. We saw him on the Frank in that third set, and I think that his flexibility has really shown up in a big way here. Again, I was very impressed with their triple healer composition of bot drop. I thought that he was also a crucial part of that one there. So, look, any of these players can take MVP for me. I thought Cube was really excellent yesterday. I think there's still more in the tank for this Navi roster. whichever way the cards fall, we have an insane grand final with already one team having made their way there. If not, couldn't ask for much more than this.
And we are so close to it. One semifinals before we get to the grand finals. And before that, a conversation with Coach INTZ of Reply Totem.
Hey guys, I am here with Coach INTZ of Reply Totem after taking down Stamina. Ooh, they came a little bit close there at the end, huh? What'd you think of that?
I think we started strong, and of course we had 4 match points. So in the end, we were happy to win the match, but they showed that they're a good team because, of course, like facing 3 match points and winning all 3 games, they have to like balls of steals. So I don't know, we're really happy, and let's hope to crush the semifinals now.
Now listen, I wanted to talk to you before you went into semis because F.Dot said that you were instrumental to Totem's success. So I wanted to ask you, what was it like in terms of preparing the team for this event and throughout the season?
I mean, I think the team relies a lot on me, as I rely a lot on...
We have a lot of excited fans right now.
As I rely a lot on like their skill and their strategy. So I hope to help them with my strategies and try to improve them and hope for the win.
Now we heard all the players go absolutely crazy. So this is a whole nother level of preparation because now you have to prepare them for all of that excitement and cheering, right? So what's preparing them for being live on the stage like?
I don't know, we can't really train for that because that's the first big LAN event in 2 years probably. So it's the first time experience, and I think we're showing we deserve to be here, and I don't know, we're strong, guys.
They're strong, and we've got more games to watch and play. So thanks so much for taking the time, and that's it for us here.
You can feel the excitement in the air. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, it is the Brawl Stars World Finals. I, of course, Mark, joined with Uber this time round. Oh, my word. What did I just witness, Uber?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of teams, even though they knew Navi would be a factor, still managed to underrate them somehow. I think after seeing them dispatch Tribe Gaming EU, though, I think some people started to cotton on to what they're capable of. I think a victory against INTZ is a really big deal. INTZ is scrappy, but they're insanely mechanically talented players. We saw that against Tribe NA, who was a front-runner in this whole tournament. This next semi-final, the way the bracket is played out, ZETA Division have looked just frightening, very frightening. Winning against Qlash the way they did, it's hard to see anyone standing up against them, and Totem are the ones up next.
I just can't wait to hear more about the teams that we're going to be seeing up next. We're going to roll that right now.
Boom goes the dynamite! Reply Totem. Bang, bang.
I'm very confident about the whole tournament because we're a very aggressive team, and hopefully that's going to catch some other opponents off guard.
He could make it happen here. Maro pushing forward. That's going to be the goal.
Be it the game decider right here, and it looks like it will be ZETA Division with a huge, huge win.
いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。必ず優勝するので本番もよろしくお願いします。
ZETA Division once again reign supreme.
Reply Totem of the last remainings of the EMEA region. EU Hope is still there. ZETA Division of East Asia. This is it. Who is it going to be to join Navi in today's grand final? Uber, what are your predictions? What do you think we're going to see? I mean, this one surely is going to be a close one.
Look, I think it still will be. I will say, though, that, you know, if we think about the pecking order in the EMEA, Reply Totem is not the team that comes to mind as like the sort of the Baron of that region, right? They are incredibly talented. They've worked extremely hard. They've also improved a hell of a lot. But, you know, a team that constantly would dish out L's to them in Qlash has already fallen to their opponents. So I'll be blunt. Reply Totem have to step up in a way they never have before to make it into the grand finals today.
I think it's a really valid point, absolutely, because Reply Totem did not come in with the highest seed, but the bans are in. We've got Meg and Gene being banned out by Reply Totem, Byron and Lola then on the side of ZETA Division. And again, I'd like to see that Meg ban, but it does mean that we've got a lot of other heavy hitters that are available. I do like the fact that Buzz is also on the potential cards here, and ZETA again, as always, to be expected, very calm, very focused, and totally in the zone.
Yeah, crucially, Arc Bell also available here, and Tensai is more than happy to pick a very safe mid up here and already get himself a couple of gens. Maru having some problems on that right-hand side there.
Okay, well, 4th gem in the pocket for Tensai. Shabby would like to have super, but Maori is going to pop the let's go there to have Soida Breza push up the right-hand side, but there down goes Maru on the way. Soida's using the live plant as well. A bit of protective cover, but those bell shots ricocheting between the two things there, keeping him low, and Saitama gets very cozy behind the overgrowth from the left-hand side. It seems that Totem can't get out of the spawn right now.
Yeah, that photosynthesis for Shitampo is makes him really durable here, and he can hang around and deal with this poke damage. Neither Maru nor Mori is really going to bother him unless they fully commit to try and get that kill on the Sprout, and they're being bundled into the corner of the map there. Soida Breza needs to be careful because, of course, we have the bouncing electric shots come in, and he had to step past the minecart straight into the arms of a Chapi.
Oh, Maru tried to get his best on the left-hand side there. Some pressure, but Tensai was unscathed, untouched, and protected now by a Chappie. Himself, though, very low. The most to be able to get out of this will be a jump, and it goes for it. Gets taken out, of course, but the minecart coming through means that no one can get close to Tensai, and those gems are going to be safe and sound in the pocket of ZETA Division.
That's it. The greatest decoy is a Chapi. He knows that his job here is just to slow people down. Shitampo on that left-hand side of the map really created so much space, made it pretty comfortable just to sit back and play the bell, especially up against a Max there as well. At some point, Reply Totem had to kind of go aggressive, but what were they going to do? Their Crow was rarely alive to be a spearhead for that assault with the slowing tox, and they couldn't get anything going.
Yeah, I've got to agree. I think the Sprout pick there was just a good choice from ZETA Division to just take it calm, take it slow. Reply Totem are an aggressive team, but again, at this point of the competition, nerves have got to be high. I mean, it's so much at stake now with just this one match between themselves in the grand final. So they sort of took the pacings, for me, a little bit slow. And I think they're going to come back with some more aggression. I think the comp changes will definitely be something to consider as well. We've got a lot of control on the side of ZETA Division and a lot of range, and that has to be taken into account.
Yeah, I mean, Shitampo is just ridiculously durable, right? And we mentioned that. Sprout loves to play through those bushes. Minecart Madness is, a perfect map to get value out of that. If you're playing like the Max and the Crow, you have to 2v1. You have to fully commit on the Sprout, and they don't usually give you that chance. You have to dive on them with Max Super, otherwise you're in trouble. So, bit of a mix-up here. The Mortis now coming in for Maru. What are your thoughts, Ark?
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a mix-up, a huge mix-up, yeah. Look at Maru and Soida Breza coming in with the close ranges and timing it nicely there. I like the aggression. Exactly what Reply Totem had to bring to the table at exactly the right time. Look at the difference, Super. Night and day difference, and now Reply Totem take control of the mid.
You teased that the Buzz was also available here, and Reply Totem realized the ZETA Division want to sit back, play comfortable. They're going to take the fight to them, and Soida Breza makes short work of Shitampo in the back line.
Fantastic, honestly. Look at how far up the map Soida Breza is, with Maru coming back to help out as well and gets the takedown of a Chappie. This was such a good decision to make from their side of things, and Saitama is going to really, really struggle here with so much aggression as a Sprout thrower. So hard to deal with anything under that position.
Yeah, Murray staying safe here, crucially, with those 8 gems. So that map control garnered by Maru and Soida Breza really is being paid back now. Maru wants to go deep, and yep, they've caught Shitampo yet again. Tensai able to find that shot, but again, the gems safely in Mori's hands. And Tensai can't bother with Maru right now. There's bigger fish to fry. They need to get these gems out of the hands of the safe Max.
I just can't believe how much distance a Mortis makes combined with the Max and the long dash. I mean, Maru is from one end of the map to the other in such a short space of time. And Jamie just hanging on the back spawn, does get the takedown there as well. Maru and Maori has to come in, but one gem is coming back, taken care of though by Satambo. So a bit of a reset, a bit of a slowing of the pace from ZETA Division at, I think, a pretty decent time. Just the one gem stand between Reply Totem and Countdown.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA can't afford to give up any space here. Maru's just going to move up. He gets that gem for free because the minecart's position. And Maru dives in. He knows what to do. Maru go kill is the strategy here. Oh, Chappy gets in. The gems are spilled everywhere, but Soderbrez is able to get away. He drops him a reset, but Mori has 10 to count for. ZETA Division, though, in a position where they can threaten one more gem and it'll be even Stevens.
Yeah, one more gem will be spawning in. Is anyone going to go for it there? Soderbrez could not get into it. Maori has got to be so careful now as the Chappy gets the jump through. Oh, my word, ZETA Division. I've got all the gems and they're going to be running back into the spawn. Reply Totem dropped the ball at just the wrong time.
That is an absolute unmitigated disaster for Reply Totem. It's all gone wrong. Shtitampo knows he can drop 4 gems and Ark. That one, they're going to feel that one in their bones on a cold winter's day for years in the future. Reply Totem let this first set slip.
I mean, I felt too, but you know, I'm just watching how they felt on stage. I don't know about that one. Everything else, though, it's got to be said, was right. I mean, bringing in the mortars, bringing in the buzz, strategy-wise, everything was working in their favor. But this is the thing you cannot underestimate. ZETA Division are a calculated team, and that just goes to show why they have made it this far in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect Crow. Like, at all times, he can be very dangerous because as soon as he starts to follow up on the damage of his teammates, like Carrying Crow kicks in, right? And he's doing bonus damage to those low health targets. Great play from Shtitampo in general there, but it really was, you know, the Bell and Crow combination that forced Maru to part with all those hard-won gems. These guys, man, they still look comfortable in such high-pressure scenarios here. We're heading on to Dueling Beetles, and again, I mean, you should expect to see ZETA Division be more than happy to take the fight here. Reply Totem, I loved their composition there, Ark. It's the execution that led them down, let's be clear.
Yeah. There was a reset, and I thought the gems were going to actually land themselves back with the maxes, which is a better place than being with the buzz, but it actually just went against them at the end of the day because the time that added on allowed ZETA Division to be able to collect more from the mid. So, Dueling Beetles up next, Hot Zone, of course. Very different style of gameplay going to be needed here, and you know, the decision as to how you want to shape the map, or if you even want to shape the map. We've seen already the Sprout coming in, and that's a great thing to have to shut down a lot of this side lane action and also the mid lane. So I think whichever team decides to kind of take more of the leading role here and lead the pace, I think it's going to have a very, very healthy start. But Reply Totem on the back foot here, they've got to find it within themselves to get some more momentum going into this match.
I just realized ZETA Division aren't standing on stools or anything. They're briefcases. It's probably full of cash for all the winnings they've got so far. They're looking to stuff them even more, Ark, now as we head straight into Dueling Beetles. And a Chappy looks awful proud there, sat in the middle of the map, accruing percentage.
Yeah, I mean, the Crow worked out really well for a Chappy in the last matchup, and I think it makes a lot of sense to bring it in now. But there's Soderbrez with the breakthrough on the right-hand side, coming in really nicely there, putting himself in a good spot, pops the nest egg as well. Not a bad thing considering his position, hanging on just behind the wall before the flames shot him down there. So a little bit of a healthy lead for Reply Totem, but having lost the position now, they're going to have to get back quickly into this mid.
They're happy to see the Stewie here, though. This is going to let Reply Totem, that individual prowess, shine a bit more, right? Real snowbally if they get the chance. Maori getting pressure here from Tensai. He has the correct angle, and yes, Soderbrez has to use that breakthrough again, but he's destroying cover on his own side of the map. Already, Reply Totem are running out of contingencies.
This is the thing, that wall not being there now is going to allow Tensai far more maneuverability power. The invisible lollipop drop on the right-hand side about to be going down, and Tensai tries to make it happen even sooner. Maru going in with the aggression on his left-hand side, but yeah, shut down really well. Chappy launches himself into the air and leaving once again Maru all alone here. Look at the scoreline. ZETA Division are about to be 20% away, and very little has been done. Reply Totem have got to come back now, or this one could be very quick.
I mean, Mari just blew his entire load there. He used 3 of those Decapo heals just to try and give his team a little bit of time on the point. He's been forced off now. Murray's marked as well, so just a strong breeze would blow him over, and so it does. ZETA Division looking imperious right now, Ark, as they take the first round. Oh, it's a bit convincingly.
Very much so. This was the team that many of the other teams feared. I heard a lot of talk in the background. Everyone was saying ZETA Division in their scrims are monsters. It's all over Twitter. You can start to see why. They are probably the quietest team and was some of the most modest and lovely guys I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. And that is in itself a scary thing. They don't shout and scream. They just make the plays speak for themselves.
Absolutely. That quiet confidence there goes a heck of a long way. Again, a Chappy, he just gets to turbo int. It doesn't matter. He's not carrying gems. He's got teammates on the point, so he just gets to, frolic and fly into behind enemy lines. Shtitampo there, great job. I think he was definitely helped by the fact that Reply Totem forgot that slowing toxin existed, or that they at least weren't ready for it there. As that Leon dying, it brought to a screeching halt, really hurt them.
Well, it seems like the Brawl House approves of that one. Let's see if we hear even more noises. I'm sure they'll be blowing the roof off this very, very soon. Here we go again with the Sprout pick. Then Tara is an interesting choice for me and the Stu. So, ZETA looks like they approved of the pick, but just want to shape it a bit in their own way here. Jesse, for me, is a bit of a risk for Reply Totem as well.
Yeah, we do see it a little bit, I guess. Obviously just being able to bounce those shots is all well and good. 10-size positioning was so aggressive at the start of the round here. And Shtitampo obviously can use that speed zone to dodge a lot of those shots, but eventually he's going to get brought down. Achapi's options are limited, and he gets brought down by Maru as well. But 51% already for ZETA Division, and Shtitampo just jumps straight back into the fight.
Well, the aggression is with Reply Totem, but they just haven't got the positioning power over this situation. So Tampa coming in again with more fire in the speed zone, helping everyone move around the map and juke these shots as a Chuppy. Oh my word! Finally, Maru comes in. This is where Reply Totem have got to knuckle down these sidelines, batten down the hatches, boys. There's some catching up to do.
Yeah, Maru in a good position though. Turret set up in an annoying location such that Chappy has to just pick this corner with just the middle card and try and take it down. Tensai, of course, does have super available, has to use it pretty early on. They won't even help from beyond. It's not going to help a Chappy deal with this damn turret. This is what Jesse can do for you once you have control.
And the shot value as well. Ricochet between it. Look at this. Reply Totem have caught up. Maru's got the super on the left-hand side as well. Looking to connect it, timing it pretty well as well. Got the slight angle on things as Totem came back in, but the pull there not going to actually affect Maru much either. This is where it all matters most. And look at the taps from Maru. My word, that boy is doing wondrous work on the left-hand side.
And Bouncing Castle gets him back up to full health. Now Shtitampo has nothing to do here. Once again, Mori throws down the turret and asserts his claim to the point. Reply Totem. Now we have a game.
My goodness me. There was so much pressure. You see the relief there on the boys' faces as there was, again, a big deficit occurring. I liked the comp, I've got to say. Very, very aggressive on the side of ZETA Division, bringing in the Stu. The speed zone was giving them a ton of value. Their jukes, as always, on point, but just dropped that little bit of control and left a little side door open for Reply Totem to come and just spread the mud off their shoes on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA are playing an aggressive composition, right? I mean, they had their Poco right up Reply Totem's nose at the start of that round. It didn't work too well. Maru with some real heroics here on the left-hand side of the map. Just beautiful play. Again, trick shot there, mows him on down, gets 2 kills for his trouble, and Tensai's playing an awkward off angle against Soy de Breza, who quietly gets a heck of a lot done with those hedges all round.
I just think it's incredible to watch how ZETA Division maneuver. I mean, they seem to have so much great survivability, and when they are really, really in a state of low HP, they are so aware of their movements on the map. But Reply Totem did fantastically well, in my opinion, to be able to really count and capitalize down on the positioning power. You saw how on the left-hand side that Rika super just kind of going somewhere in the middle, not going too much towards the right or the left, just trying to make sure that all bases were covered. But now is where it gets really, really interesting. Especially in a game mode like Hot Zone, it's very, very difficult to come back when you're behind. So now we are all tied up. It is ZETA Division with 1 set lead and the game lead, but Reply Totem looking to level things out.
Okay, this is interesting here. So double sharpshooter plus the crow for ZETA Division. We're going to have the Barley and the Tick. A lot of throwers here for Reply Totem. They fancy a bit of map control.
I think Tick's daring, but ultimately it's going to have a ton of value if ZETA Division feed it. And look how cautious they are to not do just that. But now, and Chappie makes the first move, just 1% here. Slow and steady wins the race until I think Sotamba's going to be looking to get that amplified shot. I think the first person to fall here could be a costly thing to do. Just very little in it at this point in time. Very passive.
Yeah. Tampa also, if they can get a Honey Molasses right up close here to this bottom dueling Beetle, it's going to make it harder for Soy, Debreza, and Maru to dodge a lot of these shots here. Okay, so here's Healing Tonic, popped straight away. ZETA Division has a slim lead just because Achapi spent some time on the point. That may be relevant. There it is. Tampa gets the charge shot. First elimination.
Full ticket going out though. Achapi does help take care of it alongside Tampa there. Good mid control as well. Down goes the Honey Molasses very quickly though, taken care of by Repose, as you would expect though. There's the takedown of Shatambo as well. Tensai all alone, but good value from the shots. The healing needed was there from Soy Debreza. Now, what will Reply Totem do with this positioning power?
Just in the middle of the map, right? I mean, their composition only gets stronger now that they have this kind of map control. I think ZETA Division are running out of options here. Getting forced back, they've got two sharpshooters, but they don't have line of sight to make use of them.
This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. What can ZETA Division do about this? You've got 3 throwers in the middle of the map, and they can't even earn their supers accordingly. Headlong goes in as well, gets the takedown. The lead ever extending in favor of Reply Totem, and surely this is going to be enough to bring back a set.
Yeah, and this is filthy. Honestly, I need a shower right now. Nothing Achapi can do there. Yeah, Chitampo actually able to get a kill. That's not too bad at all, but Reply Totem is sitting pretty here. And look, great composition. They notice that all these throwers are available here. They can pick them as soon as they get map control. Great patience from a team that is down 1 set to none, and they've evened up the series here, Ark.
I've got to be honest, I would never call it that early, but there was literally nothing ZETA could do. As soon as Reply Totem got into that mid and had that control, their comp was absolute filth. And I mean, it was clearly thought through well. In the way that they were very slow to start that one out, they knew they had to get the team wipe and have ZETA Division make that first move. When it happened, they didn't hesitate to put that plan into action, and they've deserved the comeback, in my opinion.
I would be absolutely furious having to play a game against that composition. But let's roll it back a little bit here, of course. ZETA Division, they start with that 1-round lead, and they play a pretty harebrained composition, right? Very risky, playing the Speed Zone Stu, the Tara, the Poco. It's all downhill from there as Reply Totem. They may have started to figure out this team. Oh, God.
There's literally so little maneuvering ability. Once the Sprout locks the mid down, it's just like, how are you supposed to get through?
Trolls go brrr.
Well, team damage 25% of that being Soy Debreza. DPS on 98, pretty low, but at the same time, it's a control-based comp. The 2 kills, the 1 death is the most important factor. Obviously, you know, the more deaths you have, the longer it takes to get back into the thick of the action. You know, again, I think it's difficult when you see the way that ZETA started things. In a game mode like Hot Zone, for me, it's so difficult to come back into the swing of things, and it's very easy, therefore, to find yourself even more behind. Now, it's level Peggy going into sneaky fields for Brawl Ball. I mean, this is actually, in my opinion, the map that Reply Totem can really start to thrive on. I think that ZETA are going to have to be very cautious of how they approach this one.
Okay, sneaky fields. I don't think we've seen this at all this weekend. Okay, we did actually. We saw it in in match number 8 that lasted the round of 16 games. No, we didn't even get there, actually, I think, because that was a 3-0. So, all right. Strap yourselves in. This one could be a little bit zany. Obviously, so much of this map is covered by that sort of grass there. I think we can actually see the players in game here. So we'll hopefully jump in there in just a moment and see what they have for us here. Okay, nothing too shocking, I think. Here, at least from ZETA Division, pretty standard look.
Well, I think a good time to bring in the M's from Maori there, because the Rosa on the right-hand side of Achapi is a daunting thing. The pressure, though, being squeezed. Lovely start for ZETA Division there. A very swift goal in just the 30 seconds they've been of play. And the speed, the let's go straight into the thick of it already. Reply Totem are on the back foot before we've really even started.
Yeah, unfriendly bushes there, just used for information by a Charpy, trying to see what there was to see. Make it so Reply Totem couldn't follow up on that last call, but Maru again collapses. That's the second time he dies way too early here. And Tempo able to move up, pressure Maru down. He's low, gets caught by Soda Press around from the goals, but a Charpy. Oh, nice sticky syrup mixer there. That's beautiful.
Oh my word, the speed of these plays is for me so surreal to see so much fast decision making in the past from Soda Press, and Mari can walk that one in. We're all tied up, 1 minute 15 remaining, and this one is for anyone for the taking.
Yeah, you love to see this now. Both teams feel like they've got enough of a measure of one another to kick things up a gear. Time for some exciting Brawl Stars now. The Charpy's got the hot foot, having to dodge a lot of these shots thrown out here by Soda Breza. And Tempo wants to get closer to Maru here, who's been falling rather easily at the start of these few rounds. Keep an eye out for strong stuff there. If a Charpy really wants to start the fight off with unfriendly bushes, he can. Here we go. A Charpy in with the strong stuff, slowed down by the sticky syrup mixer, but my God, he's tanky. And he's throwing some hands. That's not enough, though.
I think it's a pretty decent defense nonetheless. Tensai behind here has got the speed to actually Reply Totem thinking about leaving him there, and I think this is a pretty good shout. All three of them at the front of the map. Oh, the super pass to Mari, but I think the pressure from Tensai too much, but taken care of on the right-hand side. What can Maru do? He's thinking about playing it slow. I think it's probably wise. There's 20 seconds on the clock. Very soon, if they keep the ball here, they'll be in a great spot to go on the aggressive.
Tensai is out of his mind. He just face shifted into a caustic charisma. That's how aggressive this guy is being right now. All right, ZETA going to try and secure the ball towards the middle part of the map, but losing a Charpy there is less than ideal. Tensai will want to be able to scoop this one up real quickly now. And this is when it gets a little bit harder for Soda Breza. Side Tempo going to push straight on in and trade immediately.
Oh, I like the way that Maori is juking this, just healing up and letting Soda Breza take the lead there with the aggression. They've got to place that down the map to have a little bit of maneuvering ability here, but Tensai with the let's go, forcing everyone through the sweet dreams as well from Side Tampa coming in. He should be able to get the pass through, but the pressure from Maori is strong. Off the line, Maori! And into the corner for safety. The slowdown there is so important, but can Maru come in? He puts it down to the line plant. Oh, it's taking it down so fast, and Tensai will score the final goal.
I'll walk in there in the final moments. I know, I'm feeling it. My God. These two teams now just want to run at each other. No respect as they're even here in this series. But again, the durability of that Rosa definitely makes a pretty big difference. Again, Tempo returning to the fight there at the Sandy and just putting everybody to bed there. Really tough to deal with. ZETA Division hype building here in the Brawl House.
Yeah, great support, and I think again, like, you know, there's more sound probably coming from everyone except the three guys that you see there on stage, because again, so modest, so quiet, and well, you know, just really well-mannered in general. They don't like to BM, they don't like to rub it in people's faces, they just like to let it happen on the field, and I've got a huge amount of respect for that. Again, this moment, fantastic to see back again, as, you know, it was a pretty straightforward goal, but the lead up to it was what it was all about for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously in overtime, it's a little bit tough for the Ems to get the value that she maybe wants up against, you know, the max speed. You know, you get a Rosa who gets to shield herself up then and just get past like the sort of cone of your effective damage. It's pretty easy to run you down. They definitely had a good overtime setup there, did ZETA Division, but they did well with that early goal to stay in it. We still got much more to come here from Sneaky Fields, and I love to see what the twigs are going to look like, because it's a classic high damage, high mobility look so far from ZETA Division with that durability of the Rosa they got on the first round.
I don't know what it is, Uber. I don't know what it is, but when I get that max speed, it just seems like it's like faster almost with ZETA Division. It's something in their thumbs, maybe they're double jointed. It's like a twitchiness.
No, it's because they're already moving forward. They're already moving forward, Ark. That's the thing. They just move forward faster this time. They get an extra gear, you know? The Frank here from Soda Breza getting pummeled early.
Wow, Maru is super low as well. Maru goes down on the right-hand side, leaving him all alone. I do not like the look of this. I think Soda Breza is going to pocket the ball, yeah, and just keeps those HPs there. He's got super as well, knows that that's an advantage, but oh my days. Oh dear, a Chappie connecting so well. This is not looking good.
Oh, Soda Breza has no idea which way to look. He's confused Travolta meme right now in front of the goals, looking left and right and not connecting nearly enough there. Oh dear, Maru, of course, at the counter crush. It's not enough damage here to slow ZETA Division down.
Everyone is popping gadgets, and the speed through from Mario, the pass through. Oh, that's going to be a mistake from ZETA Division. This goes in. Oh, no! A little bit of a miss. Back comes back strong. Mario makes good and scores for Reply Totem.
Yeah, look, really critical moment there. Of course, holy moly, that any crowd control will make the player dispossess the ball. So he just supers, then picks it up and walks it straight in. Classy stuff there, but ZETA Division still want to get aggressive. Tensai, that's just unreal.
Oh my word. I mean, you know, especially when you've just conceded, to come back straight away, so composed, and then look like that as if you haven't even played a game on stage. ZETA Division are looking so dangerous for me, Uber.
That's unreal. Yeah, great little turnaround there from Reply Totem. But they are really giving it as good as they get for the most part here against ZETA Division. Tough to make the Frank work here, of course, but they really do manage to come up clutch now. This is a pretty insane moment. That heal from Mari is critical. That's what lets Mari go again and obviously pull the ball away with that super. But this counter attack, look at Tensai. Okay, in a 2v1, I got super. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it was just such a cool as a cucumber moment. I don't really know any other way to explain it. But the KD for me said it all, and I loved Chappie's positioning in that matchup. The 4 kills, the 1 death as well. Look at that DPS. The team damage at 35%. But I mean, how much was everyone doing then as a whole? If that's the stats to see, because my goodness me, ZETA Division are looking so fierce.
Yeah, and looking clean. And I think what's so impressive about this team is that they're staying extremely composed, you know, amongst some really chaotic game states, right? Reply Totem are trying to shake them off balance, right? Get aggressive, try and match that. And look, it gets frustrating, right? If you're trying to do this as Reply Totem and it's not working, you are going to get more and more frustrated as time goes on. And that's where errors can creep in. So credit to ZETA Division for keeping such cool heads.
Yeah.
And we are 2-1 now in this series. Factory Rush is where Reply Totem have to make their response here, force a 5th set.
Wow, I mean, to be honest, it's not a bad situation for Reply Totem if they can keep this control. I mean, ultimately, you know, when the bot's coming in, you've got time to talk to your team and just kind of recollect your thoughts. It's not like Brawl where you're just kind of always under that pressure. If they can hold the bolts, they can take it to the final set, but ZETA Division will absolutely be looking to tie things up right here, right now. The Stu, the Buzz, and the Riku on the side of Reply Totem. Pretty decent comp for me. A more long-range affair, bringing in the Bell then for ZETA Division, and they have got everyone under their thumbs, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, you notice the star powers and gadgets there. Soydebreza is playing Breakthrough Stu, whereas we have a Speed Zone Zoo from from Shtitambo, which means he can dodge things like that that torpedo throw a little bit easier. Soydebreza, not so easy against Tensai, getting constantly pressured down by this long-range brawler. ZETA definitely look like they have a better comp on paper here, as that Chappie can just hide behind his sandbags if Mari tries to go on him.
Mari going in though, gets the takedown. That's going to help ease things up. But actually, I think it's not going to be around much longer. Maru is then marked up as well as swiftly as that Tensai, making it look so easy. And Chappie joins the left-hand side, picks up those 2 bolts that were sitting there and the supply drop that was left. And Mari comes in and that says no to that idea straight away.
Yeah, I mean, Mari has to do this over and over again now. That's 2 sandbag uses down for the Colonel Ruffs here. Shitampo's going to be caught, but a level 13 siege. Okay, these 2, never mind. This could be dangerous now. 2 players missing for Reply Totem. They lack the resources to defend with it now. The air superiority. Ruffs is going to knock the wall down. This is danger zone for Reply Totem.
Oh, look at ZETA getting behind this push. They're actually doing very well to come back away from it when they did, because I thought they were going to fully commit to that, and they just feel like they can keep this round under control to get the 3rd and final push. Mari coming in, getting in quickly for the bolt, does win it over. Oh no! I take it back! Shitama coming in with the takedown, and that is maybe enough for ZETA Division to get the 3rd and final push.
Yeah, look, ZETA have 2/3 of the map covered right now, with Shtitampo winning so comfortably against Maru, who can't do anything without his super. He just can't get remotely close enough. And that's going to be it. Last siege, okay. An 8 siege bot here for ZETA Division. Reply Totem must be frustrated. They were close here, but the map control maintained for ZETA after that siege was what got them the win.
Yeah, I can't believe how good we are watching ZETA Division playing today. It doesn't matter, like the lights, the stage, everyone cheering in the background is not phasing them. It's like no one else exists to, but they are so in the zone. They don't high-five, they don't do anything, but just bring us top quality Brawl Stars.
It is another day at the office for ZETA Division. Yeah, well, I guess the European contingent probably not feeling in top spirits right now because this is last chance saloon for Reply Totem. They must get this next round, otherwise they are out. And we have a ZETA Division Navi final.
If there was ever a time for a bit of EU hope, it is now. This is the last chance for EMEA to remain within the competition, or it is going to be a EECA and East Asia final. At the moment, ZETA Division seem to have things pretty well under control, but if there's something that we know about Reply Totem, it is that they are able to persevere and push their way through. They've done it once, they can absolutely do it again.
Reply Totem need, I mentioned at the start of this game, if they're going to win this series, they're going to need to dig deeper than they ever have before. But I correct myself. To stay alive in this series, they're going to have to dig deeper than they could have imagined possible. It's time, heads down, thumbs up now for Reply Totem as they cling to life. We're going to go again into bot drop once more.
The most important game of everyone that you see on your screen's careers happening right now. Mari with a very quick bouncy castle there. Wants to keep his positioning. Soydebreza gets the super as well, and surely running gas a heal as well, just but not gonna take that shot. At the moment, Maori is looking to fight for this. Bolt does get Shito's low, but there's the takedown, and it is gonna be Reply Totem instantly on the defense.
Reply Totem have to quickly find a way to bounce back after that. Shtitampo really, that's a tilter. That kill on Maori there for sure. Soydebreza now going to try and do something about the stew in the middle of the map for sure. Shtitampo doesn't need to pressure too much here. ZETA Division, I mean, they're happy just to lay back and control the middle part of the map. The siege bot gets a lot of damage done for them. Excuse me, it is Factory Rush now as ZETA Division are back in control through the middle part of the map. And Tensai doesn't connect that super though. He needs to be careful.
Sharpie, didn't quite connect there, and Soydebreza goes to punish it, but does not get out of the transaction alive. The healing shade coming in is perfect for Tensai there to get him quickly back on his feet, and Maru doing his best, but the bolts are not in the favor of Reply Totem. It's going to have to be another defense to survive this one, Uber.
I mean, this has gone from bad to worse for Reply Totem now. They want to be going out with a roar at least and not with a whimper, but this siege bot is looking to rock 'em sock 'em straight out of the Brawl Stars World Finals. They get a mark on it, so amplified damage is pretty darn huge against it here. They can still make things happen with a strong last siege, but a Charp is trying to lock them inside their base here, as is Shtitampo. This is the time for Reply Totem to go deeper than ever.
Okay, well the bolts are pretty decently tied at the moment. That's a very important left-hand side takedown from Soydebreza there, but Tensai is going to make those bolts as well with Shtitampo on the right. That's going to be 2-7. It's not looking good. I've got to be honest, for Reply Totem, they will possibly need to dive just to be in with a chance of staying alive here. Surely the push is going to come into a ZETA Divisions, and that is their dwindling sight because Reply Totem have got to dive, and they're on the other side of the field. I think this one has surely got to be all over.
The Charpy knocks out the middle part of the map, and you're right, there's no chance here for Reply Totem to come back. The final European hope must now capitulate as the supremacy of ZETA Division is made known to all. They will take on Navi in our final.
Oh my goodness me, you've got to hand it to Reply Totem. They gave it everything they've got. But this was the team that everyone was talking about. The scrims were unreal, and today their playing was unreal. My word, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief and exchange a few words, if you can believe it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a chat. Nice job. Yeah, we still got more work to do, for sure. Look, credit to Reply Totem here. They knew they would have to do what their big brothers in Europe could not do. Qlash were felled by ZETA Division 3-1. They knew they'd be up against it. They knew how good Qlash were. They've been on the receiving end of Qlash so many times. So they knew they just had to try and make their destiny happen for themselves. Unfortunately, it was not to be for the European region. The last of their delegates falls, and now it's the EECA and the East Asia region. That's right, Japan versus Russia in our 2021 Brawl Stars World Final.
I mean, there was a bit of a turning moment. I mean, until that moment in time, honestly, Reply Totem had some fantastic things going for them and brought it back successfully well in Dueling Beetles. I love this comp. I, again, thought that this was going to lead on to even more of things to come, and it kind of then started to dwindle just a little bit. But boy, they gave ZETA Division such a good run for their money in Brawl Ball. The aggression, the speed that we saw from ZETA just came out all guns blazing, and at the end, going into Siege, it was just all a little bit too much.
Yeah, no doubt about it. ZETA Division, again, they saw Reply Totem challenge them with that sort of aggression, that speed. They realized that they were up for it, but ZETA Division just a little bit too experienced at playing this high-octane style. You know, a lot of the European region, they really have the meta well thought out. They're very solid, and some teams are really quite safe and well-drilled over there. The East Asia region is a different beast. I mean, we're talking about teams like Emperor, Queen Nai, Icebarn, Crazy Lagoon, just absolutely ridiculous teams that play ridiculous Brawl Stars, and that is the brand that ZETA Division brought here today. Ark, I truly believe we have our two best teams in the world to face off in our final.
I think that everyone at home is in for a huge, huge treat. My goodness me, but who was the MVP of that matchup? It's going to be Shatampo, and I'm not surprised by word. He was absolutely popping off in that matchup, as were everyone. But, you know, thank you for everyone at home who's taking part and getting interactive over at event.brawlstars.com. You know, everything that you do leads towards gaining that cat burglar Jesse skin, and I hope that you guys are doing well, better than me and Uber, because I was similar to Uber. My predictions went out the window a long time ago.
To be fair, I missed day 1 and day 2's predictions, so I just want to put that out there. But I have 200 coins. Yeah, 200. Yeah, so yeah. Frank, hook me up, bro. Hey, listen. Yeah, I'm sure you can do some things on the back end, can't you? Yeah. Hey, hello. Yeah. My boy Ike's got me. No worries. Yeah, look, but I mean, look, Shatampo was really impressive. I think on Sneaky Fields was really where he showed some of his best work. He had to play the Sandy here, and really was a huge part of collapsing that left-hand side of the map there, causing the spike a lot of trouble, Ark. I think that was really crucial. And again, we saw him, I think on Minecart Madness, he was the Sprout, and he just couldn't be shifted from that left-hand side. I thought Tensai stepped up in a big way, playing a lot of those mids, and his bell is freaking nasty. But again, you know, hard to really argue with that MVP decision. The vote was not very close.
Wow, Uber, I just got a very interesting piece of news. I'm not going to say much more about it. I think sometimes actions speak louder than words. Let's roll the clip.
We fell down from the top, but we wouldn't let it stop us. Felt my heart drop, but I picked myself up and didn't let it show. And I knew I had to go. Be resilient, I'm never one to quit. Yeah, perseverance is my one-word story. You'll never see me back down from the glory. But in time, I always take what's mine. They try to sucker punch me, knock me out, never see.
I'm going to be looking back at that one later on, checking out the numbers, all the dates, all the little bits of sneak peeks, but we are coming back 2022, Teddy. It is a thing. It's confirmed.
Man, I could not be more excited about it. I mean, this year has been absolutely crazy. I cannot wait to see what happens next year.
Oh, and especially when you look at the sheer quality and class of everything that we've witnessed over the past 3 days. Next year, it only gets bigger. It only gets better. And that just kind of blows my mind. There's so many exciting things coming into the game right now, which are going to turn everything completely on its head. I mean, you know, that in itself, for me, is a crazy thing to even imagine.
Yeah, I mean, this announcement plus gears and all that extra aspect, it's going to be a wild year. I cannot wait to see what happens.
Well, it's been a very, very long few days, but we should take a look back at the bracket now to remind ourselves of how we got to this place. Big upset in that first game between SK and Tribe. Tribe went out today to INC. INTZ went out to Navi, which brought them to this place in the Grand Finals. ZETA Division again as well. So consistent with that through against the Felian, following through to beat the Titans that are AC Milan Qlash to a 3-1. And as we just witnessed that same scoreline against Reply Totem, they've taken down two of the giants of EMEA. Have they got it left to take down the giant of EECA?
This has been the world of the underdogs. So many upsets and absolutely insane stories. Dude, this is wild. No one would have expected those finals, and I'm all here to see it.
I'm so pleased. I know EECA was not even a region of its own until the beginning of this year. And that's what I love about Brawl eSports. It's providing opportunity, it's creating things that need to be improved along the way, and this just proves it. It works. You know, the level of class and skill coming out of some of these regions is honestly so humbling to see. And, you know, for someone who's, you know, a big voucher of EECA, you know, I mean, you know, EMEA, I think, was what a lot of people thought coming into this competition were going to dominate. I think it's a great thing for Brawl Stars eSports and the health of it to have some upsets. It's a great thing.
I could not agree more, dude. Honestly, I could not agree more. This is the most competitive Brawl Stars has ever been.
Yeah.
And the fact that it happens at the World Finals is just amazing to see for the growth of the game, of the esports scene and everyone involved. I love it.
How are you getting on with your predictions, Teddy? Talk me through it, because it hasn't been a good day for myself and Uber, but are you having better luck?
A good day, I would not say so. I mean, yesterday I kind of redeemed myself for my mistakes of day one. Today it's been, I just got Cat Burglar skin for Jesse, so I'm happy. I have done my bit, but it could have been more on point, yeah.
So I'm just looking around for the smallest violin I can find to play to myself. Congratulations, I'm really, really pleased.
Thank you.
But I hope that everyone at home is enjoying themselves on that side of things and getting some great results. And, you know, I'm not going to say much more than that. But and I hope also that you've been enjoying the show. It's been an incredible year, Teddy. I mean, at the very beginning of what started off, I knew in my mind that it was going to blow by so quickly, but when you get to this point here and reflect back, we've seen some incredible moments, and again, this is what everyone is fighting for. Talk us through the prize money. What will players be doing with this if you were them?
I mean, dude, especially looking at second and first place here, because those are, you know, the prize pool that the teams will be competing for in the grand finals. Yeah. $200,000, that's already an absurdly high amount of money. 400K, that is just surreal. That is unbelievably much money, and I think they can get pretty much anything they want if they are a little bit responsible, of course. But man, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. The opportunities that rise from something like this, it's great, man.
Yeah, and I think no matter what, there's got to be some kind of celebration involved as the first down payment. But we've got to remind ourselves as well that this is the best of 7, best of 3 now. Yeah. We are in the grand finals. The formats will be tweaked and changed up to make things even more exciting now. So a bit more time to possibly experiment, try out some ideas, and if things don't work, well, there's a little bit of a safety net now.
Yeah, and that means also that every single competitive game mode is going to be played. Usually, you know, when a best of 5, at best you see 5, which leaves always one mode out. Here, every 6 competitive game modes will be in play, plus one will be played twice. So there is so much to be covered, and I think teams are going to be very happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it's the true test, isn't it? You know, there's not going to be any of those instances where a team didn't quite get their preferred game mode because we're going through them all. I think if I remember correctly, it might be gem grab repeated twice, but we'll check out the maps and modes along the way. But again, you know, if you had to put your money where your mouth is, Teddy, I know you're going to hate to hear this question, but, you know, I mean, did you have any of these two teams in your predictions? And if you didn't, what are you thinking now? Talk us through it.
I certainly did not have either of those two teams in my predictions, but I feel like ZETA Division is the team that impressed me the most at these World Finals. I think Navi look so good, but I feel like ZETA are just from another planet. Honestly, that's what that's how it feels. What about you?
I've seen a big change in Navi. I even messaged their coach. Shout out to August sitting back at home with the boys. I noticed a shift. They've put in so much preparation and so much time, and they've taken this very, very seriously. However, I do agree, ZETA Division are a different beast. They are. Their movement speed is something that I just, again, feel like I've just watched things, on fast forwards. It's kind of crazy to watch how they play. I think that Navi, though, have surpassed a lot of people's expectations.
For sure.
I think that coming into this competition, that many people didn't really kind of have eyes on them and the things that they've been working on, but clearly their preparation process has been working well. I think this is going to be a lot closer than we can possibly expect. And Navi have just got to hold their own against some of the things that ZETA can throw at them, in my opinion. But I would love this to go all the way. I'm not going to lie.
Man, I was waiting right at the exit of the set, and we had INTZ come out with all the other players. I talked to INTZ for 5 seconds. He told me, I don't understand anything about Brawl Stars anymore. This is not something I've ever seen before. And I think that says a lot about the level of play that we can expect coming into those grand finals. I think we can say the same about Navi as well. They've been rolling on that momentum from each part of the bracket up. They look incredible, man.
Yeah, I think a great way of putting Brawl esports as a whole into perspective, because Reply Totem are Reply Totem. I mean, they have, surpassed so many other players throughout this entire year, and they themselves are coming and saying, we kind of reflecting back and wondering what just happened, what do we even know? Like, making people question themselves, I think is a beautiful thing, and a great thing for Brawl esports. We're back in the Brawl house. Everyone has had a long day, but still, the energy is flying. I want to hear you guys screaming loud and proud throughout this majority of the match. Yeah, there it is.
All right, if the Brawl Lounge is hyped up, I can say comfortably that everyone at home is as well, because this is quite a grand final. Unexpected grand final, but I think that makes it even better.
Yeah. I cannot wait to get the players onto the stage and start having them go through the motions. And also ban-wise, that's going to play such a key role in everything. What the players are thinking going into the matchup, and of course the coaches and the analyst, it could be the very thing that takes away some of the power here. So when it comes to those things, I'm looking to see, ZETA's going to shut down the buzzers, because that's a really strong pick on the side of Navi. On the side of ZETA, they love to use Max. That's kind of where they get right up in your face and overwhelm you. So is that going to be bad on the side of Navi? What are the players thinking, and how are they looking to give themselves that advantage?
I think you actually were super accurate. I think that Buzz, for example, was so good for Navi so far. They've been able to shine with it. I think Mortis is another brawler that has a similar playstyle where they do great. Anything tanky, that's kind of Navi's trademark at this point. On the side of ZETA Division, highly mechanical brawlers such as Max, but even Stu and stuff like that, it's great for them. They played it incredibly well. Rico as well. I think for Navi, the question is how can they shut down the tempo, because he has been consistently carrying and not taking anything away from his teammates. They're doing an amazing job, but his role is to get in the enemy line, is to just cause chaos and destruction on the other side, completely disrupt the meta in the game. They need to find a way to shut that down.
Yeah. Well, it's that time, guys. Grab some popcorn very quick, rush to the kitchen and come back. We're about to meet the teams. Let's go in.
Cannot surely get away with this. He's gonna.
Я думаю, что самая сильная сторона нашей команды – это трудолюбие и мотивация.
What a turnaround! Take it back!
Болейте за нас, друзья. Сделаем на максимум все, что мы можем в этих матчах.
Be at the game decider right here, and it looks like it will be ZETA Division with a huge win.
いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。必ず優勝するので、本番もよろしくお願いします。
ZETA Division once again reign supreme.
It is about to go down. This entire year has been leading up to this moment in time. We're about to crown and discover, most importantly, our 2021 Brawl Stars World Champions. The players have entered the arena. Navi, of course, playing from home, enter the Navi house and ZETA division on the stage. Again, the very calm, quiet-natured guys that they are. We've got the maps and modes up here, Teddy. Shooting Star for Bounty up first.
I mean, there's nothing like Shooting Star to start a grand final, right? It is a mode where we don't expect too much crazy to happen in the comps, but it is going to be electric no matter what. Both teams have been fairly consistent on this mode. Not really their favorite, but they do just fine. You know, those teams, they're amazing at everything, pretty much. But I think this is a fairly even ground to start, and it's going to be very interesting because the momentum they can build up from this is going to be very important getting into the rest of the match.
Yeah, and the comp as well, so important to choose. I kind of wonder, is it going to be, you know, the kind of thing that we've seen for the majority of this year with Tick, Nani, and Piper, or, again, you know, our ZETA going to bring out things like the Pam or the Max or other crazy ideas like that. You know, I do think that it matters to have a mode like this first, because, you know, against a team that are very, very aggressive, bringing down that pace and having things start off slow is a very important factor here. Being able to get inside the mind of your opposition, I feel, could be an advantage that Navi will look to capitalize on, and we'll soon find out the bans to see whether we may have anything which is going to force things in a certain direction before we even start.
I think they have to. You know, those teams have too many brawlers that are iconic to them that we know they are maybe the best in the world at playing. You gotta take them out if you even want to stand a chance. So the banning process is going to be so important coming into the grand finals. Okay. Totem not going straight home, but straight to bed after their loss in the semifinals. All right, you love to see it.
Hey, what can you say? It's a tiring day for everyone, but the bans are in. It is Bell and Lola on the side of Navi, the ZETA division, Byron and Stu. Teddy, what are your thoughts?
I think Max is not being banned right now. That is a huge opportunity for ZETA. Interesting that they went for the Stu ban, actually. I mean, obviously, Navi, they are amazing with that brawler as well, but it also means that we don't have the Buzz ban, nor Poco, nor any tanks, and God knows that we've seen plenty of that coming in for Navi.
Wow. The two brawlers that I was thinking just got the one off. I mean the Lola, as we've seen all throughout the past 3 days, giving players a real problem. But you know, that does mean there's some really advantageous things still around in this matchup. So there we see the Navi boys getting themselves set up, thinking themselves through how to approach this one. And again, you know, keeping composure is going to be the story of this one, and that's something which ZETA division have done so well. Bit of a sigh there as the players collect themselves and think through just how much is on the line now within an arm's reach of the Brawl Stars trophy, and of course the #1 grand final winnings of $400,000.
No one in both teams have played in a grand final, not even at Worlds ever before. Tensai was on the roster, did not get the chance to play last year. We'll see if they can make it work this time around. The grand finals are starting off, and already a kill in favor of ZETA.
Yeah, BB is a bold pick for MMA, and down goes Jason as well. It was a very aggressive start for Navi here, but ZETA seemed to take it within their stride. A little pop of the gadget there from MMA as well, getting right up in their face, but it looks to be defended pretty well. Nice wall to separate the action there, Teddy.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be splitting things up, and that means that MMA cannot get too much help on the left side. Gets matched in a 1 versus 2 on the right side. Tensai does a great job at staying in the distance, not getting close, not taking any risk, but now he's going to catch him off guard. Gets a little bit of damage down, not quite a kill, but the tempo is there to get it in the end.
Both teams #1 within their regions, but who is going to be #1 in the world? MMA going in, does not get the bat off. That is a strong holding of the spawn by ZETA. Cube going in and gets blocked off by Shitabu. Oh my word, and Chappy with a shot to the face as well. Oh, ZETA are all over this, Teddy.
They are not messing around. I appreciate Navi for taking a risk in game 1 of the grand finals, going for something very risky, very different, but it is getting shut down. This is a scary start here for Navi. 30 seconds left in this first game, and ZETA is leading by 10 stars.
I have not seen Sprout on Shooting Star for a very, very long time, but it is a wondrous thing to watch the Tampa use it in the way that he is. Tensai going in on the cube, Q with the phase shifter, but the Tensai gets to pick up again, and MMA's out of position, comes back there, 21, 23 stars, Teddy, to the 6 of Navi. That is a dominant start by ZETA Division.
What a way to start the grand finals here for ZETA. What a performance early on. And honestly, man, this is crazy because Sprout, it's not that good against any of the brawlers on the other side, and yet I believe he didn't die once.
It's actually insane. And now you can see why the players have been discussing things in the way they have in the background. It's very unusual to see some of these ideas, and it's a great thing because it teaches people that the meta is not always what you think it is. It's not always grounded to your region as being the best. You can learn so much from looking across the water. The team damage 33%, and look at that. That stat's beautiful in itself because it means that every single player on the side of ZETA Division doing their bit in equal measure. DPS 303 as well. I'm curious to see how Navi are going to respond for this one, because I've got to say, ZETA looking very confident. There's the polls coming through as well.
Yeah, it seems like Navi is the favorite, the Russian community rallying behind their representatives. ZETA Division a little bit behind. It's not very one-sided, but it's interesting because Ark and I both were slightly in favor of ZETA, I believe, for this matchup. But community seems to be disagreeing. We'll see who is right between you guys at home and us here.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very early stages, and Navi have got great comeback potential, it's got to be said, and a very, very big audience at home cheering them on. There's a ton of support over in ECA, so with that behind them and a lot of voices giving them a lot of encouragement, let's see what they will do. Coming out with the Nanny, the Tick, the Piper. On the other side of things, ZETA Division bringing in the Max, the Gene, and the Pam. How are they going to do this in terms of aggressions? Tensai's got that super as well. No magic hand yet, though, for Chappie.
Yeah, Chappie's very low HP as well. He is going to get hit by a Tick Mine. Claims his life, but look at that binge coming through. Side Tempo is 2, is 3 kills. And that is a terrific start for ZETA.
But comes in with Jason shots. Oh, the bang there to Side Tempo. Tensai as well, looking very, very weary, but the healing puffs at just the right time now with the peep coming in. Will it connect? It will take a little bit of HP off of Chappie. Not much more than that, just a little bit of aggression there to push them back. The blue star, it's going to be said though, is with Navi. If nothing else happens, but I don't think that's going to happen, Navi will still take the win.
MMA is very low HP, needs to be careful. Tensai gets sniped out of existence. Chappie finds the kill on MMA eventually, and that blue star is giving the lead to ZETA for now.
We're still neck and neck. There's really so little in it. Just one takedown here and there. Oh, down goes Cube. That's still allowing then the Chappie and Sotamo to push this left hand side. Jason, very weary. MMA as well, about to go down. Oh my word! What an amazing turn of events, but it is ZETA that keep the lead, and they're going back on the retreat.
Oh my goodness, the Tempo doing it again on the other side of the map, able to claim kill after kill on a Pam. This is absolutely unbelievable, but the comeback, there is a chance still for Navi here. They need kills to come through. That's the order one, the blue star.
Oh my gosh, can Tensai do anything about this? The base shifter, but it's not enough. Even with the let's go, Navi have just done the impossible, and they come back to tie up the set, Teddy.
How is that even possible? My goodness, that was quite a clutch for Navi, and an important one as well, because that keeps them in for this first set.
Oh my word. Well, I think that there is something very big to say about that, because the way that ZETA Division started, with the pacing that they had and the aggression which they brought with them to the table, Navi had to respond, and they had to respond big. This peep connection timed beautifully with that shot from Jason, and then the follow-up of Cube and MMA. Navi are working as a unit, not as individuals. The team damage, Jason had a fantastic game.
Yeah, 43%, that's absolutely unreal for a Piper specifically. Man, Navi are coming in hot. It was looking like ZETA were about to take that first set super quickly. but Navi are still in, still contesting for that shooting star set, and they definitely want to try to take this one home.
And that is what they're fighting for, that beautiful, beautiful trophy that thankfully we had returned. Thank you, Jesse. But of course, a lot of money is at stake, and the bragging rights. I mean, you know, you got to talk about that as well. Being the champions is an incredible thing to be able to flaunt around, and both of these two teams at the minute more than capable of achieving it. Who, though, is going to take this first set? Will it be Navi? Will it be ZETA Division? This comp comes down to so much importance.
Man, something that I love already about those grand finals is that we've had plenty of matches today, and even in the entire Brawl Stars Championship World Finals, with teams that struggle to really warm up and find their groove and start waking up too late. Both teams here popping off from the get-go.
Well, players taking just a little bit of time, and I think that's more than allowed. This is a very, very important match. What are they bringing in? Oh my word, Jason! Bringing out the Mortis, the Max and the Pam. MMA on that right-hand side, going to then have to be holding his own. The Piper, the Leon, and also the Sprout coming back, which you loved in that first game, Teddy, for ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, STMN does magnificent work with that Brawler. Blue Star obviously picked up quite easily by the Mortis. He's going in very aggressively, not able to get the kill, but with a Mortis play, you want to make sure you get your super as soon as possible. Even if he doesn't get the kill, he got a lot of damage down, and that gets him very, very close to that super.
I love this. I love it. I've been saying all year long that I wanted to see some variation in Shooting Stars, that it was one of the more stale maps. Well, that is not the case on the Brawl Stars World Finals, as Chasing goes in and comes back with 4 stars and the Blue Star. Mortis on Shooting Star, Teddy. It's not what you'd expect to see, but it is working.
Unbelievable plays there from Jason. He has been MVP for every match of his team in the World Finals. He wants to get the perfect run, and he's looking to get in for another attempt there onto STMN. Not able to get there just yet. Wall is a bit misplaced there. Not something we see very often from him. A Chappie is able to find the first kill for ZETA. And MMA overextending maybe a little bit.
Oh, yeah, got punished for it, but Jason on the other side of things is keeping the dream alive. It was a good use of the scrap sucker, but then when Chappie had the shot, he didn't fail to hit his target, and that was going to be MMA. Now STMN going forwards, places down the overgrowth as well on that right-hand side there, trying to lock down MMA. If they can get another one off and pinch them in a trap, then this could turn around, but 10 seconds remain, and at the moment, ZETA Division are going on their final stand.
Navi have the lead by 3 stars, make it 1 as Tensai finds a great kill on Cube. Low HP MMA as well. This could be turned around for Jason! Jason gets 2! And that secures the first set for Navi.
Oh my word, Navi did so well to hold on to that, because the pressure that was being applied by ZETA honestly looked overwhelming to me. They had a great comp to be able to really put them in that corner, but they were not able to get the job done. Jason, with that bold Mortis pick, timed his runs very, very carefully, and as a result, Navi will take the first set.
What a pick to go for. Mortis on Shooting Star in the grand finals, game 2 and 3. Beautiful decision making here from Navi all around, and Jason executing it just perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there you see it. What a dangerous position, but with Q coming in with the supers to bring in the speed with the Let's Go. Oh my word, he didn't die once. A 4-0 KD and almost got half of his team total damage. I mean, that is seriously, seriously impressive, Teddy.
Yeah, man, 46% team damage on a Mortis is insane, because most of the time with Mortis, you're not attacking people. You're kind of just dodging, waiting for opportunities.
Yeah.
That means he hits hard when he hits, and that's so important. Gem Fort coming up next here for Gem Grab. Now, that's a little bit better for ZETA Division. It is a game where they enjoy a lot. They play very, very well. It just fits with their playstyle so well. But it's also a really good game mode for Navi. And honestly, with the momentum that Navi have started to build up, this is scary for ZETA.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, we saw earlier today when ZETA Division were playing Minecart Madness with the Crow pick, they timed the turnaround beautifully. And that is the thing. Gem Grab is not always about aggression or speed or any of those things. It's about just holding your own, timing the turnaround, and coming back with the goods. Ultimately, you know, even in that final second, that final moment when it looks like it's all over on Bleak, you can still turn the game around. Again, comps are going to be so important, and as you rightly put it before, you know, Mortis in Shooting Star. You know, who is making these calls in the background? Is it the players? Is it the analysts? Is it Alga? I mean, whoever's doing it, I admire it. I really do, because it's bold, and no better place to be bold than the Brawl Stars World Finals Grand Final, Teddy.
Man, typically, I would say between Gemfort and Shooting Star, I wouldn't expect a single brawler in common, but with the meta we've been seeing here on Shooting Star, a lot of those brawlers are absolutely playable on Gemfort as well, and from the results we had in Shooting Star, we might have a bit of a trend over there. We'll see how they decide to play it out. We haven't seen quite as much of the tanky brawlers that we usually see from Navi, so maybe Gemfort is the occasion to do so. Maybe not the map where you would usually see it, but at this point, I'm expecting everything and anything in the Grand Finals.
Wow. Players are going to have to just keep the Midnight Oil burning strong. It's been a wonderful 3 days, a very tiresome one for many, and you're looking at a team which have been through it all. Navi still got smiles on their faces, know that they have just edged themselves nearer to the very thing that stands before them on the stage. Here we go, in then, Cube with the smiles. Max, the M's on the right-hand side of MMA, the Sandy with Jason against a very similar idea, but bringing in the Tara and the Jean on the side of ZETA Division.
All right. So far, ZETA was a bit more control. A great pickup from the Tempo. Does get traded out, but the trade is there once more for Tensai, and this is going to give some nice early control for ZETA Division, building up that gem count early on. A beautiful pull coming through as well. A Champy able to close out that kill, and ZETA are starting off great.
Yeah, just knuckling themselves in the mid and opening the map a little bit to allow Tensai to really get Supers rolling in with Magic Hand. Jason then coming in, bringing his teammates with him. The Sandstorms cannot be underestimated here. It's going to allow Navi to start to bring back just a couple of gems. Champa there, very low, and MMA should get the pickup. Got to be cautious of that right-hand side, though, and Chappie is lurking, and now he's got the black hole. But will he connect? He's thinking about it. He's blinking it. He's letting MMA know, I am dangerous. Don't try it, buddy.
Cube just barely able to dodge that pull, and that is why they decide to bring the Max mid, try to counter some of those pulls and sucks available for ZETA. So far it is not working out, though. Don't even need the pulls if you get the kills in another way. ZETA Division 5 seconds away from claiming game 1 of Gem Grab, and there's no one close enough to interrupt that countdown.
Wow, after coming out of Bounty, ZETA Division were behind, but they look like they have got things under control in their headspace. You've got to do that as a team that are capable of achieving something as prestigious as being #1 in the entire world. That is what makes you great. To be able to put the past in the past, but most importantly, leave it there, come back refreshed, and treat everything in the present. That is what ZETA Division are doing. If they get this next game in the bag with similar ideas, this one is going to look very much more a closer affair.
Man, this is starting to look similar to the match that ZETA had against AQM. Yeah. They start off struggling a little bit, but then it comes to Gem Grab, they shine, and then once momentum builds up, confidence builds up, and then they are unstoppable. Question is, can they reproduce that again? Or is Navi going to be able to put an end to it?
Well, if Shitaba's got anything to say about it, he's getting half the team damage at the moment. Back in the Brawl house, the tribe flag being waved. Not quite what they wanted to see, I would imagine, in that case. But Bruce looking very, very cozy, very, very snug there in the hands of who? It looks like a Mr. Bobby. It is a Mr. Bobby. Gives a little wink. Yeah, I taught him that.
Ah, beautiful stuff, Ark. Beautiful stuff. An inspiration to the community. All right. we should be getting into Game 2 of Gem Grab fairly shortly. I mean, so far, this has been a mode where ZETA were just so dominant, looking so good against everyone they played against. And I have no doubt they're going to be looking just as good in this next one. Navi have to match that energy, a similar comp from ZETA Division, but we see the Gene being matched now by Navi, bringing the Pam as well, and the Amber. Quite an interesting comp here, Art.
Look at Shabby. Oh my word, he is going in so aggressive, taking on two, as if one wasn't bad enough. Cube, though, comes back and gets the takedown needed, but again, Tara here is the pick that I thought we may have seen come from Navi actually going into this matchup, because you can just see how much work can be done, but now Jason is taking his turn with the 2 versus 1, and it comes out on top as well. It's so back and forth and so evenly matched, Teddy.
Yeah, great pulls all around. Tensai has his pull available. The question is, can he find that sweet connection? Either just gain the man advantage, pull someone from lane, or the perfect situation is getting a pull on that gem carrier. Bring those gems to your team. But now Cube has a pull of his own, and that is just going to be rising up the tension furthermore.
Great positioning here, and Jason there with the Scrapyard Sucker trying to keep his chances alive, but the Sandstorm is showing his position. He's got the healing station all the way on the other side of the map and would like to have it, but there, I think someone in the top left, Tampo there, just staying still, perfectly so, just giving himself the time to think through his approach, but spotted there from Jason on the right-hand side as well. Cube has got that magic hand and just kind of deciding whether it's going to be something for the mid. As Jason clears up, surely now is the time. Oh, but MMA goes down, disaster, and now can Navi still push this mid?
Wow, there's 2 gems being picked up on the left-hand side, and those can be very important as Jason is able to get that gem count to 9 for Navi. ZETA just behind on 7 gems. This is a much closer game. The burn from MMA is huge. It's only a Chappie left alive, and Navi, they start a countdown, not just with 10, but with 11 gems. There's no way ZETA are able to counter this unless they find a kill on Cube or Jason.
Chappie used to super, but he's about 2 shots away from the next one. Is there going to be enough time to get it? It's going to... Oh, the disaster, but Jason comes back. Man, Chappie is not done yet. He comes back with another black hole. Cube is the last saving grace, but in the meantime, the left, and Chappie goes down as well. Another second chance for Navi, and this time they got so many gems in their pocket.
Yeah, they need a kill on Cube, but no one from ZETA is even close to him. Navi, they tie things up in Gem Grab, and things are getting real hot in here.
Oh my days, and Chappie there coming in so clutch. I thought ZETA Division had the grab and the retreat. It wasn't to be, as Navi were able to recollect it. Mo John gives his approval on that one. Oh my word. Everyone just, yeah, I think the face has pretty much expressed the words for me. Oh, that was so close. Let's look at it back in slow motion.
Yeah, I think what happened here is ZETA did not even expect to be able to stop the countdown. So the plan here should not have been to try to collect any gems or stall here at all, because I think that if they fell back, they might have had enough time to pick up some gems and tie things up. But in the middle of the panic, it was too crazy. So much chaos, almost impossible really to just figure out the best solution. And Navi, they are looking so good.
So fierce, like that picture of MMA staring at me with those eyes. Definitely makes me concerned, but there, so focused as well. Little cheeky smile and a grin as the few words exchanged. But Navi are looking very, very strong at the moment. It's time to bring things back. Will ZETA Division be able to make something of this now? A lot of pressure mounting as the resistance of Navi is proving itself to be such a tough thing to counteract. Again, you know, it wasn't for me, and I just kind of expected that Navi would bring in Atara into that last game. To make it work against the Chavi without it, I thought was highly commendable, I've got to say.
I think they actually had a very good read, because Amber does fairly well against Tara in a lot of situations. Obviously, up close, disaster. But at a range, Chappie was constantly forced to play mid, and that just left some very awkward control all around, and Navi were able to shine through that. The Amber is back. Same comp, in fact, for Navi. Same comp from ZETA as well. Maybe some mind games expecting the opponents to switch to something slightly different, but Cube already has a pull available. This could be huge. Might go for it there, yeah, and will be securing the kill with the help of Jason.
Look at how quick the takedown was. That was crazy. Clearly Navi had that completely ready because everyone sprung to attention, and it's actually going to do wonders for Cube, having a little bit more space here on this left-hand side to allow his shots a bit of more range and connection and power here. Tensai got 4 gems in his pocket, but most importantly, the magic hand as well. The positioning of the healing station as well, surely running then and Mama Squeeze to be able to keep everyone out of that bottom right-hand side corner. These little tiny details, Teddy, but Navi are really, really interesting.
Yeah, Champy in a very good position here is going to be closing the max range that he can fight against that Amber, and will be winning that fight. He is on that flank still. Cube trying to defend it off, but it's not working out, and this created such a big distraction. So much space that ZETA got a countdown.
Those 2 gems in the pocket has caused the reset at the moment. Just the 9 now on ZETA's division side of things, and keeping Shitambo back now at this moment in time is crucial as Navi try to bring this one back. Tensai has got the magic hand, and Chappie coming forwards, trying to get his black hole off, and he turns it. Jason's going to be very, very careful. He is carrying 1 gem. That will be enough to give ZETA's division a countdown as Tensai tries to push, forced back now. Oh, MMA puts down the oil, and Chappie goes down. Oh, Teddy, what is going on?
Tensai still has that pull, but the gem was picked up by Tempo. Now countdown for ZETA. The pull connects as well. The Chappie finds a frag. Tempo with the next one, and Jason gets deleted as well as ZETA division pull through and tie things up by picking up gem grab.
Oh. I didn't have the breath in that game. There was not enough oxygen in the Brawl house to keep that one going because the action was just so non-stop. ZETA division came through like we expected this would happen. Such a close affair between these 2 teams, and the game mode, like you rightly pointed out, going in was favorable towards them. I think Navi did great to come back when they did, but in the end, it was just a little bit too much. I thought when a Chappie went down here, there may have been something within Navi to hold that mid, but over time, the pressure got to them, and that was a great pull from Tensai to be able to really keep things under control there.
I think that the huge turning point was once they got 9 gems, had a pull on the Gene, and there was that gem on their side of the map. They knew that no one from Navi could go pick it up. They would get pulled, it would be over, and it was just an unwinnable situation almost, and Navi almost made it anyways. Insane, but look at that. I mean, it's not a big Gene diff, to be honest. I think fairly even match. What was more interesting, I think, in this set was the lanes. So much action over there, and then they would be helping out in mid to, secure that countdown.
Okay, well, moving in. Backyard Bowl next for Brawl. Possibly a bit more open space than ZETA division might like in terms of their playstyle, but Navi, they've got that secret weapon still in their pocket. They haven't really shown its hand that much yet, but I've got a funny feeling that Cube is going to start things off with it. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I'm thinking Buzz, am I correct?
Yeah, you are spot on.
Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA division, of course, we're looking to utilize a lot of speed here and really land these shots. Maybe Yatara or, here and there. Open up the mid with the black hole is a great strat, and one that's not often utilized in Backyard Bowl, but it would be something which would fit within their style. Maybe the Sprout will come back as well for a great defensive capability. Clearly something within their skill set. And how about yours, guys? What's your skill set? Is it in predictions? Because right now you have got to be making all the most of getting those in at event.brawlstars.com. Don't be like me. Don't follow me on Twitter. Don't listen to any of mine because it has not been the best of these 3 days. Day 2 was my best day. I got every single one right. I think I got 1 right today, and that's about it, Teddy.
I'm not doing all that much better. Don't feel bad. These World Finals have been so unexpected, and it's all better for it. Danny with some beautiful Brawl merch showing off to the world as we move on to the Backyard Bowl. And already so much aggression from ZETA early on, not messing about and bringing in the squeak.
Yeah, They are, and again, if played correctly, I think it's really viable with Jason. Oh my word! Got shut down very quickly from that mecha. The speed of the Tensai playing on max there. Coming into play, Cube taken down, but look, Jason, he's actually cycling really, really well on the side of the max and helps with the on the right-hand side of MMA. Bit of a misswipe there, but now being able to push forwards and have some of this back under control.
All right, interesting stuff. So far, Brawl still in the middle on the line, but Tensai looking to change that. Jason is low HP, he's gonna get tagged up. Tensai pushing forward to jump in, but he can't quite get the shot in. And that is gonna be a successful defense from Navi.
Okay, utilizing the healing puffs then from MMA to try to get back into this one. Cube slowed, but trying to get things back under control. Chappie's got the magic hand, that worries me greatly. Just taking his time to utilize it, and ZETA have got all the time in the world here. Oh, Jason didn't just get pulled, he got cancelled mid-mega transformation. MMA is the last one standing. The pass is surely going to be there. Nothing that Navi can do. ZETA will score.
Oh my god, and ZETA, they're not messing about, they're going immediately for the ball, immediately trying to create an opening. Not gonna pay off right now. Cube has the pull available. This could be game changing if he can find the right connection. Does get tanked off low HP. Oh, the super! That's so much damage. Jason, can he score or the pass? Oh, he gets it in!
Oh my word! In amongst all the chaos to find the fee of your teammate. My word! But look at that! Straight away, ZETA coming in with a magic hand of their own. Navi have got to take this very, very carefully. There's 30 seconds now, 25 on the clock left. They've got to clear up some of these side lanes and get themselves back into the mid with the ball with them. This is not a good place leading into overtime.
Wow, ZETA are cycling through those skills, trying to keep the constant man advantage as overtime is getting closer and closer. MMA has the jump available. Can he find some value over there? The pull connects. It's a kill, and yet another successful defense from Navi as overtime kicks in.
Super passes are all available. MMA has his, Jason has his, also Cube can't be far behind. This was the perfect time to bring this one back as MMA jumps in. So Tampo very, very low there, goes down. A Chappie pocketing the ball. I think it's the best play they can possibly hope for under this situation here. If Cube gets the pull, then this will be very much a place where Navi can go to that corner and get the ball to bring it back into the mid.
All right, still no clear winner for this game, but ZETA are making some moves, finally back on the bottom side of the map, trying to go for some opportunities, but they don't have anything just yet. Super doesn't find any connections to jump in from MMA. The pool follows up. It's not going to be a goal. The pool saves the day, or does it? Yeah, that is going to be ZETA scoring anyways.
The pass to the wall, Teddy, was intentional. I thought the moment it happened that maybe it was a bit of a misplay, but it was calculated. And ZETA are exactly that. Just in those final moments, pulling out all the stops, the Gene hands are always hitting on both sides. And that is what you love to see. This is what you call a Brawl Stars World Finals Grand Final, Teddy.
How can ZETA remain both ice cold and be on fire at the same time? Unbelievable plays. I mean, mechanically, that is something to pull off on the grand finals, especially.
Look at this. Tensai gets pulled in, knocked back, pops the ball to the wall, tries to finish off Cube, and does
Beautiful.
so, gets the super in the process. I mean, who thinks that way? It's incredible. 5 kills to the 3 deaths, the 40% on the team damage as well. Tensai showing us how it's done on the max pick. Beautiful, beautiful Brawl Stars from him.
It's been a long time coming, Ark. For a long time, I've heard about the Japanese Max. This is the man, and he's absolutely killing it so far. Navi scared after that game.
Yeah, but, you know, to ruffle the feathers of MMA, I wouldn't want to be that guy. I'm not going to lie. That is not me. I'm the guy who will always be giving him a smile and a firm handshake and keeping my words careful. Jason, though, bringing in the Mortis. The buzz finally coming out for Q like we were expecting. MMA is uncontested here. He can surely just walk this in. All the HP in the world. A goal in the first 15 seconds. Navi responds strong.
It's been a long time since we had seen the tanks from Navi. but they are coming in hot. Jason popping off, might get melted down actually, but gets the bats off in time, change the bats one more time, and this is looking like yet another goal, yeah! Navi make it a quick game, 36 seconds, and that's 1-1 in Brawl.
That wasn't a quick game. That was a lightning fast game. What? What? Really? This is what I mean about Navi. When they are behind, they start to fight back and they bring out everything that they've been reserving. This comp was perfect under the circumstances. Nothing the ZETA could do about it. Watch what Cube does here. Absolutely insane. And prior to that, Jason just cycling the way he was for the stun there. Perfect timing. Navi thoroughly deserved that victory.
Beautiful plays. I mean, look at that. 3 kills, 0 death. He didn't have time to die, and 67% damage. That is an unbelievable Mortis performance from Jason.
I still don't know what it is. Look at MMA, a goal scorer, but got 0%.
He's a walker. He's a walker. He just walks with the ball. That's what he does.
Oh my goodness me. Amazing. Let's see. Will Navi keep it though? I mean, it was designed to be something that the ZETA would not expect.
Yeah.
So, but having said that, this I've got to point out. You know, Navi throughout the course of the past 3 days sometimes just continuate their comps. Like I think we got to a stage now in Brawl eSports where every team is expecting to switch very, very quickly. Navi, however, if it works, they tend to keep it. So I don't know now how ZETA are going to be feeling going into this match, but they clearly are doing just that as we speak. We are going to see whether Navi will be able to pull back a set here, or whether the pressure that ZETA Division are applying is just getting a little bit too much.
Set 3 is on the line, and both teams are incredibly hungry for it. And we will be seeing some interesting changes. Cube going for the Gene. Navi not sticking with the tanky comp, going for something a bit more classic. And we see a Colette, which is very interesting for this map.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. ZETA were absolutely expecting Navi to continuate this. Bringing in the Colette, bringing in the B. They were expecting tanks. I think Navi made a good change at a perfect time, but they've got to keep their composure. Cube coming in with the heals there from the Magic Puffs, and Shatampo there coming in with a great Honey Molasses Cube there. Very much immobilized. A lot of pressure on this right-hand side. I don't like the way this is looking for Navi.
Yeah, this is a good push. They might be able to score it. A 3K shot from Tempo connects as well. But Cube gets the ball, gets it out of the way, and that's going to save the day.
What a lamp blowout. All 3 players completely connected with it. It wasn't enough to get the super to clear it further, but boy, it did the job. Oh, a great magic hand from a Chappie, and that is going to seal the deal. A goal is scored. 1 minute 15 remaining for Navi to return the favor.
ZETA Division back in the lead, a minute away from taking this set, but Navi are not slowing down either. Push is forming. Cube is low HP, though. Beautiful taps from Tempo, able to get yet another kill, makes it a double in fact, and this could be the set gone. However, the respawns are coming through and Navi are back in defense.
Okay, a bit of a reset here then, but again, the timer is ticking. Navi have got to return this goal very, very shortly, but they've got to get set up for it. Cube has got the magic hand. Jason, though, requires the mech, and ZETA know this. They can't be feeding Jason too much. This could turn around very, very quickly if it stays this way. ZETA Division are going to gain the set, but that's a great connecting pull there from Cube, with the ball cleared into the corner safely. And then look at the way that Chappie and Shatamo just getting behind the Honey Molasses. That is going to be an impossible ball to gain back from Navi without some takedowns along the way.
10 seconds shortly here for Navi, and it seems quite complicated to reach to that ball. ZETA Division should be able to take this 3rd set and are back in the lead.
Oh my word. Just when you think it's very much one-sided, or you just don't know what to expect, honestly. The way that Navi are coming back every single time, but ZETA Division just keep the pressure on. It's such a cat and mouse affair, and whoever's playing the cat changes between every single game. Oh my word. And look just how calm they are. I just think they are just built different, Teddy.
They really are. You know, everyone has their own play style. I mean, look at that play. You have to be absolutely cracked mechanically to pull that off, especially with so much pressure, with so much on the line. That was a beautiful save from Cube, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. They still managed to score afterwards, and that's what makes the difference at this point. ZETA leading by 1 set. It is a best of 7. So we still have a couple more sets to get through, but so far it seems like ZETA is slowly setting themselves apart, although Navi, they're just right behind them.
But like you say, like that was an amazing play on the Gene Lamplo outside of things, but it wasn't enough. You know, ZETA are so perseverant, and that is, you know, causing Navi some problems. They're going to have to spend some time shouting things through going into Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, because this one is just heating up beneath us, as the game mode itself would indicate the same thing. Comp here, so important. Surely then the Meg will play a vital role here, one that, you know, Navi were already bringing out just a little bit into Backyard Bowl, but you know, if you need a reminder of the bans, they were Bell and Lola on the side of Navi, Byron and Stu on the side of ZETA Division, who have got this lead 2 sets to 1. Ring of Fire, Hot Zone up next.
Man, can I just point out that every single set so far has gone to game number 3?
Yeah.
And I think that says a lot about how closely matched those two titans are, both dominated through their respective regions, somehow dominated through the entire bracket of the World Finals, and now they are face to face, and it could not be closer.
And more perfect. I mean, this is the grand finals. We need to see matches of this caliber going all the way, and it just goes to show worthy oppositions all the way. But can Navi now bring this back to tie up things in Ring of Fire? They're going to have to, again, be thinking very carefully. I would like to see Tara here, personally. I know it's been a bit of a kind of controversial pick, but the first time I saw it, I loved it. I would not be surprised if ZETA are thinking the same. I think we're going to probably see a lot of Meg going in, as the way that you get your mecha just turns the tides and pushes everything back. Some assassination brawlers definitely here would go a long, long way. Crow is a very underutilized brawler as well, which both sides are showing some liking towards. But okay, going in. Very different ideas from Navi. I've seen this before. It works very well. Building up the bushes with the rose and then the grow lights. That is going to provide all the cushioning. And do ZETA have anything to break these walls? No. So those bushes there, if Navi can bring back this mid control, they're going to have a lot of ability to hide amongst the mid.
Man, the tempo already doing so much damage on that. Bam! ZETA Division, they have so much control to get contested by Cube. He's in the zone, he has that shield and he's dealing tons of damage. He is pinched, however, cannot really hit both players and doing a great job at avoiding that. But Jason is there for the pinch, gets the kill, gets the follow-up onto Tensai. Problem is for Navi, even though they're getting kill after kill, they're still behind by quite a bit.
The third push laid down by Q, but I've got to say, but as quickly as things started, you know, we saw 50% already with ZETA, but look at Jason go here, cycling beautifully, and Chappie about to go down, and if he does, no hills are going to be there. Oh my word, Navi have come back, but Tensai coming in, trying to just cycle as well off the taken as this break. This one is so close to call, Teddy.
Oh my goodness, Navi, they started coming back, but ZETA are back in the zone with 3 members of their team, 90% captured, and Navi need a miracle or this game is gonna go to ZETA, and it is indeed.
I think that it was almost like ZETA knew this was coming. I think they must have been prepared for that. To bring in a Gale on Ring of Fire, to me, that says something. And boy, the value that that brawler had. So much HP on the side of Navi that was just eaten up and just spat back out, or rather blown back out by ZETA Division. That was very, very convincing. But, I mean, again, I think Navi did great to try to bring this back, because blink and you miss it, there was 50% on ZETA Division's side at such an early stage. I think that Navi were just a little bit too passive going in, personally.
Yeah, I think so too. An interesting decision, I think, as well, is to use the launchpad gadget on Gil instead, you know, of the little storm. I'm not sure exactly. It could honestly have been a mistake, you know, with the stress and everything like that. But it worked out anyways, and that's what matters. They're going to be very happy with that result. And Lou is an interesting brawler to bring in. I watched a lot of scrims on this map before the World Finals, and I saw a lot of blue. I was curious to not see that much of it so far in the World Finals, but it is coming in for MMA, and so far Navi have the better start.
Oh, I do like this coming in. Look at that. The quick and swift take down the right from MMA. Jason there just trying to earn his healing station, but much better from Navi so far. Cube as well, bringing in the Tara again, a brawler that I personally love to see here. And the freeze there, Shatampo in big trouble. Tensai as well. Navi with the control. Nothing that a Chappie can do in that side lane. Nothing at all.
All right, we got a Chappie on the right-hand side trying to get some tags, trying to get a super to help his teammates survive for longer when they get in the zone. But Cube comes in with the pull, so much damage on the tempo as well. But he's not even greedy. He's using cover, he's playing it safe and playing it for the team. And Navi, this is working out amazingly well so far. 80% captured and such a one-sided game, just to tie things up in this set.
Yeah, beautiful work, but Tensai has got one last ditched attempt as 8% is all that is needed by Navi here. Sotampo doing his best, but Cube drops the pin. He dropped a cheeky little spin earlier as well, getting inside the minds of his opposition, and Navi are far from out. In fact, they could well be on a comeback here.
Yeah, this is an important game. They don't want to give a third set to ZETA. It was looking like they were so good in hot zone, but Navi have woken up, have brought in something different, and now it's time for the mind games. Because you said it earlier, that Gale was probably to try to counter some of those tanks out. Now, what are Navi gonna go for? They're gonna, go back to the tanks, stick with this comp, or is ZETA Division gonna go for a bet and try to counter one or the other? This is risky, and Navi, they are in ZETA Division's head.
This is the thing, the Gale was their secret weapon in the first match, and it just absolutely dominated the comp. Well, Navi adapted to it. It was not the same story that we saw previously in that game alone. So, the ball is back in ZETA Division's court. Are Navi going to experiment, switch things up? For me, the Lu worked beautifully. It allowed the area denial. The way that in the previous game they were a bit slow to the mark, by bringing in the Lu, it worked out beautifully well. They were able to delay things, but not in terms of being passive, but in terms of their strengths on the field.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I think it's a very smart decision on their end, bringing in a lot extra utility to serve the team and help regain some of that control. They are going to be sticking to their guns for the most part on Navi's side. ZETA Division actually matching that comp. It's a mirror matchup.
This is it. ZETA have gone, you know what? Like, whether they were going to try this before we started things or not, they liked it enough to literally go, yeah, you know what? That worked out pretty well against us. Well, we're going to try and throw it straight back at you.
Yeah, a bit of a copy pass that so far seems to be working well for ZETA. A bit of a lead, nothing too scary for Navi just yet, but they need to be very careful. It's a slippery slope, and they cannot give them anything that they don't want to here. MMA trying to stay around the zone, but he's slipping around quite a bit. And ZETA are still with so much control, the lead as well. This is looking excellent for them.
It's the tiny things. For me, it's Chappie there leaving the shadow to do all the work, allowing him to heal and keep his position. It's those small, tiny details that keep teams like ZETA Division looking so great. Low on HP, MMA with a nice pickup, but in the meantime, Tensai and Shatampo doing wonderful work in the mid at 68%. Navi have got to turn this game around, or it will be a disastrous position for them to be against 3-1 in terms of sets.
Yeah, this is still a big lead for ZETA, but Navi are starting to regain some control. The tempo is on his favorite part of the map, and that is in Navi's spawn, able to find a nice crossfire with a Chappie. A Chappie finds Cube, and this is big for ZETA because the percentages keep racking up, and it's in their favor.
Absolutely ginormous here. If ZETA Division can keep this up, it is going to put so much world of pressure and hurt upon Navi here. 8% is all that is needed, but Cube coming in, trying to earn that super here. If he gets the black hole, it could be all over, but look at this, the push, the final push from ZETA Division, take the zone, and the fourth set, 3-1, ZETA right out in front.
What a match, and ZETA are starting to set some more space between them and Navi, getting closer and closer from the title of World Champions for 2021. Man, this is unbelievable. Some pros saw it coming for the last couple of days. We've been hearing ZETA are insane. They are destroying everyone in scrims. And it seems like they are destroying everyone in the World Finals so far. Navi, not out yet. It is a best of 7, but it is getting more and more complicated for them.
It really is. You know, in that example there, the comp was perfect, and it was like, you know, Navi in that respect were the teachers. Afterwards, we saw ZETA Division be the students, but as quickly as that, they became the masters of the very thing that they brought to the table. Pit Stop for Heist is up next, and this one is going to be so intense. Ultimately, a game that can end at any given moment in time, so if the pressure is there at the right time, this could be a quick one. Navi had got to hold on here. They've got to bring out all the stops. This entire year's work has been leading up to this very moment in time. They've got to hold on.
Historically, Heist has been one of the best game modes for Navi. If there is one mode where they can come back, it is gonna be Heist, but the execution is what matters. The comps, obviously, as well, and that has to be flawless, because if you do any mistakes, ZETA are going to take them, use that against you, and basically just win the World Finals.
Basically, yeah. I was just you know, a casual little stroll towards winning the World Finals. Exactly that. I mean, looking at how composed they are, that does seem to be.
I think it's pretty fitting, yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. The thing that I noticed in terms of the bans is that the Stu is unavailable, likely to be a Brawl there, which Navi would love to have brought in, possibly alongside an Ems or an Edgar. That is going to be the question: is do they bring in the Wall Breaker for the mid and have then the Ems be able to really assert her authority, or are they going to just keep jumping in, keep cycling things going with some tanks, or are they going to go with something more control based? They're bringing in the Surge,
the
Dynamite triple double thrower and Surge for Navi, and the tankiness and the aggressiveness of the comp here. I like, actually, personally, ZETA's comp more here.
I mean, it's a great counter comp. It's a great counter comp. Edgar is so good against those throwers.
Yeah.
This is going to be a huge problem. They didn't find all that much damage so far. Cube is going to get some free tags there onto Tensai, but not before Tensai gets a lot of damage on Safe. However, on the top of the map, there is still quite a bit of damage going on to ZETA Safe.
Chamber jumping in. Getting the pressure on the Cube. Cube a little jump away, but not far enough away from the Fizz here. On the other side of things, the Barley shots are hitting home hard. It's actually very, very close here as Cube tries to connect. The pressure of this comp is getting the best of Navi, it seems more so. 7%. Oh my word, ZETA are so dangerous in this position. 10 tournament points.
Match point. Not only that, as you said, tournament point, BSC point, I want to say.
Oh, Navi needs to go in slightly more cautiously there, I feel, under the circumstances, dropping things just a little bit. ZETA now have got the ultimate strong arm here, Teddy, and that was not the right comp at the right time.
ZETA Division read them like a book. They bring in the Edgar, arguably the best thrower counter, and there's 2 throwers on the side of Navi. That's a disaster for them. We're not able to do anything in that situation, and the tempo has been able to pop off once more. A single game is separating ZETA Division from the title of World Champions.
Wow, it is not over yet. Navi have got their final stand, and if they get this one right, as you rightly mentioned, being one of their stronger game modes, they are still in with a chance. There is still hope there left for EECA in this tournament. Little fist pump there, ZETA feeling good about this one, but Navi has such a strong start. They adapted so well along the way. Will they do it in what is possibly the most stressful moment of their Brawl Stars careers? They look pretty calm and collected, but again, it comes down to the comp. This is possibly their most important decision that they have ever made in their lives. No pressure.
I mean, with the money on the line, 400,000 for that first place. I can tell you, I can guarantee that it is one of those huge life-changing decisions. But here we go. The Daryl, the Edgar, the Barley for Navi. There is a bit of an interesting comp on ZETA as well. Let's see how this works out. As so far, Jason is deep in enemy lines and will be able to dish out quite a bit of damage.
On the other side of things, a lot of action here, and Cube doing his best to defend this. Tenso, the friend zone, does connect nicely. Damage raining down, but MMA coming back in. Will need to hit these shots, keep Tenso low. Cube wasting no time, no hesitation to get in, but as soon as that is happening, Chitampo now is back in his position here. Navi have got to go more on the aggressive. They've got to be cautious to not overly defend this.
All right, things slowing down a bit until Chitampo jumps in. That's a massive amount of damage pouring down on that blue save. 35% of HP left. And Chitampo is still going. More damage, 27%.
My word, the pressure now mounting. Tensai has got his super as well. Chappy, everyone is pretty much buffed up. Chitampo can't be far away from super now. Navi have got to defend for their lives here. Everything on the line. It's all kicking off.
The push is coming through. Chappy is on the save. Can he dish out the last couple of shots? It's not possible just yet. Still a bit off space, but Chitampo has the super available. If he can get the jump in, this could be massive. Jump in, damage doesn't connect, and he goes down.
10% is all that's left for the final push. Coming in, a shot here and a shot there. Teddy, what are they going to do it?
Oh, that's going to be it. And there you have it. ZETA Division are your world champions.
Oh my goodness me, they have done it. ZETA Division have done it. One of the most reserved teams in this competition, and all their hard work has paid off as they approach the trophy to lift it. ZETA Division are your Brawl Stars World Champions! Every player was saying the same things, that ZETA Division had it within themselves to go all the way. My goodness me, Teddy, what an exciting grand finals.
For every single of those players, this was the first time they played in World Finals. Tensai was on the team of Jupiter last year, did not get to play a single match. This year, they are world champions. Unbelievable performance, unbelievable story of those guys, and definitely making everyone extremely proud at home.
It just goes to show, again, it's not about what you say or how you act or how loud you shout. What it comes down to is how well skilled you are on the day. That wasn't great Brawl Stars. That was world-class Brawl Stars. This is Brawl eSports at its finest.
No matter what it says on paper, they're gonna take it, man. ZETA, they take that paper, they shred it apart, and they make it golden and confetti as they win the World Finals, man. Absolutely unbelievable plays from them throughout the entire World Finals. They played so well, just showed a new level of Brawl Stars, and now the rest of the world, they're gonna have to adapt in 2022 if they want to match that.
Yeah, 2022 is Welcome back, guys, to the stage. Reminded to turn on the TV as well. There he is. Welcome back, Uber, as well. Oh, it's been such an incredible few days, hasn't it, guys? But we've got one last thing left to do. MVP, Teddy, who do you reckon it was going to be?
Man, I feel like Tempo played so incredible throughout the entire thing. I think he deserves it so much. We'll see what you guys voted at home. Is it gonna be him? It is the man, the one and only Tempo. Wow, what a performance from him. It would have been so awkward if I got it wrong.
Well, this is why you get paid the big bucks, Teddy. ZETA Division return then to the Brawl House. Applause inbound and congratulations for sure. No doubt this evening they are going to be living it up in the most spectacular fashion possible. It has been an incredible season, an absolutely incredible season, but it would not be possible without so many people working tirelessly in the background. To everyone at Supercell, to everyone at PGL and eSports Engine have done a fantastic, unbelievable job to keep everything rolling in the eSports machine. From Uber, from F-Dot, from Emily, from Teddy, from myself, have a fantastic year and we will be back in 2022.